cost him time and cost him a chance to really go with the front 5 or 6 that broke clear. But an off-throttle high side, he said, caused his crash. We saw that, of course, coming through the second sector over at Kota. But overall, it was a fantastic weekend for Casey O'Gorman, who's had a really enjoyable opening 3 Grand Prix as a full-time rider in the 650X Quadricorsa team. And of course, he, like a lot of other riders, is now back on familiar territory. So O'Gorman can take a lot of positives from the Kota Grand Prix.
Paolo Simoncelli's been impressed with Casey O'Gorman as well. Paolo Simoncelli wasn't actually in America. No. He enjoyed it from home, although, according to his blog, it's a bit more stressful than being in the paddock. I can well believe it. Casey, unfortunately, big crash in the closing stage of the race, but regardless of that, Casey is a solid reference. That is what Paolo Simoncelli has been saying, and it's again proved his value. Obviously, front row last time out in P2, and has got bags of potential. That's something that I've got to say Paolo Simoncelli has been alluding to. And unfortunately, though, when we got underway with the green flag, it was unnecessary battles, thinking back to his Moto Junior days that Casey O'Gorman was actually getting caught up in, but his pace was probably a little bit higher than that. Paolo Simoncelli's concluding words: the race is long, but you have to finish it. Unfortunately, it was very long, but they still didn't finish it in the number 67 side of the garage. So for Casey O'Gorman, it's a crash, and it's a crash out of the top 10 as well. He's here at Jerez. He knows this place like the back of his hand. He has had ETC podiums here back when we had the European Talent Cup, of course. So Casey O'Gorman knows what way this track goes.
Yeah, it certainly does. And as I say, the overriding feeling is O'Gorman and the 650X Quadricorsa team can take a lot of positives. Pretty much everything was right from O'Gorman, apart from the opening couple of laps, but that can happen in Moto3, in royal battles, everyone trying to fight for position, and then an off-throttle high side really chucks Casey over the top, and thankfully he was all okay after that one. But heading to Europe, O'Gorman can be super positive and full of confidence ahead of this European leg of the season. So a good start then for David Munoz, P4 overall. He's not going to be happy being 9/10 away from Max Quiles, who's 9/10 clear, and the rest ahead of everyone else so far. It's been a fast start for Quiles, but Munoz, you can just see they're still limping, of course, with that left leg injury. But yeah, a promising sign so far in the opening 15 minutes.
Promising start, but Quiles as well is a little bit off what we were doing last year in FP1 here. It was a 44.299 for Jose Antonio Rueda. I've got to say he was 3/4 of a second quicker than anyone else, and that anyone else was his teammate Alvaro Carpe on the 45 flat. So we've got a little bit more time to come here this morning at Jerez. Conditions are good. Normally it's baking hot. It is pretty warm, I've got to say, but it's not searing heat. Last year was uncharacteristically warm. I suppose you could say this week has been uncharacteristically cool. We've had plenty of sun. We've still topped the tan up a little bit on Wednesday, but cloudy so far on Friday, and about 21, 22 degrees. It's pretty palatable out there.
Yeah, highs of 20 degrees according to my app today, so that is pretty cool by Jerez standards, and to be honest, the riders will probably enjoy it a little bit more. As you say, last year was in the region of 30 degrees pretty much all weekend, and that is scorching hot down here, and obviously makes it tougher for the riders and teams and tyres as well, and even the fans in the grandstands topping up their tans and drinking cool drinks.
Topping up on other things, I think, as well.
But it is tough conditions, and we get yellow flag.
Oh, Mac Buchanan, and he's nearly gone down again. So Mac attack has gone down. At least it looks like a small one this time. I hold my breath, of course, because Cormac Buchanan has treated us to some air time already in 2026. But down at turn 2, Cormac Buchanan has notched up another crash for his tally in 2026.
Yeah, if you're going to crash anywhere really on this circuit, turn 2 is one of course, its slowest corners. I imagine that's just a front end took for the New Zealander. Back up on his bike and back going again, which is good news, but don't want to be starting a weekend with a crash. Buchanan, we did say a few moments ago, didn't we? Just needs a clean run at things this weekend. He's shown pace this year already, we know that, but he's beaten himself up as well, and had 2 monster crashes, got to be said, 2 of the biggest crashes we've seen in a long time for Buchanan, especially the one over in Brazil. But hopefully that's not caused him any damage, just doesn't look like it has, and the bike as well. Maquiles continues to stride on here in the opening session. He's got Kelso and Rico Salmela just up behind him. Carpe has closed the gap a little bit at the top. It's just in the 0.8 of a second now. Kelso actually doing well. He's up inside that top three, of course, chasing Quiles. He's got a great marker. But what's the number 28 going to set here? He's going to extend his advantage surely even further. Yes, by a 10th of a second of 45.420 now for the 28. And this is already a little bit of a gauntlet being laid down on Friday morning by the championship leader.
Very good stuff indeed from Quiles. Carpe comes across the line, sets a personal best, 46.1, but he's 7/10 off what Quiles has managed to do so far on Friday morning. Although, of course, we are just halfway through this session, literally 17.5 minutes still to go. I've got to say, very impressive stuff from Matteo Bertelli. This is off the back of one of his better results, his first top 10 of the season, and actually I think his first top 10 since Australia last year, off the top of my head. So Bertelli didn't obviously race here last year, but has scored points in every Spanish GP. So we keep an eye on Matteo Bertelli, but so far so good. They're in sixth right now.
Yeah, best result since his injury return for Matteo Bertelli. So good stuff from the Italian. Went 5 races without scoring a point until, of course, he picked up that top 10 over in the United States a few weeks ago. So good stuff from Bertelli, and of course he's had 3 more weeks to try and get a little bit fitter. Of course, he's pretty much bike fit now, but still feeling the effects of those nasty injuries that he picked up just over a year ago. We are watching Rico Salmela getting it just about inside. Well, it won't be track limits because that's painted blue, but you're going to lose time if you run out that wide on the exit of turn 10. And Salmela, where is he currently? Down in P16, but he's another rider, another rookie that's been really impressive so far this year. He's the Finnish rider. Spoke to him over in Thailand, and he said he was struggling a lot more than anticipated with the switch from the Honda he was riding in Junior GP last year to the KTM, of course, that he's riding this year. But since then, since Thailand, Salmela has been on a really impressive run of form. Back-to-back top 6s is the Finnish rider, and we know from watching, and I'm sure a lot of you guys at home keep a close eye on Rebel Rookies Cup and Junior GP, and will know the name Rico Salmela and know that he's been at the top of those timesheets for a couple of years now. So we're expecting sort of big things from the Finn, and he's already delivering in Moto3. Really good stuff. We've been really impressed with Salmela going about his business so far this season.
Rico Salmela has always adapted pretty quickly to whatever challenge has faced him. Nicola Carrara just getting it a little bit out. There's definitely something down there, some kind of blue mist down there. I'm sure it might just be the camera you know, I don't think there's anything problematic on any bikes, but there's definitely some film on the camera. But to go back to Rico Salmela, he's really adapted well and normally has hit the ground running quite quickly all the way through his career. You see him in ETC, he was very, very fast straight out the crate there. He was very, very fast straight away in Moto Junior, and he's been very, very fast straight away here in Moto3 as well. So coming off the back of a double top 6 like he is, Rico Salmela, fantastic stuff. First back-to-back top 10s in a long, long time, I've got to say, as I scroll through notes. First time since 2014, never been 3 consecutive top 10s for a Finnish rider in the Moto3.
Yeah, Nicky Io, of course, the rider to hold that, well, previous records for the Finns, and now Rico Salmela is a new star in the making in that region. This is Hakim Danish, who was on a personal best lap time up inside the top 6. A good start to the weekend for the Malaysian, chasing Adrian Fernandez and Valentin Peroni. Of course, we've got to talk about Peroni, haven't we? Kiko, of course, was the victim, let's say, of Carpe's last corner move over the United States Grand Prix. I did speak to Peroni afterwards, and he's normally a very polite young man, gives you a lot. But he wasn't too impressed, got to be said. He was, of course, really unhappy to miss out on a podium after he was one corner away from clinching a victory in Moto3 in 2026. But yeah, it was unfortunate to miss out. Understandable, no penalty for Carpe. It was a last corner, last lap move, and Carpe did ultimately keep his bike within track limits. But do have to feel a little bit sorry for Peroni. It was a harsh move from Carpe, and to be fair to Carpe, he recognised that, and he also wasn't too impressed with what unfolded at the final corner. Said he would have done things a little bit differently, but I did pose the question to Carpe afterwards. From a fan's point of view, and I'm sure you guys listening at home, that's exactly what we want to see at the final corner. It's unfortunate for Peroni. We don't want to see riders being punked off left, right and centre, but last lap, last corner, we'd have all been shouting at Carpe if he didn't try and make a move. So it was one of those where, unfortunate, similar to Munoz and Kelso over in Le Mans last year, if you remember. Munoz, of course, making a pretty harsh move on Kelso, which cost Kelso the race win. But ultimately, it was motorcycle racing, and when it comes down to a last corner move, you've got to go for it. Otherwise, you're going back to the garage, and your team manager and team personnel are going to be telling you, "What on earth are you doing? Not trying to make a move."
I think the difference with Munoz's attack on Kelso last year was both riders left the track. Kelso was slightly different. I don't recall Peroni leaving the track. I know they ran wide, maybe over.
Peroni was punted wide,
but over the curve though.
I think so.
Fair enough then. But then I don't think Carpe copped any penalty for it.
No, well, Carpe did stay on the track.
Exactly.
So it was one of them where it's like, yeah, okay, harsh on Peroni, but Carpe had to make the move, and it cost Carpe a position as well.
We know as well Simon Crafar, the FIM chief MotoGP steward, is a bit more lenient when it comes to a last corner battle. You want to see the racing, and I've got to say, Carpe, he had to go for it. I think if it was a group of two of them, there wouldn't have been a problem. He'd have got the job done and he'd won. But Guido Pini was already waiting to pick up the pieces, and you know, Pini rode the smartest. He may have not been the fastest outright, but he rode the smartest.
Yeah, of course, and Quiles was saying this afterwards. You know, once Quiles had found himself in the position he was in going into the final couple of sectors in P4, he sort of sat back and knew that there was going to be some sort of trouble, some sort of mess at the final corner, so he just sat where he was and let it all play out in front of him. Of course, Quiles went from P4 to P2 just by taking the corner naturally, as Pini dived up the inside, then thought better of it. He was a little bit too far back and saw Carpe making the move. Of course, as we said, opened the door for Pini to clinch his debut in Moto3. Quiles come through into second place. Carpe finished on the podium in third, but wasn't that happy with the final corner move, and Peroni, of course, was disappointed to miss out on a podium altogether. But yeah, I did respect Carpe for sort of being a little bit disappointed and apologetic to Peroni for making such an aggressive move. Carpe's a very polite young man, but of course a hard racer as well.
I'm sure he wasn't doing it because next time Peroni will think twice about repaying the favour.
Well, even if he wasn't apologetic, I think, or as apologetic as he was, I think Peroni will absolutely remember that
with interest.
Yeah, but overall for Carpe, who's second place at the minute, he had a fantastic weekend and had a really good chat with him after the race. And apart from the last corner move that he was really disappointed with, he was saying it was the weekend where he just felt most comfortable on a Moto3 machine. The lap times were coming easily, his pace was fantastic, and it felt like he'd made a good step compared to obviously the opening race in Thailand and in the Silverware. Particularly did say that he struggled quite a lot. Of course, on Sunday he came back to finish inside that top four, which was a good result after a disappointing weekend. But mid-corner is where Carpe really improved things last time out. He said he'd found the feeling and found the key to unlock that sort of performance that really helps, of course, at a circuit where, well, you need a bit of everything from a Moto3 machine over at Kota. But mid-corner speed, of course, really important. Well, important everywhere, but Jerez, absolutely crucial. So expect to see Carpe back fighting this weekend, which is exactly what he's doing. But for the Carpe fans out there, he's made a massive step forward over in Kota, which is great news.
Look at Zen Matani, who's down in the back of the field at the moment. Zen Matani knows his way around Jerez, but a bit of a steep learning curve so far for the number 32 Japanese rider. Let's see what he's able to do as we see the rest of this weekend unfold. But it's fair to say that Vader Patama, the other rookie on the other side of the box, has definitely got the measure of Zen so far.
Yeah, and that was sort of to be expected, wasn't it? Patama, of course, well, both Idemitsu Asia Talent Cup champions, Moto4 Asia Cup champion, I should say now, of course. But Patama a little bit more experienced over in this part of the world anyway. But Matani, again, had a good step forwards over Austin and said a little bit of mistake. He didn't crash, he said to me afterwards. He had a bit of a technical issue, I believe, but he did say afterwards that he did make a slight mistake and ultimately wasn't able to finish the race. But it was a good step forward again for Mitani. A real learning curve this year it's going to be for the Japanese rider. And of course he's got a teammate who he gets along really well with, the rider on screen, Veda Pitamo, who he can learn a lot from, of course, in Moto3. Great to have riders that get along and you can learn from each other. Two really exciting rookies, two champions over in Asia, and Pitama was a standout rider, of course, last year in the Red Bull Rookies Cup, finishing second overall in that one. 3 wins to his name, 6 podiums in 2025 in the Red Bull Rookies Cup, which gets away, of course, this weekend here in Jerez, so do tune into that one. Always great racing in the Red Bull Rookies Cup, the stars of the future in front of our eyes, which is always good to see. And yeah, Pitama chasing Casey O'Gorman, 2 great rookies so far in Moto3. But yeah, Mitani, I think, he did leave America, because I spoke to him after the race, and although he was disappointed not to finish the race, he was in and around the points battle, which is where he sort of wants to be at this stage of his Moto3 career. So the overriding feeling was good step forwards were made by the Japanese.
Yeah, he's getting there for sure, and then Mitani will work it all out. He probably just needs to get back onto familiar territory. Carpe, I didn't know what way it wanted to go into turn 1, but he got it nailed anyway. Carpe at the moment in second place, still chasing that first Grand Prix victory. You just wonder how much longer he's going to wait. It was his teammate Jose Antonio Rueda from last year who got it over the line and done here at the Spanish Grand Prix. Let's see if the Red Bull KTM's, there to say team leader in 2026, can replicate his ex-teammate and try and put the 83 up into P1. At the moment, with just less than 7 minutes to go. Quiles, Carpe, Fernandez, your top 3. Fernandez is, of course, top Honda. Marco Morelli there. Before there, the Peroni, Vitali, David Almanda, Hakim Denis, John Kelso, and Ruche Moodley. He likes Jerez. He's up in the top 10, so that's great to see from the South African. Moving up into second, Ryan Uriarte. So very good stuff indeed from the 51. Just outside of that top 10. Moodley's now 11th ahead of Esteban. Rico Salmela. Andrew Troop says was next up. He's moved up into 11th. David Munoz completing your top 15 just ahead of your winner from last time out, Guido Pini, as we head towards the closing stages of the opening bit of track action here at Jerez.
Yeah, been a quiet session for our latest race winner, hasn't it, in Moto3? Guido Pini down outside the top 15 as things stand. Not going to read too much into that at the moment. It's not his first time here on Honda, of course, because they had some testing here at the back end of 2025 and, of course, in 2026 a few months ago as well. The weather didn't play ball in the first part of the winter testing season, but they did have at least one dry day here in the for their sort of new machines or different settings. Of course, a lot of riders sticking with the same bike. Pini, not one of those, of course. The gap at the top has come down. The 2 Red Bull KTM IOs have got within half a second and even more to Quiles as we focus in on David Munoz, who's just 1 place ahead of our last race winner, 1.2 seconds off. How many laps has Munoz completed in this session? 8 laps, considerably less than anyone else, at least 2, 3 less than the next best, which is understandable, but for Munoz, just good for him to be back up there and getting laps in. I think there's going to be no pressure from the team on Munoz's shoulders this weekend, but knowing David Munoz as we do, he's going to want to be fighting at the front, and he will be very disappointed if he's not in that podium battle.
But he's got to take it easy out. I mean, he was top 10 last time he was racing, and that was back in Buriram, and I think that actually just shows how impressive it was from David Munoz. So he's got to get through the weekend unscathed, try and get some points on the board, try and see where his fitness levels are at, of course, as well. It's been a long time since that crash in Manzanillo, over 6 months ago. So it's actually quite amazing that he's had so many complications with it since his operation over there that have rolled on, unfortunately, through into this season and kind of ruined the start of this season. We saw him have that last year as well, but he's here with us now. And we just have to wait and see what David Munoz can do. Talking of what they can do, Guido Pini is coming to the line. This is going to move him up from 18th to 4th. And he does indeed go up into the top 5. So Pini, good stuff from the 94. It means business.
Yeah, better lap time from Pini. He's got Cormac Buchanan chasing him, as you can see on your screens. And it was great to chat to Pini after the race. Was, of course, ecstatic after winning his first race in Moto3. Coming out of turn 1, Zemmatani just getting in the way slightly, I say slightly, of Alvaro Carpe, who looks like he's giving in an elbow. I don't think that's quite the case. He's just obviously trying to keep balance on that KTM. I'm trying to give him the benefit of the doubt. I don't think he's gone to elbow him, of course. That's not what Carpe is all about. But obviously a little bit close for comfort there on the exit of turn 1. Carpe trying to push on, getting a better run out of the first corner than Zemmatani.
Don't take up lawyers anytime soon. I'll stick to the comms. I think he's not giving him an elbow and then proceeds to absolutely give him an elbow. Not sure that one's going to stand up in Simon Crowbar's court if he does want to have a little word. But I think, unfortunately, it's true that the two lines do come together and his body weight is moving across. But I think Alvaro Carpe absolutely wanted to snatch Zemmatani's attention away from him now.
Fair enough. We'll agree to disagree on that one, and then we can come back later on this afternoon and see what the real court case was. Kelso, great lap time from Kelso. Had a brilliant weekend over in Austin before, of course. He unfortunately crashed out in the latter stages, but he's really getting to grips with that Honda, isn't he? The Australian, who had a fantastic weekend here last year, was embroiled in a fantastic T2 battle with Angel de Queiroz, the runaway leader, was Jose Antonio Reda. No one could lay a finger on the eventual world champion last year, but it was a great battle between Angel de Queiroz and Joel Kelso here last year, and it's a good lap from Kelso. Marco Morelli jumping up there as well, but Quiles has returned to the top of the standings with just over 2 minutes to go. Yeah, Morelli was briefly top, then his teammate struck him straight back, so Quiles at the moment up there in P1. I've got to say, just on Joel Kelso, I messaged Michael Laverty about, I can't remember exactly what the statistic was, but the last time he had X, Y, Z, and at the next corner, but after he got back to me, unfortunately, Joel Kelso turned 60. The last time both riders finished in the points.
Might well have been, I don't think it was that. It might have been the top 10 or something. I can't remember. Let me go back and I'll bring you up to date with that later on. But I did apologise to Michael. He did not get well. So probably looking at his bank balance, just getting another whack. Cheers, Joel.
Yeah, cheers, Joel, to that one, said Michael, but also cheers, Joel, for doing a fantastic job so far in that camp. Had a great catch-up with Michael over at the Circuit of Americas. It was in Moto3 qualifying, so you can go back and listen to that one if you want to, but was just saying how much of a coup it has been to get the experience and speed of Kelso inside the MLab box, and he's really helped, of course, Eddie O'Shea with his sort of experience, and O'Shea being able to see Kelso's data and giving him advice. The two get along really well, and they're working really well as a team overall in the MLab box. And Kelso, as expected, has been a really good signing from the MLab outfits, and if he continues this speed, he can be a real player in the podium battles pretty soon, I think. Kelso, he was not too far away over at the Circuit of the Americas, as Maximo Quiles then, with less than a minute to go, gets into the 144 to 144.833. He's now pretty much half a second clear of his teammate Carpe, jumps into P3 to close in on Quiles, but Quiles is looking really good here so far. Yeah, there's a shock, although having said that, Quiles wasn't here last year, of course, he was injured, wasn't he? So this is the first time that he's taken to Jerez in anger on the Moto3 machine. Not that that's ever phased him when he's turned up for a track for the first time and trying to work out what way it goes. But Quiles so far, so very fast, as we get the checkered flag out and we track Joel Esteban through the third sector. He's now in the fourth sector. This is going to be a good lap from Joel Esteban. If he can hold this all together, this will put him comfortably up in P2. Our timing predictor said P4, but that's based on the time he's losing the sector, not if he holds that into the last sector. So down into the last corner, I think he's got his teammate, is it, as a reference, coming through. Joel Esteban is about to move up the order, I believe, quite considerably. He's in 9th place at the moment. Esteban goes into P4, indeed. It's his teammate who moves through into P2, so we missed Matteo Vitali, but that's Matteo Vitali's best session in well over a year. Great to see that Alessandro Tanucci's team coming out the blocks, fighting. They do split the Quiles and Morelli Aspar machines up
And it is, of course, Jerez who will finish Moto3 FP1 in P1. Ahead of Batali Morelli and Esteban. It is an Aspar MTA party up at the top 4 places.
Yeah, so pretty much 4/10 advantage for Jerez heading into this afternoon. As I mentioned earlier, it's a bit of a mini gauntlet laid down by the championship leader here in Jerez. Guido Pini taking the line. He ends the session in P8. Good job from Almanza, actually, up inside that top 6 on his injury turn. Good job from Munoz, his teammate, as well, just hovering outside of the top 10. So an intriguing session, let's say, and it's over pretty quickly as well. But good job, agreed, from Matteo Battelli after such injury troubles, after a really promising start to the year in 2025. Just looks like he's just trying to rediscover, and is rediscovering, that mojo in Moto, which is great to see for the Italian.
Fantastic stuff. Just outside the top 4, to bring you up to date with our 2 returnee, David Almanza 6th. David Munoz, where did you end up? 11th place for Munoz. So solid start all round for the 22 and the 64. Who else can we talk about? Pretty decent stuff from John Kelso. It's got to be set in 7th place. Ahead of Adrian Fernandez as well. So Fernandez not even second Honda home after all that. I'll tell you what, Kelso is top Honda. He must have got in just at the last minute ahead of Pini. So 7th and 8th for Kelso and Pini. Honda a little bit inferior perhaps, but they're in the mix.
Yeah, no, once again, Kelso proving that he is getting to grips with that Honda, top Honda in the opening session of the weekend. Really good stuff from the Australian. It was always going to take, and he said it himself over in Thailand, it was going to take a few races for him to really get to grips with the Honda, jumping across from the KTM last year. He was another rider like Rico Salmela, who mentioned the step between the 2 bikes were a lot bigger, a lot different riding styles than expected. So yeah, Kelso has got a job on his hands this season, but he's doing really well in getting to grips with that Honda. So.
And he was on the podium here last year, so if there's a track where he might be able to turn it on proper, Jerez may well be it. We're looking at Marco Morelli, who cruises back round to the pits. He was 3rd in that session, but it was his teammate Max Jerez who led the way. And, well, you wouldn't have got very big odds on that one, I've got to say. Matteo Battelli in 2nd, that's a turn up for the book though there in 2nd. 3rd for Morelli, 4th for Esteban, as we say, Carpe Almanza, Kelso Pini, Ryan Uriarte and Adrian Fernandez there in 10th place. Munoz there in 11th, Ogden, Jesus Rios and Ryusei Yamanaka completing your top 14. An all-important top 14 later, of course, in practice. This is free practice, what it counts for zilch. Practice is the meaty part of Friday here at Jerez. But it is Max Jerez who does lead the charge. And if we play out the graphics, Moto2 are warming up. Lewis Sotheby has already moved into comms. Elliot York is staying put, but for myself, Kiko Giles, that is all she wrote this morning. I'm going to leave you in the company in Moto2 of Lewis Sotheby and Elliot York. Enjoy.
It's a very good morning to you from the Circuito de Jerez, Angel Nieto, one of the iconic venues on our Grand Prix calendar. We're not biased, they are all good, but there is nothing quite like Jerez. On the last weekend of April, our traditional start of the European season, the European leg of the MotoGP World Championship, where it feels like potentially a bit of a fork in the road, a bit of a milestone weekend. Is it potentially a reset for the reigning MotoGP World Champion, Marc Marquez, who arrives here as something of an underdog? And we haven't said that about the 93 for quite some time on home soil. Many fans already here on this Friday morning. Can tell you that as far as the grandstand's concerned, it is a total sellout on Sunday for this Spanish Grand Prix. And they'll be coming here, I'll say, to see one thing. I think there are several Spaniards that they would quite happily see win, but as you can see there, the 93 takes centre stage at the Spanish Grand Prix. Can Marc Marquez begin his and Ducati's fight back into title contention at his home Grand Prix? We'll get our answers over the next 48 hours or so. Spanish Grand Prix course on Sunday. We're already up and running with Moto3. World Championship, of course, in that class is led by a Spaniard. That's also the same here in Moto2. A Spaniard leads the World Championship. It's not this man, for very good reason. Marcos Ramirez appearing for the first time in Moto2 this season. He takes the place of the injured Angel Piqueras, which allows us to cover off some of the early housekeeping immediately. It has to be said, though, Marcos Ramirez and indeed World Championship leader Manu Gonzalez, quite a long way down the list of headlines coming from the United States Grand Prix a few weeks ago now. As we wish the very best to Angel Piqueras, who outlines there the injuries that he is suffering from. A dramatic start to the United States Grand Prix. Lewis Sotheby and Elliot York, as always, with you in Moto2 practice commentary. That is the naughty step being occupied by Alberto Ferrandez. United States Grand Prix, with no shortage of talking points.
No, absolutely not. Morning, mate, and hello to everyone just tuning in for the start of this weekend, and of course in Moto2. Yes, Alberto Ferrandez causing a crash during the opening lap. First offence, he will start the Sunday Grand Prix from pit lane, and here's a replay of what happened. Don't really enjoy looking at this too much, and just the sheer sort of unluckiness for Angel Piqueras. Wrong place, wrong time. Ferrandez coming in there at a rate of knots, and it's something that you just do not like to see over and over again. And unfortunately for Piqueras, has picked up a fractured left femur, fractured dislocated left ankle, 2 broken ribs as well, a pulmonary contusion and a torn ACL. Horrific list of injuries, got to be said, for Angel Piqueras. So we wish the Spaniards, who was having a fantastic weekend over in the United States, a really quick recovery. It's going to be a long injury layoff, predicting around about 10 weeks or so. Piqueras will be trying to get back as quickly as possible, but those aren't injuries that you want to be rushing back from. So unfortunately for Piqueras, he was the real loser in that situation. Just terrible look for the Spanish rookie. Ferrandez, understandably so, getting a pit lane start for that mistake. Of course, didn't do it on purpose. It was just one of those things that unfortunately can happen in motorcycle racing. Had serious consequences, of course, for Angel Piqueras, but Ferrandez, understandably so, getting a pretty harsh penalty starting from pit lane. And again, just send our best wishes to Piqueras, because that was a real nasty crash over in Kota. And as I mentioned, do not like seeing that too often. When you initially saw it, it was sort of, obviously you guys were commentating, Lewis, we were watching in the media centre, and it was just one of those where everyone just went sort of, wow. Yeah, there was an intake of breath, wasn't there, when we saw it. Fair to say that a variety of views on the penalty that was handed out to Ferrandez. We'll cover them as we go through the session. Here's a rider that I was waiting patiently to see on screen for very good reason. Senna Agius, who decided to pick his first points up of the season in a dose of 25 for winning the United States Grand Prix. So I don't know if you're a believer in fate, but it kind of felt as if some things are just meant to be, and it kind of felt, given the emotion, given the despair, understandably, and the state of mourning that the intact team were in with the loss of Robbie Lunaday, a much-loved Mechanica of Senna Agius. I mean, first of all, we have to doff our cap to Senna for competing and winning under those circumstances, but there were many dry eyes in the house and many in the Grand Prix paddock who weren't absolutely thrilled for Senna and intact. No, yeah, echoes those thoughts, mate. Great to see Agius winning a race. Great for the Australian fans. Of course, Agius, a really exciting prospect in Moto2. Has dreamed, of course, to move into MotoGP in the not too distant future. Has already, of course, won 2 races previous to his United States success. But yes, of course, after everything that he and the team had been through over the last couple of weeks, Brazil was an almighty challenge for everyone down there in the Intact garage, and to arrive at a circuit where Aegis said in the past that he's really struggled at. Mentally, it was tough going from Brazil, where it was a tough weekend for various reasons. On track, of course, he struggled, but of course, away from the circuit is where everyone was suffering over in the Intact garage. I spoke to the team down there, and they said it was obviously very, very difficult, and continues to be very difficult after one unfolded. But for Aegis to sort of reset, head to a track that he doesn't necessarily get along well with, and sort of get knuckled down. And he said a positive mindset heading into Austin was really made all the difference. And to go out there and do what he did, held off the challenge of Celestino Vietti, and Guevara was breathing down his neck as well, of course, as well. And to go out and do what he did, to win his third Grand Prix, and get points on the board for the first time this season as well, was a magnificent job done from Aegis. And you can take positives from a race win in any weekend, but I think especially that weekend Aegis can walk away knowing that he's done an absolutely phenomenal job after what unfolded in the weeks previous.
It's fair to say that the problems and the lack of performance for Senna wasn't all down to the tragic off-track circumstances in Brazil. There were other circumstances that contributed to that, but of course so difficult for anybody to concentrate on their job when someone so integral to your team, your department, wherever you do, whatever line of work you're in, is missing in those circumstances. Here's his teammate, Manu Gonzalez, who just lead the World Championship with 39.5 points, which is a rather low total to lead the World Championship after 3 Grand Prix, but it has been that unpredictable so far in Moto2 this season. 3 different winners from the first 3 Grand Prix. If you extend it into last season, we've now had 6 different winners in the last 6 Moto2 encounters. 6 different riders have already stood on a podium, and 8 riders have led a lap, which is impressive given that 2 of the races were much shorter than their intended distance. But we have already had 8 different riders lead a Grand Prix in the official racing laps that we've had in Moto2 so far this season. Gonzalez 3.5 points clear of Ifan Guevara, who we saw a moment ago. 7.5 points covers the top 4 at this stage of proceedings. Manu Gonzalez, I guess really early to be describing it as damage limitation, but that's kind of what it was for Manu in Austin.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Gonzalez would have been sort of happy to leave Austin, still leading the championship, or leading the championship once again after the disappointments that Danny Holgado encountered over that weekend. We'll get into all of that, of course. But yeah, Gonzalez doing what he needed to do on Sunday anyway. Of course, qualified in 9th place, and when you're qualifying down in P9, you're always making life difficult to try and stand on the podium from there. So a top 5 finish, I think Gonzalez was pretty happy with that. And of course, heading to his home Grand Prix as the championship leader, a race he won out, of course, last year in dominant fashion as well, in the same team, on the same bike. So Gonzalez heads into this weekend as potentially a pre-weekend favourite in many people's eyes after what unfolded last year. But Gonzalez is basically doing what he needs to do, as you said, damage limitation. When you haven't got the pace, or you don't give yourself the chance to win the race or stand on the podium potentially in qualifying or throughout the weekends, then a top 5 finish certainly isn't a bad result. So yeah, Gonzalez, and Aegis mentioned this after the race as well. He mentioned that to be a world champion, as we know, you've got to be consistent. And Aegis was saying he's learning a lot from Gonzalez in how to sort of manage emotions when things aren't quite going the right way. And if you're qualifying down in 9th or even lower, changing the mindset and realising coming out of a weekend it's better to finish P5 than trying a little bit too hard, doing something you can't do and chucking it on the floor and leaving with a 0 point. So yeah, there's something good going on down there, as we know from last year in the Liquid Molly Dynavolt Intact GP box. Aegis a race winner, Gonzalez now the championship leader once again, and both riders learning from each other. So yeah, things going well down there, and of course Gonzalez will be very happy to be leading the championship after a difficult-ish weekend, let's say, over in the United States.
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? Manu Gonzalez, we kind of became accustomed to him last year, his explosive single lap performance and his ability to qualify up on the front row or for a couple of rows of the grid. Yet to see him on the front row so far this season. In fact, he's 2-1 down in qualifying head-to-head versus his teammate Senna Aegis, who certainly was a little weaker in qualifying last year than he was generally on Sundays. FP1 then is underway, so we can't exactly cover off the housekeeping. We have brought you some of the early news. The return of Captain Andalusia. His nickname, not ours, but we'll go along with it for his home Grand Prix. Marcos Ramirez, who is in for the injured Angel Piqueras. We've covered the reasons for that. And now Ramirez, of course, is a regular in the World Supersport Championship with the QJ Motor squad. And given that they're a title sponsor of the MSI team, and given that he's local, it was an obvious replacement choice for the MSI team. So he will partner Ivan Ortola this weekend. We do also welcome back from injury this weekend Luca Lanetta for the Speed RS Boscoscuro team. Of course, he broke his leg in the first Grand Prix of the season in a clash with Sergio Garcia. Lanetta missed both Brazil and Austin. Makes his return to action, and hopefully we'll see him make his first official Moto2 start here this weekend after a rookie campaign, which in the limited time we've seen of him on track has actually been quite impressive and competitive so far for Luca. He did shine here in testing back in February. So the 32 is back in action. We've covered off Ferrandis' pit lane start. He is one of two riders carrying penalties into this weekend. Sergio Garcia, who was kind of involved in the same incident, but I guess they kind of had to be designated as two incidents at the same time. He was involved at the same time in an incident which took down, amongst others, David Alonso, and Danny Munoz, I believe, was another rider also taken down in that incident. So Sergio Garcia on the number 3 for the Grassini squad. He won't start in the pit lane, but he's got the next worst thing, a double long lap penalty.
Yeah, Sergio Garcia also walking away from Austin with a dislocated right shoulder as well. So hopefully that doesn't cause Garcia too much trouble this weekend at his home Grand Prix, but a double long lap penalty will cause him trouble on Sunday afternoon. He's going to lose around about 6 seconds in the Grand Prix. Pretty unfortunate for Garcia, who was spooked, I think, by Alberto Ferrandis' machine, and of course Ferrandis himself storming up the insides down there in the crash that you just saw at the top of the programme. And unfortunately Garcia took down a couple of riders as well, including David Alonso at the same corner a little bit further down the order, and was handed a double long lap penalty. So yeah, good to see Garcia back on track, to put it politely, after of course seeing him dislocate his right shoulder, and that's the injury that we've seen cause riders plenty of troubles in the past. So yeah, fingers crossed for Garcia. We can just have a clean weekend of things, because it's not been the ideal start to life back as a full-time Moto2 rider for Sergio Garcia, former championship leader in this class, of course.
Yeah, it felt, certainly when I first saw the penalty, it felt slightly on the harsh side to me, the penalty for Sergio Garcia. Although I guess in the view of the stewards, being spooked or scared by what happened on his left with Alberto Ferrandis wasn't deemed enough mitigation for Sergio Garcia. Ultimately, he and he alone is in control of his own motorcycle. Unfortunately, he did also make a mistake at the same corner, which took other riders down on his right-hand side. I think most in the pit lane understood the penalty for Alberto Ferrandis when he was booted into the pit lane for this weekend's Spanish Grand Prix. I think most people, given the severity of the incident, felt that was about right. Not the case, though, at MSI, who decided to respond very quickly. Let's just bring you the statement that the team sent out yesterday. They said MSI Racing Team would like to express its disagreement with the sanction imposed following the incident in Austin. The manoeuvre carried out by Alberto Ferrandis was clearly reckless and caused a serious accident that left our rider and Piqueras with multiple injuries, which have already been publicly communicated. We understand the crashes and racing incidents are part of the sport. However, we believe that in this case, an unacceptable limit was exceeded in terms of risk and safety. The penalty applied appears insufficient in relation to the severity and dangerous nature of the action, and we firmly believe that decisions of this kind must not set a precedent or lead to interpretations that downplay behaviours and put riders' safety at risk. For this reason, we call for stronger and more decisive measures in situations like this in defence of safety, respect on track, and the responsibility that competition demands. Signed, yours sincerely, MSI Racing Team. Now, I think we can all understand why MSI were cross, to put it mildly, given that Angel Piqueras, who made such a bright start, was qualified on the front row for the United States Grand Prix, has had his season interrupted in this fashion. But it feels like a statement that was written when the United States Grand Prix ultimately finished, and they've almost had that one in the drafts ready to go, waiting for the penalty for Alberto Ferrandis. I'm not sure, quite frankly, how much stronger they could have been for Alberto Ferrandis. It's not a race ban, but it might as well be, because he's going to be riding out at the back of the field on Sunday. And there was certainly no malice in what happened back in Austin. It was a clear mistake, a mistake with very painful and unfortunate consequences for Carpe, but can't say, and I've seen it a few times, I think once was enough, but we have seen it a few times, it didn't feel race ban worthy to me.
No, I completely agree, and as you mentioned, you can completely understand why the MSI team are angry and, you know, frustrated. They've got their star rookie now out of action for several Grand Prix, and again, super unlucky, and well wishes to the Carras, but reading between the lines there, they are essentially asking for Ferrandis to be given a race ban, to be benched, to be sidelined, which I think is pretty unfair. Ferrandis didn't do it on purpose. I think if you're going to hand someone on a race ban, if Ferrandis or another rider, of course, has had repeat offences, keeps doing the same thing and keeps leading to consequences, it's a very dangerous sport, as we know, and unfortunately bad things do happen in motorcycle racing. Everyone knows the risks involved, and injuries do happen on a regular basis, unfortunately. However, giving Ferrandis a race ban for that, I think would have been very, very harsh. A massive mistake, a costly one for him, a very costly one for the Carras, of course, as well, and a costly one for MSI. I think a pit lane start is the right thing to do. Ferrandis knows that was a really bad error on the opening lap over in Kota, but as I say, he didn't do it on purpose, and if you're going to give a race ban for that, then I feel like a lot more race bans will be forthcoming for riders making small mistakes with big consequences. You can't always punish, and Simon Crayfar and the stewards have said this themselves, you can't punish the outcome, you've got to sort of punish the action. Ferrandis would have done that potentially on another day. He would have missed everyone and crashed himself. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case over in Kota, so I think the MSI team might look back at that and think, okay, maybe we were being a tad harsh on Ferrandis. For Ferrandis reading that as well in the team, they're not going to be happy to see a fellow outfit trying to get another rider sort of more harshly given a penalty to than a pit lane start. Essentially, what the stewards have done.
To the way they would have actually come.
Yeah, exactly, and you know, we don't like to see that. Again, I completely understand why MSI are really annoyed and upset. That's completely understandable. But basically calling for a fellow team and a fellow rider to be, given a race ban is felt. We were quite surprised. I think everyone was quite surprised when that came out and we saw that. It just felt a tad out of line, I've got to say, and yeah. I feel really sorry for MSI, I feel really sorry for the Carras, but ultimately a pit lane start does feel like the right thing to do, because the stewards are basically saying to Ferrandis, look, what you did was out of control, very, very dangerous, and has caused serious consequences for another rider.
And if he does it again, I'm sure he will do that.
Exactly, 100%, and deservedly so. So this weekend, you're going to feel the consequences of starting from pit lane, and probably 90% chance of him not scoring points on Sunday. So it's basically not race banning him, but it is giving him a very, very difficult chance. Of scoring points at his own Grand Prix. So I think from outside of the fence, and I think most people will see that as a fair fence.
Yeah, certainly agree with that. Yeah, they don't explicitly in their statement call for a race ban, but they call for a stronger penalty, and I think the next penalty up
exactly.
Pit lane start essentially would be a race ban. So reading between the lines, that essentially is what they're asking for. Is David Alonso, or there was David Alonso, who's currently in 4th place, who also found himself on the wrong side of the stewards. Not for anything he did, but unfortunately a costly error from the Aspar team in qualifying by affecting his tyre pressures slightly outside of the regulations. And boy, did he pay a heavy price for that. A rider who, I think, all things being equal, if we look at everyone's pace over the weekend, David Alonso had started from pole position in Austin. He was probably going to win that Grand Prix. deserves an awful lot of credit for coming through from deep on the 6th row of the grid in what obviously became a shorter 10-lap race in Austin to still finish 4th. And David Alonso, I guess, finally injecting some momentum into his World Championship challenge this year.
Yeah, for sure. Alonso was the standout rider pretty much all weekend, wasn't he? Of course, qualified on pole position for the first time. As you say, that got snatched away from him quite quickly post-qualifying and had to start from P17, and what a fantastic job he did. Alonso will be happy to get some momentum going, as you rightly say, Lewis, in 2026. But of course, he was involved in that turn 11 crash. Garcia ultimately took the Colombian out, so it could have been an afternoon where he scored 0 points, would have been a complete disaster for Alonso. But of course, got a second chance with the restart, and was just so impressive. I know that he was definitely feeling sort of bittersweet about it. Of course, going from 17th to P4, it's a fantastic race, especially given the shortened distance, no matter which way you look at it. But it was a weekend where a victory, we all felt on Saturday when he qualified on pole for the first time. Everyone viewed that as, right, well, Alonso, the rider who's only going to beat Alonso tomorrow really is Alonso himself. Of course, then he got the penalty, started from P17 compared to pole position. It's a completely different proposition. But to get a healthy 13 points on the board and lift himself up to P7 in the overall championship standings, and still to now just be 15.5 points away from Gonzalez, Alonso will have reflected on that weekend as a really positive one. And of course, it was through no fault of Alonso's that the tyre pressures were so minimal under the threshold. It was a mistake, of course, but these tyre pressures obviously I think annoy quite a lot of people, us included. We don't like to see pole positions and of course podiums and race wins being decided by very minimal tyre pressures, but that's the name of the game, of course, in MotoGP, Moto2 and Moto3. Rules are rules. Everyone else in Moto2 in qualifying stuck to them. Unfortunately, the Aspar team just got it slightly wrong, but yeah, Alonso on the number 80. P4, fantastic job done. Now for Alonso, he'll be wanting to carry that momentum into the European leg of the season.
Yeah, where his rookie season did start to pick up last season, even if he was involved in an incident with Ethan Guevara, the rider we were following a moment ago, which saw Alonso cop a penalty for the French Grand Prix a couple of weeks later. He is on the number 80. It's fair to say a bit of an up and down, a bit of a mixed bag of a weekend for Aspar, wasn't it, in Austin? We've covered Alonso and the down on Saturday, followed by the up on Sunday afternoon. To say it was down and deeper down for Danny Holgado in Austin, Texas. A poor weekend which saw him in qualifying one for the second consecutive weekend. Of course, much like he did in Brazil, he salvaged that by getting through Q1. He was only able to qualify up in 15th place, having come through that first qualifying session with Danny Holgado. And whether it was impatience or whether it was just an error in judgment, a typical turn 1 mistake, but Danny Holgado putting, I guess, the icing on a pretty horrible tasting cake for him back in Texas by tagging Joe Roberts at the first corner, which obviously then led to a long lap penalty for him at the restart. A weekend that Holgado will be keen to vanish into the annals of history.
Yeah, that's exactly what he said post-race as well. He'll just be wanting to put that to one side and forget about it, learn from it, of course, as well. And he said hopefully in the future he can improve on those feelings and not dwell on the negatives. Yeah, absolutely. Dwelling on the United States Grand Prix for Holgado is something that he won't be doing and the team won't be doing either. A strange one, wasn't it? Holgado, of course, qualified on pole position after coming through Q1 in Brazil, but wasn't able to do that again over in Austin. And it was just one of those weekends, sort of like Gonzalez, just put to a more exaggerated level, really, where didn't ever look like Holgado properly got going. Finished in P20, of course, in practice on a Friday, and then didn't finish inside the points on Sunday either. Second worst Moto2 finish for Danny Holgado. 18th at Silverstone last year was his previous worst. He also finished 16th in France last year as well. So Holgado, the former championship leader, will be focusing on the positives, as he said. The positive, of course, he won over in Brazil and finished on the podium over in Thailand. So hopefully, for Holgado's sake, it was just one of those weekends where it just did not come together, and coming to a circuit like Jerez, where he knows will hopefully birth a much better result and a better time, I think, because if he has a repeat performance or something similar, then the sort of got to start worrying for Holgado, but he's up inside that top 5 already, so already this weekend compared to Kota, it's looking a little bit more promising, but he won't want to come close to repeating what happened over in Kota.
Yeah, I'm sure they've packed the birthday candles, the cake of the cars this weekend down at Aspar. They've got plenty of celebrating to do this weekend. Here's David Alonso, who showing us perhaps not the ideal way to tackle turn 12, the final right-hander before the infamous turn 13 left-hander. Yeah, it's a birthday weekend for Aspar because David Alonso, well, he'll celebrate his 20th birthday tomorrow. Daniel Holgado, who's a year ahead of him, he'll turn 21 on Monday. So both of the Aspar riders looking to add to the celebrations this weekend and perhaps not run into each other like they did in this Grand Prix here last year when Daniel Holgado, of course, crashed out. Yeah, it was probably the worst weekend of Holgado's Moto2 career in Austin, of which there have been very few poor ones so far. He has been super impressive in his year and a quarter so far as a Moto2 competitor. Here is Senna Aegis, who has just moved up a place into second despite not improving. That's because he's on an identical time to third place now, David Alonso. It's Barry Baltus who currently leads the session on a 1:39.885. That is only around 0.3 of a second shy of the all-time lap record of Denis Oncu, who set that on the IO Calex here last year. Is Baltus another of those riders who will be telling a bit of a hard luck story from Austin, Texas? Another rider to cop a penalty, a long lap penalty for an unsafe change of direction, something that he has previous fault because he essentially did the same in his previous Moto2 pole position. This time he didn't get away with it.
Yeah, another one where I think a lot of us viewed it as slightly harsh. I know Simon Crowfire, who potentially is listening, potentially not, will not agree with that one, because ultimately Alonso Lopez did get the whole shot, the other rider involved in that, into turn 1. You can understand it though. It was, you saw in the replays, Baltus did move across and it was a little bit close for comfort, got to be said, between Lopez and Baltus, and you know, if something goes wrong there, it can have very serious consequences. But yeah, I do think, and we saw the sort of, when the red flag was happening, Baltus saw, I think the ticker came up on the TV screens as he was, of course, on the TV himself, and I think he was even surprised, understandably so, by that penalty as well. And it's a shame for Baltus because obviously qualified on the front row, then got promoted to pole position, his debut pole in Moto2, to obviously Alonso's sort of disappointment, but happy days for Baltus. He receives that watch instead of Alonso, and then was looking really strong in the race as well, was leading it. Had a battle with Aegis as well. Aegis did mention after the race that he did briefly forget that Baltus did have a long lap penalty. Knew it at the start of the race, but when they were embroiled in the battle for P1, Aegis did briefly forget and was ready to get ready and engage in battle with the number 7. So yeah, it was sort of a race victory, definitely a podium for Baltus that slipped away with the long lap penalty. But nevertheless, after sort of a disappointing opening couple of races for Baltus, that was more like the Baltus we saw last year. And of course, the podium finisher here last year was Baltus, second place, starting from the front row here in Jerez. That was sort of where Baltus really began his charge to finish inside that top 3 in the Moto2 World Championship last year. So great to see the number 7 back up the front, but yeah, definitely sort of a weekend and a long lap penalty where he'll have felt it was a bit harsh. I think other people would have seen it as a little bit harsh as well, but sometimes you got to play by the rules and the rules have to be set, and that's understandable. But yeah, Baltus I think can maybe feel a little bit hard done by, but I think he'll have put that to the back of his mind. Top 6, a decent job done, all things considered, for Baltus, and points on the board, which is the most important thing.
Of course, it's such a tougher penalty in a shortened race, which we ultimately got in Austin. You don't have the same time you'd ordinarily have to make up the ground for that penalty. If you look at his general race pace in Austin, Baltus, and compare it to the lap where he served the long lap, he lost 2.8 seconds serving that long lap penalty. He only finished 3.2 seconds off race winner Senna Aegis, and Baltus, of course, was in a bit of traffic. He was up behind Manuel Gonzalez in the latter stage of that race. So, yeah, totally agree. He would have at the very least been in that podium battle, if not fighting Senna for victory back in Austin. But he's made certainly a very bright start to this weekend, Barry Baltus. I guess if you're being a little critical of Barry, you can't say he hasn't been warned, because I guess the harder line that's been taken now, as that's a big crash for Alonso into the final corner, who has had problems with that corner before. Lost a Moto3 victory here a few years ago, and of course crashed with Ethan Guevara last year, and he has totaled his Kalex in FP1.
Yeah, Nico Tirol, the team manager, not looking too impressed with that, and understandably so. Good to see Alonso back up on his feet. Turn 13, we saw him getting out of shape there a few moments ago, and the front end goes early for Alonso, and then we do see the bike unfortunately about to power roll through the gravel. Potentially session over for Alonso, because that is one damaged Kalex.
That's much fuel too.
Yeah, the fuel tank comes apart there as well. That is one destroyed Kalex triumph, unfortunately, for Alonso. You just pointed out on the timing screens, Lewis, that he did go through the third split with a red helmet, so was pushing on Alonso, of course, up inside second place. The good thing is he's all okay. The bike, however, is not.
Doesn't make life easy for himself, does he? David Alonso, remember back in Buriram when he crashed in practice, having already put himself in qualifying one that weekend. It's never dull when David Alonso is concerned. He's been quick in this FP1 session, but perhaps too quick for his own good there. Into the final corner, the Jorge Lorenzo hairpin of turn 13. He was just about to cover off the Baltas issue when we saw Alonso's crash. Of course, it was his swerve off the start line in Brno last year, which I think really did trigger a bit of a harder line on that kind of behaviour through Grand Prix, particularly off the start. So perhaps Barry Baltas drawing attention to a kind of offence, which he then committed again in Austin. So perhaps in that respect, Baltas can have precious few complaints, but he won't be complaining at the moment in this session, leading on a 1:39.885. Here is Ivan Ortola tackling the final corner. Of course, on the MSI Kalex, the number 4, former Moto3 winner here as well. It's Ivan, and this should lift him a long way up the order, up into the top 8 now. 1:40.686. Ortola, who's had a consistent enough start to the season, points in each of the first 3 races. Well, he hasn't quite hit the heights of Buriram in the doubleheader since then. 10th in Brazil and just 11th in the United States, although he did say he understood why his Sunday in Austin was relatively uncompetitive, having looked good to that point.
Yeah, of course, a race winner here, as you mentioned, Lewis, in 2023, podiumed here in 2024 as well, finished outside the points in his rookie season in Moto2 last year. But yeah, Ortola having a solid start to life in 2026, as you mentioned, just finishing outside the top 10 over in the United States. Was unlucky not to finish on the podium, of course, over in Thailand. But Ortola, of course, on the less favoured Boscoscuro chassis last year, but of course moving on to a Kalex, the MSI team this year. So obviously a different sort of, different chassis altogether to get used to for Ortola this year. So we can't forget that. But Ortola will definitely sort of happy with how his season has started, consistently and scoring points as well. He's 10th in the championship, 22 points behind Manu Gonzalez. Such is the close nature of Moto2 this season. Alonso Lopez jumps up into the top 10, just one place ahead of Ivan Ortola, who just talking about. But yeah, Ortola will be aiming to first and foremost have a better qualifying. He qualified in P4 over in Thailand, and then of course crossed the line in P4 over in Buriram, but then qualified in 12th in Brazil, started from P18 over in the United States. So if you can just improve qualifying, get back to what he was able to do over in Thailand, of course that gives him and everyone else, of course, a much better chance of trying to finish on the podium inside that sort of top 5, top 6 region. That if you want to be challenging for championships like Gonzalez did over in Austin, that's where you want to be finishing if you're going to have an off day.
Still sort of, I guess, waiting for this Moto2 World Championship to take shape in 2026, because it has been so unpredictable. It has been so random, I guess is the word, so far this season. As mentioned at the start of the broadcast, 6 different riders on the podium, and there's only been 9 available spots so far this season. Gonzalez, Holgado and Guevara perhaps establishing themselves as title contenders, because they've been repeat podium visitors so far this season. Dani Munoz, Senna Regis and Celestino Vietti, 1 podium finish apiece. 2 Kalex riders, 2 Boscoscuro riders in the top 4 of the World Championship. And from a Boscoscuro point of view, at this stage, we've got Vietti up in 5th and Ethan Guevara in 13th place. Both on the podium back in the Grand Prix of the Americas, and certainly what we have seen in the first 3 Grand Prix is that Boscoscuro's best bets for any sort of success this season are in the Vietti and Guevara camps.
Yeah, absolutely. We knew from Guevara's start to the season, obviously finishing second over in Thailand and just didn't give himself a good qualifying position over in Brazil. It went from P13 to P6 in Goiânia. This is another replay of what happened to David Alonso, and that really does go early. Of course, not scrubbed off a lot of speed on the brakes there, and you can understand how and why that Kalex triumph has barreled into the gravel trap. Alonso back upon his feet and just sort of looking into the gravel, sort of what happened there, and understandable so, because that did go very early. Good to see the Colombian already back in the box. Scrapes on the leathers, of course, but the main thing is he is all okay. Thumbs up and a smile, which is good to see. However, as you mentioned, Lewis, that might be the lunch break cancelled for the mechanics down there in the Aspar garage. But yes, back to the Boscoscuro chat. Vietti and Guevara, inside the top four in the championship. Vietti was really impressive. Had a few moments on Sunday, didn't he, Celestino? Vietti was really wringing the neck of that Boscoscuro and just ran out a little bit of grip in the latter stages, but did keep tabs with Aegis and of course kept it ahead of Ethan Guevara as well, and did say afterwards that it wasn't one of his easiest tracks, and managing the tyres was very difficult. The front ends, he said, was dropping when he did catch Aegis, but did mention that despite the sort of tyre woes, let's call them, that Vietti endured, he did give kudos to Aegis, say he was just riding better and managing the tyres better, and that's something he has to learn from, and was excited to get to Jerez as well. Finished inside the top two here at the test, and yes, if there's going to be a championship title win that isn't going to be on a Kalex, it definitely feels like, and certainly looks like, it's going to be one of Guevara or Vietti who's going to be taking that mantle. Luca Boscoscuro will be hoping, it's going to be Chelsea and Vietti, because that's ultimately the sort of factory Boscoscuro team. But I don't think he'll mind at all if Guevara can keep sticking on the podium and fight the likes of Gonzalez, Holgado, Danny Munoz, of course, up inside that top five in the championship centre. Aegis P6, Alonso, of course, we've just seen down the road as well. Plenty of riders, as we mentioned, sticking their names in the hat for certainly the early title chase. Of course, Gonzalez leading it as things stand, and you're right, I completely agree. We're yet to sort of see a rider really take the championship by the scruff of the neck. No one really looks like the standout rider this year, and I know Gonzalez at the start of the year and has said since that this Moto2 campaign, unlike last year, there's sort of 6, 7, 8, maybe more riders who look like they can come into a weekend and podium it. That wasn't the case last year.
Yeah, of course, the half-point situation in Buriram does contribute slightly to how tight it is, with only 12.5 points picked up for Gonzalez for winning that Grand Prix. As we take a look at Alonso Lopez, we've already seen David Alonso go down, and Alonso Lopez was joining him. That's this time at turn 6, what was once called the Dry Sack Hairpin. It's now named, of course, after Dani Pedrosa. Alonso Lopez overshooting at the end of the back straight. Only 2 heavy braking points or long straights worthy of the name around this Jerez circuit. It's pretty tight, it's pretty compact, pretty fast and furious too. I'm expecting very slim margins between the Moto2 field and indeed the MotoGP field. It was certainly mentioned on more than one occasion yesterday. Marco Bezzecchi, the MotoGP World Championship leader, says that it's going to be super uber close here this weekend, because everyone knows this circuit so well, particularly of course in the Moto2 and Moto3 classes, of course, because they spent their pre-season testing here.
Yeah, exactly that. I posed the question to Marc Marquez, of course, because a lot of talk coming into Jerez and sort of the European leg of the season when we start, of course, in the likes of Thailand, the USA, and of course this year Brazil for the first time as well. Jerez, as we know, is a track that everyone knows, some serious chatter there on the Kalex of Barry Bautas coming through the fast right-handers of turn 11 and then into turn 12. But he's pushing on, is Bautas, so we'll park the chat about Jerez and the competitive nature and the closeness of the weekend for now, because Bautas might be moving the goalposts here and making it not so close in FP1.
Yeah, 1:39.5 is the all-time lap record. Barry Bautas, a 1:39.525, does beat it by 400ths of a second. Denis Oncu from pre-practice 2 on Saturday morning last year. On Friday morning here in Jerez has seen the lap record beaten by Barry Bautas, a 1:39.525. What sort of pace were they setting in testing earlier in the year. Alex Estridge in the Jerez tested at 38.8, so that's, I guess, the unofficial lap record. Officially, it now belongs to the Belgian Barry Bottas.
A confident Belgian on board that Alex machine. Good stuff from Bottas, who we mentioned, of course, had a sort of coming of age weekend in 2026 at least over in Austin. Mario Aggi jumping up to people. Good stuff from the Indonesian. But yeah, going back to the sort of closeness that the Jerez brings, and coming back to Europe after 3 sort of different races, different conditions, different types of circuit. Marc Marquez, of course, was saying that, you know, it's different in Moto2, but in MotoGP coming up, that Ducati has won all 3 races so far this year on completely different circuits. So to say that we're going to learn a lot more, and Jerez is really where the championship begins, is, he didn't say it's total nonsense, but reading between the lines, he pretty much said it's total nonsense. Of course, this weekend is a track that everyone knows like the back of their hand, no matter what class you're in, Moto3, Moto2, and of course in MotoGP as well. So I think Mark rightly said, and he knows a lot more than me, of course, that, you know, we are going to learn things, but don't get anything wrong. If you've been quick in the opening 3 races, you're going to be quick all season long. It's not just Jerez where we're going to learn a lot about it. Bottas going again. He's not going to quite beat the lap record this time round, but he gets pretty close to it. So this is a really strong run from Bottas in this opening session of the weekend. Pretty much 4 tenths clear of Alonso, of course. Looks like he won't be heading out in this session, but he is the current closest challenger to Bottas as things stand.
Denis Oncu wants his lap record back as he now moves up into 3rd place. Best we've seen from him. Mark VDS were absolutely nowhere here in testing back in February, but Oncu up into what was 3rd, now 4th, as Agius retakes 2nd place on a 139.6. Gonzalez then, the points leader, looking to join that group in the 39s, currently in 12th. He now goes up into 3rd on a 39.7, so it's Bottas, Agius, Gonzalez, Fantic, intact inside your top 3, and as Manu Gonzalez become the latest rider to get a little bit cross with Alberto Ferrandez.
A little shake of the head there, and then a wave of the arms. So yeah, reading body language as we only can do, of course, looking at the riders on track. He wasn't too impressed with his fellow Spaniard there, coming into and out of the stadium section here in Jerez. But he has jumped up to P3, Gonzalez, so when he looks at the timesheets, he won't be too unhappy with that. But maybe could have found a bit more time if it wasn't Ferrandez. Of course, didn't see what happened in the lead up to that, but yeah, Gonzalez unhappy with something. Bottas once again within touch of his all-time lap record here in Jerez. What a section of track this is, by the way, coming out of the stadium section, the famous amphitheatre here at the Circuito de Jerez, Angel Nieto, and then through the fast right handers of 11 and 12 before it all leads into turn 13. Yellow flags and in sector 3. I'm going to say that is normally turn 6, but also turn 9 is a pinch point, and that is where Denis Oncu looks like he has gone down there at turn.
Yes, after injecting some optimism into his weekend in his season, unfortunately, Oncu was underlining how hard he was pushing going down as he enters the Paluki, the stadium section here in Jerez, where we are going to see absolutely thousands of fans there on Sunday afternoon watching their heroes cross MotoGP, Moto2, Moto3, lifting the hand there for Manu Gonzalez, practice indicating that he had seen and had slowed down for the yellow flags. Get to see Oncu post-crash. Hopefully going to sight of him very shortly. He still sits in 6th place. Arbolino 7th, second of the Fantics. Here is Denis Oncu's confirmation he is absolutely fine. And we're now going to see what happened to him on the left hand of turn 9. Had a bit of a bobble on the way in, gets onto the perhaps dirtier, less grippy part of the racetrack, and unfortunately it was only going to end one way.
Yeah, that was some serious chatter on the front end of that Bosforo for Denis Oncu, wasn't it? And you can see how dirty it was there offline. So that's a bit of a warning for the competitors. That's Francesco Guidotti that Denis Oncu is chatting to trackside. Yeah, Guidotti and Denis Oncu just noticing the front end chatter there coming through turn. You can see it there on Arbolino's machine as well. Maybe a few bumps have appeared here in Jerez that weren't there before. Arbolino keeping it up right through turn 9, which is where Denis Oncu went down. It's, I know, a crash for Oncu, but still promising signs that he was able to put in a lap time under half a second away from the all-time lap record. Of course, limited mileage on a Bosforo machine around here. There's Denis Oncu, so had a pretty disastrous weekend, it's got to be said, the Turk over in Austin. So early doors yet, and I know he's just crashed, but a bit more promising for Oncu.
Yeah, he wasn't higher than 15th in any session all weekend. He crashed on the sighting lap, didn't he, when he was getting ready to restart the race, which forced him to pull up at the back of the grid, which kind of summed up his United States Grand Prix weekend, where we just had improvements for Chelsea Vietti, who's got both Kinet, second of the Boscoscuros from RBS. He's joined his teammate in the top 10. He is now 10th. Holgado up to third on a 39.7, replaced there by Manu Gonzalez as the field now do start to close in on Bautis and Aegis. Ortola also falls in that category as he now moves up into third on a 39.6 from what was a pretty spaced out top 10. We now have just over half a second covering the top 10.
Yeah, half second covering the top 10 is still, by Moto2 standards, quite a large gap, it's got to be said. Arbolino currently rounding out the top 10. Yeah, decent stuff from Kinet to be 6 tenths away, a couple of tenths shy of his teammate Denis Oncu. And yeah, good to see Ortola back up inside that top 3 on the number 4. Here he is on your screens. Of course, has a different teammate in the box, Marcos Ramirez's. That is not a pretty sight for the mechanics down there at Aspar. That is one damaged Kalex Triumph, and Jorge Martinez Aspar looking on and thinking, yeah, that might be a few more euros coming out of the pocket for crash damage, unfortunately, for Alonso. As you can see from the state of the bike, it definitely is session over for the Colombian.
Whatever kind of birthday bonus he was in for, I think it's just been rescinded, unfortunately, for
the cake's been taken back to the shop.
Yeah, or it'll be put straight in his face later on. Although that is generally the custom here in this Grand Prix paddock when you celebrate a birthday in these parts. Chelsea Vietti now tackles the final corner. Vietti doesn't have the greatest of records around here, best of 6 back in 2022, but he didn't have a great record at Austin either, going into the US Grand Prix, and he put that right with a podium finish. Vietti stays 6th, but he's now within a quarter of a second of the pace. He is the leading Boscoscuro. Boscoscuro's 6th for Vietti, 9th for Oncu, and now 12th for Aaron Kinet. But a quiet session so far for Ethan Guevara. He's down in 18th.
Yeah, certainly has been not mentioned or seen him once, really, Guevara. Mentioned, of course, in the Boscoscuro title potential challenge. But yeah, Guevara, of course, got taken out by David Alonso down at that final corner. Here's another look at that damaged Kalex machine of Alonso's. We're going to get a replay of the crash once again, and you can just see there, he's just tipping it in to the final corner. And down she goes, and that is not a pretty sight for the Aspar team to be continuing to look at. That's the fuel tank coming apart, coming separated from the bike altogether, and that is one hell of a rebuild job down there at Aspar to get ready for this afternoon's practice session, of course, where it really counts. But Alonso has mileage around here, had race winning pedigree around here as well, but you know, missing vital laps in this session. How many did Alonso complete before? 10 laps. So a decent stint, but of course these riders have continued. Barry Bautis has just lapped his 18th lap, so it shouldn't cost Alonso too much. He knows this circuit, he knows where to be quick and where to not be. But of course, when you're rebuilding that machine, such as the job down there, you never know what can happen heading back out for practice. Some gremlins might appear from the rebuild job. Of course, the Aspar team, super experienced, and they'll do a cracking job of doing so, but you never know what can happen and what might be damaged that isn't able to be seen from the naked eye.
Vietti into second place, so now on a 39.555. That's also under the previous lap record of Denis Oncu. Barry Bautis looks so good into that final corner. I've been noticing through a lot of this session now, he's really got that final sector all under control. No rider can really match him through that part of the lap, nor can Dani Munoz here, the 17 who goes into 9th place. It is a home Grand Prix for Dani Munoz because he does hail from nearby Seville, just around about an hour or so from this Jerez circuit. So a special weekend for Munoz, his first Grand Prix outing here, although of course he has many laps of experience here across European Moto2.
He was a winner here in 2024 in the Moto2 European Championship, so knows what it's like to stand on the top step here in Jerez, but of course, as you mentioned, not in Grand Prix mode. Colin Vire up inside that top 10 was disappointed. The Dutchman was quite harsh on himself after the Grand Prix, after making a mistake, suffering a DNF for the first time in 2026. The Dutchman in his first non-score since San Marino back in the summer of last year when he finished down in P21. So it's been a good run of form for Colin Vire, and that's a good lap time as well, up inside that top 4 for the Dutchman. That's more like it after a disappointing weekend, as he put it sort of mildly, over in Austin.
Yeah, for how good he's looked for a lot of this season, it is rather surprising to see him as low down the World Championship as he is, down in 12th place, but still very early days in the World Championship. And we know that the Red Bull KTM IO team are well versed and know the route to Moto2 title glory. They've done it on several occasions before. As Holgado now climbed a further 3 places up into 4th on a 13.96. So we now have 11 riders who've been able to lap in the 139s, down to Denis Oncu in that 11th place. He and Alonso 10th and 11th. Both of their sessions have come to an early end. Here is Joe Roberts, who's looking to climb up for a P20 with the checkered flag now. To say for all of the hard work that the American racing team had to put in during the red flag stoppage in Austin, Texas, when both of their bikes were smashed to bits. In the 2 instance, of course, Roberts was attacked by Danny Holgado at turn 1 before Salac was involved in the Ferrandez instigated incident. I guess glad and happy to see that they were at least rewarded with something. Joe Roberts coming through to take a fine 9th place.
Yeah, absolutely, on home turf as well. When Holgado, we realised, had taken out Joe Roberts, it was a bit of a, oh no, sort of thing for Roberts after, you know, it's been a disappointing run of form for Roberts, but good to see Roberts having a good weekend of things over at his home Grand Prix. Ethan Guevara will be disappointed to be finishing the session just 1 place ahead of Roberts, down in P19. A low-key session for the number 28 to be 8/10 off, a little bit less than Barry Bautas. Of course, it really matters this afternoon, but the likes of Guevara, the likes of Roberts, the likes of Philip Salac, you just mentioned as well, will be not enjoying seeing themselves down in 19th, 20th and 22nd on the timesheet. So work to do for that trio, and a few more, of course, heading into this afternoon. But Vietti has had a decent session, P2, and less than a 10th away from the all-time lap record. So carrying his momentum over from Austin into Jerez.
It's looking competitive, isn't it? Exactly how we like it and exactly how many forecasted it for this Spanish Grand Prix. Less than 0.2 of a second covered the top 8 in the end in that session. Baltas, Vietti, Aegis, Holgado, Via, Lopez, Ortola, Gonzalez was your top 8. We've had a late crash out of picture for Adrian Huertas, who did not take the checkered flag, and we've now seen the reason why. He went down at the pretty fast 4th gear, turn 11. Even on a Moto2 bike, you're covering the thick end of 100 miles an hour through that corner, and this might be a cancelled lunch break for Italtrans too. There is the crash for Huertas, who very nearly got tangled with the bike as it made a bid for freedom at turn 11.
Yeah, fingers crossed Huertas is okay, because of course he suffered that fractured foot over in Thailand when he was an unlucky member of a very localised rain shower down there. It turn 1 over in Buram, so that is a fast crash here. Of course, fingers crossed that Huertas is okay and the bike isn't too damaged, but not damaged is the reputation of Barry Bautas, because that is a fantastic result to open the weekend with for the Belgian, and he'll be very pleased with that as well. Podium finisher, as you mentioned here, last year, and as things stand, he's well on course to repeat that again. A long time to go in this weekend, of course, but that is the start of the weekend that Bautas would have been looking for, so top job done.
Really good, didn't he? Through the entire session, it wasn't just a one-off lap that launched Baltas to the top of the standings. He was right up there for pretty much the entire session. So this be the weekend. I have to say, eventually, 95th Moto2 start this weekend for Barry Baltas. And of course, having already taken 6 second places, he will not want to add a 7th here this weekend. Surely, with the way this weekend has started for Barry Baltas, he'll be targeting victory here at the Spanish Grand Prix. Senna Aegis continuing the momentum that saw him to victory in Austin, Texas, also starting this Spanish Grand Prix weekend on the front foot, the 81, third fastest in the end. It's Calix, Boscoscuro, Calix inside the top 3. Oncu was the next best Boscoscuro in 11th, although of course we saw him go down through the Angel Nieto corner of turn 9. And for Manu Gonzalez, decent work. Not the blockbuster headline lap times that we are used to seeing from Manu Gonzalez in a free practice one, but he gets his weekend up and running with a 1:39.7 and 8th place. But a lap record for Barry Baltas sees him top FP1. The Moto2 pace already very, very hot. Baltas from Vietti and Senna Aegis. 3 riders who were very much central to the action in Austin a month ago. Danny Holgado, backup former, would appear in 4th, ahead of Colin Via, Alonso, Lopez and Ivan Ortola. Gonzalez, the points leader, 8th from Munoz and Alonso. He and Oncu, who was 11th, both going down this morning. Garcia 12 from Arbolino, Canetta, Skridge, and Chiqueta Sasaki. And perhaps the surprising Itakavara down in 19th place. Joe Roberts next up in 20th, ahead of Van den Gorberg, Salax, Ramirez, Planeta, Ferrandez, Navarro, Parasato, and Jose Antonio Rueda. So the lap record broken already in Moto2. Barry Baltus, the rider to do it, as he topped 3 practice 1. MotoGP get their weekend up and running with their FP1 second in just a moment.
Flyway Tour of Thailand, Brazil and America. MotoGP is fired up for the first of 14 European rounds in 2026 with the Grand Prix of Spain coming an iconic track named after an iconic Spanish racing superstar. The Circuito de Jerez Angel Nieto hosts round 4, neighbouring a city famous for flamenco, equestrian and sherry. FP1 is next live. It's time for MotoGP. What a venue. What a place it is to start our European Tour in 2026. It's the one and only Circuito de Jerez Angel Nieto. 4.423 kilometres length, 2.75 miles. It's going to feel very tight and compact compared to our last visit to Austin in Texas. 13 corners, 8 right and 5, and that's a very short straight of just 607 metres. Corners named after some sporting greats here in Spain. Cito Pons, Dani Pedrosa, Jorge Lorenzo, Angel Nieto, Alex Crivier. Of course, into that stadium section, turn 9 and 10 on Sunday. The atmosphere electric here. Good morning, welcome to Spain, welcome to Jerez, and welcome back. Thankfully, MotoGP 2026, it's felt like forever, but our unexpected 3-week spring break is over, and now the fight for glory starts to gain some serious momentum as we go over 8 races between now and mid-July, and what a place to get us back underway here at Jerez. A true classic Grand Prix on the calendar that never, ever fails to deliver drama, does it? Speaking of drama, well, we had it by the bucket load, didn't we? In Buram, Goiânia and Kota, 3 different riders already so far this season have led the World Championship in 3 rounds. 3 different sprint winners, 7 different riders have already picked up sprint medals, 5 different riders have finished on the Grand Prix podium, and 1 Aprilia star has turned Sundays into a one-man show. So far, Marco Bezzecchi, of course, the Italian, unbeaten in the featured Grand Prix so far in 2026. We've heard about some major surprise rider market moves as well in our Easter break to look at as we're back underway in the company of Matt Burt, Lewis Sutherby in the commentary box, Jack Appleyard, as always, down at the moment what is a pretty cloudy and cool pit lane. Not the sunny start we were hoping for to this round 4 here in Jerez. But Lewis, so many people say that they get the impression that the feeling, the sense that the season really does start to pick up here when we head to Europe, and there's no better place to get our European action underway than right here at this iconic venue, Jerez. We always love being here.
Yes, it definitely falls into the category of a genuine MotoGP classic, this Jerez circuit. It is sold out on Sunday. And many, I think, will be coming here looking to see this man beaten on a Sunday for the first time this year. But Marco Bezzecchi hasn't come close to losing any of our Grand Prix action so far this season. As you saw there on screens, he has now led the last 121 Grand Prix laps in succession and hasn't looked like being passed in any of those 121. Marc Marquez, who will be hoping that this weekend sees the start of his title defence really kicking into gear. He's certainly looking in the direction of this man as the pre-weekend favourite.
What a 2026 has already been so far for the factory Aprilia team. They are in dreamland, aren't they, as we head to Europe. First and second in the World Championship, 4 points is the narrow gap separating Bezzecchi and Jorge Martin here, with a special nod to Jerez. He's got a bit of ham on there. They've got a bit of equestrian on the helmet, as well, a bit of sherry too. Will he be celebrating with some Prosecco on Saturday and Sunday. What a start it has been to the new campaign for Jorge Martin. 4 podiums in the last 2 Grand Prix, double podium in Brazil, followed up by the double podium in Austin, which included, of course, that dramatic sprint victory where he crashed with a wheelie, celebrating afterwards. This time last year, let's not forget, Jorge Martin was recovering after that nightmare crash in Qatar. He said, I can't believe the 12 months I have been through, no regrets. Jorge Martino clearly back to his brilliant best. Can he win for the first time ever in a Grand Prix here on Sunday in Jerez to give himself a great chance of leading the standings as we head to Le Mans in a fortnight's time?
He hasn't even been on a podium here in MotoGP, although he does have a sprint win to his name back in his title-winning season of 2024. So Marc Marquez then, of course, he will see plenty of red in the grandstand. His own personal grandstand is up at turn 1, just over to our right. The We Are 93 fan club, of course, looking to see him to successfully defend his world championship, of course, returning home as world champion for the first time. Of course, he didn't get the chance to ride in Valencia at the end of last season, having won the championship, and then soon after getting injured. Is this weekend, though, the first time since that Indonesia injury where Marc Marquez is 100% fit? He believes so.
He is still showing some pretty nasty battle scars after that real horrendous Friday practice crash he had at the Circuit of Americas in Austin, Texas, what, 3-4 weeks ago now. Clearly Mark's suffering a real severe puncture wound on his right forearm. He was showing the media yesterday in his debrief. It's still pretty heavily scabbed and looking rather uncomfortable for Mark. As ever, though, never using that as an excuse for his failure to find the podium last time out in Austin. That wasn't a problem that came the way of Pedro Acosta. He really has been one of the few riders on a regular basis so far this year, Acosta, to really take it to the Aprilias. And that's why the Spanish rider coming to home turf finds himself third in the World Championship. 21 points as it sits. He is behind Marco Bezzecchi. 2 podiums, of course, now season opener in Thailand. And then there should have been really 2 podiums he would have felt in Austin, Texas a few weeks ago. Of course, the tyre pressure penalty in the sprint, dropping him back from the podium to 8th. But he did follow it up with a 3rd place from the front row in the main Grand Prix. On paper, Lewis, you get the feeling that KTM should be perhaps a bit of a stronger threat to the Aprilia domination here in Jerez this weekend.
Yeah, and he feels, in contrast to last year when they were lacking probably the thick and half a second a lap, he feels he's only really missing a 10th or 2. KTM are working hard to try and close the gap. They don't think it's just an Aprilia Ducati title battle. Pedro Acosta certainly hoping to nose in on the action too. He does, as you mentioned, sit 3rd in the World Championship. There is the very distinctive and easy to spot Trackhouse livery, which we'll see this weekend, and on a couple of occasions in the flyaway stretch later in the season in Japan and Qatar. New sponsor announced this weekend for the Trackhouse team, which means we certainly won't miss Ayagura over the course of this Spanish Grand Prix weekend, but sadly we did miss him in the second half of the action in Austin after that engine problem denied him what looked likely to be a podium.
Superfile are the backers here this weekend, and Team Motegi later in the season and in Qatar. Also, they are the sponsors here in Jerez. They're very distinctive, as Lewis mentioned. Trackhouse livery partners to the Trackhouse NASCAR team back at home in America. Yeah, the Ducati Lenovo team. Look at that, 8 races without a rider on the podium. Their longest streak. What a start that is since Aragon 2012 through Qatar 2014. A stretch of 24 Grand Prix. Just kind of shows how tough it's been of late for Marc Marquez. Of course, we have to factor in that Marc was missing for a whole chunk of those races after his Mandalika shoulder injury last year. But it kind of does reflect the ongoing problems for our double MotoGP world champion, Pecco Bagnaia, who comes into a track which for so many years in MotoGP he called his, what a record, a Bagnaia boast here in Jerez. He's not finished lower than 3rd in the last 5 Grand Prix here, with wins in 2022, 2023 and in 2024. Some stunners in that one as well, some epic battles he had with Marc Marquez. But can you believe it, Bagnaia coming into this 4th round of the championship, just 1 podium so far this season, 2nd in that Austin sprint. He's 9th overall in the standings, and he was nowhere. Looked pretty strong early on, didn't he, Lewis, in the Grand Prix in Austin? He got himself up to about as high as 5th place, and we were thinking game on for the podium, and then his pace fell off a cliff. Some of the Ducati GP26 riders seem to be struggling with a little bit of confidence on braking, stopping performance and corner entry. And clearly what we saw from Bagnaia, he's suffering as well on Sundays in particular with some tyre endurance issues, because his pace was just appalling at the end.
It's weird, isn't it? Because Marc Marquez would appear to be struggling at the start of Grand Prix, but pretty strong in the latter stages. It's the reverse for his teammate Pecco Bagnaia. Both he and Fabio Di Giannantonio, actually, both sort of lost a little bit of pace in the second half of the race when they thought they were saving tyres. Fortunately, from a KTM point of view, they have a depleted fleet once again this weekend. We were hoping to see Maverick Vinales back this weekend, of course, having called an early halt to his Austin weekend due to injury. Went off for some surgery to have that screw removed from his shoulder. Unfortunately, though, he hasn't recovered in time to take part here this weekend, and his place was going to be taken by that man, test rider Paul Espargaro. Unfortunately, though, in a training accident, he has injured his hand, which means that Tech 3 will just have Enea Bastianini to cheer on this weekend.
Yeah, we send our wishes to a continuing speedy recovery to Maverick Vinales, and particularly to the walking wounded Espargaro brothers, who've having a bit of a torrid time at the moment. We just saw their Paul live on screens with a left hand injury, which has cost him the chance to replace Maverick here in this Grand Prix of Spain. And we send our best wishes in particular to his elder brother Aleix, who was out in Sepang testing the new Honda 850cc prototype in Malaysia. Unfortunately, Aleix suffering what sound like a pretty horrendous accident. Very few details have been released by the Espargaro camp or by HRC. What we do know, unfortunately, Aleix was penciled in for a wildcard himself here this weekend on the development RT213V. Sadly, that will not be the case. That sound like Aleix will be sidelined for quite some time. He fractured 4 vertebrae in a real horrific accident over in Sepang. He is back in Europe. He's had an operation in Barcelona. I'm sure if many of you do at home follow Aleix on social media, where he's very, very active. He has started what's going to be a long and intense rehabilitation. So yeah, to some of our absent Spaniards, we wish them speedy recovery.
Yeah, well, soon, particularly to Aleix, it's going to be a long road to recovery for him, and it certainly would appear that Honda are going to be calling on the services of Taka Nakagami, something more than they were planning to perhaps fill the void in the testing capacity that Aleix Espargaro is going to leave behind. Here's Alex Marquez, who was already waving to the crowd when he came through that stadium section here last year on the final lap. An unforgettable first MotoGP victory for Alex Marquez on home soil. Fortunately, though, from his point of view, he appears to be already talking his chances down of a repeat here this weekend.
Yeah, I asked him in the pre-event press conference yesterday what was his chance. He fully had the potential to go back-to-back here in Jerez, and he said, highly unlikely. He said unrealistic to think about a repeat of his heroics here last year. I'd imagine Alex's major concern this weekend is his waistline. He'd have already got through a lot of cake here yesterday in Jerez, having celebrated his 30th birthday. And I'm sure there's more cake to come as well this weekend, because it's a big weekend, a milestone weekend for Alex, as he's scheduled to make his 250th Grand Prix start here at a circuit where his World Championship journey began. Seems like an awful long time ago now, doesn't it? Alex tipping into his 30s yesterday. He came here as a very raw teenage prospect, didn't he? All the way back in 2012 for his Grand Prix debut.
Here's Alex Rins, who's also been in the news, speaking to the media yesterday, confirming that there is no place for him at the factory Yamaha squad next season. He said he had a phone call recently with the team manager down there at the Monster Energy Yamaha squad, Maya Marigali, and was given the news that Yamaha already signed the second rider for next season. The reports are that it's likely to be Ayagura, partnering Jorge Martin, who is also strongly reported to be a Yamaha rider of the future, which unfortunately means for Alex Rins, who is closing in on 150 MotoGP starts himself. It would appear, certainly in a Yamaha capacity, 2026 will be his last season.
Yeah, Alex Rins had tech problems galore over in Austin. I don't think I've ever seen Alex look so deflated on a Saturday and Sunday as he did in Texas. Just completely handcuffed by the underperforming V4 engine underneath him, and the news got worse in that Easter break. And as mentioned in the build-up, we were saying about some surprise rider market moves for 2027. I don't think anybody really saw the Yamaha link with Ayagura. It's all pointing towards what looks like being a very, very strong factory Yamaha lineup next year, with Jorge Martin slotting in with Ayagura. Ayagura, no great surprise, was bombarded with questions yesterday about 2027, including my colleague, or our colleague Kiko Giles, in the broadcaster set here. Asked I was just standing behind Kiko. I was intrigued to see what I said and how he dealt with the incessant questioning about his future. Kiko's obvious first question was, well, what about these Yamaha rumours next year? And I just looked him straight down the camera and went, next question. And then fair play to Kiko. The next question was, well, it looks like there's going to be a factory Yamaha seat available. Does that appeal to you? Is that something you'd be interested in? And I just, again, batted it off quite brilliantly. Maybe yes, maybe no.
Yeah, it's very difficult to get any sort of change out of Ayagura. We've been trying for several years, and yeah, he's very good at flat batting those sort of questions. But as we always say, there is no smoke without fire, and it certainly would appear as if that's the direction that Ayagura is heading in for next season. Certainly what we hope as a neutral is that Ayagura is going to be standing on a MotoGP podium in the very near future, because as I mentioned a moment ago, it certainly looked as if that's where he was heading back in Austin before unreliability struck.
This Yamaha sweep for Agura, you've got to feel has probably blindsided the Prulia and Trackhouse. I mean, they had no intention whatsoever of releasing Ayagura. They clearly see that he's got some great potential.
Very attractive thing for someone.
It really is. I mean, now there's a big queue forming outside Trackhouse Hospitality here with Davide Brivio fighting off managers galore who are desperate to try and secure that very, very coveted seat. We just saw it with Massimo Remo and Davide Brivio at the start of the broadcast having a little natter down in pit lane. I guess this move by Yamaha to go for Agura, it's quite ironic, isn't it, that Honda spent so many years basically developing and nurturing Agura's undeniable talent, and then he's going to slot in on the Yamaha eventually in MotoGP. Question marks now about this, where this might leave the likes of Luca Marini, who pre this Agura news was looking quite a strong candidate for a factory Yamaha seat, given how much he's been prevalent behind the development of the Honda. We know that he's very unlikely to keep his factory Honda seat, with Fabio Quartararo and David Alonso, the Colombian Moto2 star, looking like they're going to be HRC's picks for their factory berth. So yeah, in this ongoing game of musical chairs, Lewis, we're still waiting to find out who's potentially going to be left standing without a seat.
You also imagine it'll be very good news for Raul Fernandez, who surely will keep his place at Trackhouse. You wouldn't expect that they'd want to change both riders. Essentially, it would be changing 3 of the 4 Aprilia riders for next season, with Pecco Bagnaia strongly linked to be the teammate to Marco Bezzecchi next season, of course, with Martin Yamaha bound. Yes, so many rumours, so much speculation, not just in terms of which riders are going to land where, but also how the grid will be made up next season in terms of who will have which bikes. There are still reports that potentially we could see an expanded Honda outfit next season, with rumours still continuing to persist that Tech 3 might even go in the direction of Honda to give them 6 bikes on the grid for next season, which could also impact the rider market in terms of who goes where.
Yeah, and I think it's been pretty obvious. Gunther Steiner, of course, the new CEO of the Tech 3 project, he's made no bones about it yet. He's openly looking in the market to see, in terms of manufacturers, who he might be linking with in the new 850cc era. Another rider who could be heading to very familiar territory next year is Enea Bastianini. He's being very strongly linked with a move back to Gresini Ducati. They're looking potentially for 2 new riders, it looks like. Rather reluctantly, they are going to lose Fermin Aldeguer to BR46 Ducati. The big news, well, big news, it's been big news for quite some time now. It looks like Alex Marquez is going to the factory KTM team as replacement for Pedro Acosta. Now, Bastianini was one of several riders that had to fend off questions about his future yesterday. Now telling the media that he has a 2+1 contract with KTM. This being the 2nd year of the 2. So there's an option, it seems, that KTM have on him for 2027. But as always, there are going to be a lot of clauses, release clauses, get-out clauses, which Enea said that he does have. He did say, though, rather intriguing, he's been a bit mischievous yesterday with the Beast. He said, maybe I'll surprise everybody with what I'm doing next year. But if you believe the gossip columns, Enea strongly linked with a move back to Gresini, which I think would be a good fit for both parties, Lewis.
Yeah, the way the MotoGP rumour mill is unfolding, I'm not sure anything would surprise us anymore, given what we've been reading and hearing over the last 2 or 3 months, really. The city season really kicked off back in late January, early February, when we first heard the news that Pedro Acosta was likely to partner Marc Marquez at Ducati next season. But I think, yeah, that will be a homecoming that Enea Bastianini and the Gresini team would welcome. And of course, Gresini will want an experienced rider within their squad if, as we're led to believe, that his teammate next season would be a rookie in MotoGP, likely the form of Danny Holgado.
Yeah, certainly Holgado's name has cropped up on more than one occasion in reference to a Gresini seat next year. So both Aspar Moto2 riders look like they could be graduating to the chat test next year. That's all in the future. Let's get ourselves back in the present, shall we? Good news for the birthday boy yesterday, Alex Marquez. has found life early on here in this Grand Prix of Spain to his liking. Alex has set the early reference lap time with a 1:37.332. We're just going to follow Joan Mir hard in this braking zone into this very tricky final corner, the Lorenzo corner. There's Joan Mir into turn 13.
Always have my heart in my mouth when we cut to a replay of Joan Mir, given what's happened to him recently. Not that he knew it at the time, but should have been on the podium in the sprint in Austin. Of course, he would have been the rider in position to take advantage of Pedro Acosta's tyre pressure penalty. Crashed, though, in front of Enea Bastianini, who then, of course, did pick up that bronze medal. And fortunately for Joan Mir, all the potential that he's showing are not really been backed up by any points.
Yeah, there's potential there, and Joan Mir was speaking to the press yesterday and said he feels that he deserves to keep his ride in the factory on the squad. Unfortunately, that doesn't look like it's going to be the option next year. Cota, 4 successive DNFs now in Austin for the 28 was funny. He hasn't finished a Grand Prix in Texas since 2022, and that DNF in Austin was his 35th in a Grand Prix for HRC in 59 appearances. Now, I guess that's the frustrating thing, isn't it, Lewis? Clearly, Joan Mir has thrown away a whole bunch of sort of top 5, top 6s. The picture would look very, very different for him if he'd just been able to see a few more checker flags. I mean, you have to have in mind, because I think he did say after Austin, he goes, I'm not a rider that's just going to cruise around. I'm not going to ride around for an 11th, 12th, 13th, 17th, whatever. If I can sense a good result there and I feel like I've got potential, I'm a racer, it's in my DNA, I'm going to attack, I'm going to go for it, but there's been too often where he's just stepped on the wrong side of the limit.
Yeah, there's an old adage of it's much easier to teach a fast rider to stop crashing than it is to make a slow rider go fast. Unfortunately, though, Joan Mir is taking that to the ultimate extreme at the moment, given how many crashes he is having. He was exceptional, he was extraordinary, wasn't he, in Q2 in Austin. At one point, we thought he was on for pole position when he went fastest midway through that Q2 session. Qualified in 5th place, having come through Q1. He did, I guess, trying to provide some mitigation for his recent errors. He did say that when he's in a group, which Honda generally do find themselves, he's having to take twice the risk just to try and make up some time when he's in the slipstream and the draft behind other riders. But unfortunately, wants to hand it out at the checkered flag, and Joan Mir hasn't seen enough of them in recent times. So it's so important for his long-term MotoGP future that he changes that quickly.
Yeah, the Thai sprint and the Austin sprint are the only 2 events so far this year where Joan Mir has gone the distance. So he has not yet completed the full Grand Prix so far this season. We've got a Marquez 1-2, which was something we said very often at the start of 2025, didn't we? It felt like we were constantly saying it's Alex or a Marquez 1-2. It's in favour of Alex at the moment. Fabio Di Giannantonio, what a story Digis is at the moment. Still at the top Ducati in the World Championship. And mine goes back to the end of 2023, was it? When Fabio Di Giannantonio came to the last Grand Prix in Valencia without a guaranteed seat at all. Fast forward to the start of 2026, we are led to believe that VR46 Ducati are very keen on retaining his services with some very good reason, as he sits 4th in the championship and top Ducati. Trackhouse Aprilia have started to sniff around now that they know they've got potentially 1 seat available. He's been linked with Yamaha, I believe, as well, and also there was another manufacturer that Digia had been, KTM. So having gone from sort of no options, less than 3 years ago, now it's kind of take your pick Fabio.
Yeah, and who can blame the MotoGP team for looking in his direction? Top Ducati finisher in each of the first 3 Grand Prix so far this year. Yes, of course, Buriram was largely down to the incident that Marc Marquez suffered down at turn 4 when the tyre came off the rim, but you've got to be there at the end. And Fabio Di Giannantonio coming here, of course, on the back of back-to-back pole positions for the first time in his MotoGP career, and doing all of that despite not exactly being 100% fit either. We did, of course, see that big crash that he had in Brazil back in the warm-up, which left him with some shoulder pain. He was then in pain in his shoulder and his back for much of the Austin weekend. We found out yesterday that he actually did have a slightly small crack in his shoulder, which didn't require surgery, just required some rest and recuperation. So Fabio Di Giannantonio, another rider coming to Jerez, much closer to peak physical condition.
Well, we saw that graphic right at the start of the session about this ongoing sort of winless streak as far as the factory Ducati team are concerned. Is Jerez the place where they can put it right? Ducati have done so much winning in recent years at this wonderful Spanish venue, and so far so good as far as Marc is concerned. He's 2nd overall. What are the prospects then of Ducati getting back on top here in Spain? I'd like to say joining Jack Appleyard down in pit lane is the boss, Davide Tardozzi. Good morning, gentlemen.
Yeah, good morning to everybody at home. Great to be back here, Jerez. What a place. I think we're going to be in for a great weekend after, as you guys said, start to the season, Davide, that's been dominated by Aprilia and Marco Bezzecchi. We saw at the start of the session 8 Grand Prix in a row. That is the longest podiumless streak for the factory Ducati squad in over a decade. How are you going to respond this weekend?
Hey, I guess that this month of stop due to the war and the cancellation of the Qatar this week. This month, I think that the engineers, Gigi and the engineers worked a lot. I guess that they found out something. They analyzed all the data of those 3 races, and I guess that on the electronic side we found something, but sure we'll have something on Monday to test.
Yeah, you mentioned Monday. This weekend as a whole, how important is it for a lot of us, given the fact that Mark is saying he's now back to close to 100% fitness, given the start that Aprilia had? It's a weekend where I think everyone feels that Ducati need to make a statement, need to show that they're here to fight.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I guess that Aprilia shows that they make a huge step ahead, and honestly, we didn't. So I think that again this month, Gigi works a lot in the factory to try to find out why we haven't progressed as much as them. But in the end, this is a racetrack that it suits Ducati and Ducati riding style. So I think that we will be competitive, but we know that Aprilia is the fastest bike in this moment with fast riders. So we need to be with the foot on the ground and work, because the domination you mentioned of the last years is not there anymore, and we have to face the domination, and we have to really be, with the foot on the ground and work a lot, because it's the only way that we can give to the rider the right way to the riding style.
You mentioned the work done by Gigi and the factory over this last 3-4 weeks. What did you find? Why was the performance not there in the opening 3 rounds of the year? And how different is the bike this weekend as a result to try and fix those problems?
No, the bike is not so different on the chassis side, but yeah, again, we found something on the electronic side that the rider more part on the mainly on the brake. Because what we miss more from Aprilia in this moment is the last part of the brake and the entry of the corner.
Thanks, Davide. Have a good one.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jack, as always. Thanks to Ducati boss, Davide Tardozzi. It is worth noting it. Ducati, by their normally incredibly high standards, are in a bit of a slump. I don't think we can say it's anywhere near a full-blown crisis, and we have to remember they have won the last 5 Grand Prix here in Jerez. The last time they were beaten was by Fabio at the Andalusian Grand Prix in 2020. Wins for Jack Miller, Pecco Bagnaia ×3, and Alex Marquez here last year. Alex Marquez, just for reference, is still leading the lap time, as you can see on the talent out on the left-hand side of the screens. Fair to say that, Lewis, I think Gigi Dall'Igna himself, of course, the Ducati Corsa technical guru who's done so much to turn Ducati into the reference in MotoGP. I was interested to see he does sort of a traditional post-race blog on Ducati's website, and the words that struck me after Austin was, yeah, this was a big wake-up call, were his words. There is clearly work to do back in Borgo Panigale.
Yeah, and Aprilia have really moved the goalposts on. And Ducati, I guess, have been in a bit of a tricky spot for a couple of years now, ever since 2024, when they dominated the World Championship with Jorge Martin, with Pecco Bagnaia, and they've been trying to improve upon that motorcycle ever since. And you could make a case that they still haven't, and Aprilia have made the big step, the big progress with their bike. The front end of the Aprilia is so good, and that's also helping them get a rear car in the Grand Prix. They're not using the rear as much to turn the bike, certainly in comparison to Ducati. And yeah, I think they've been stung into action, haven't they, with the it's the gauntlet that's been thrown down to them by their fellow Italians at Aprilia. And I guess it's a bit of a quandary for all the manufacturers now. The deeper we get into this 2026 season, of course, with the big technical reset coming for next season, so much focus amongst the 5 manufacturers will be on the 850s for next season. Of course, Pirelli tyres too into MotoGP for next season, as we say goodbye in MotoGP to Michelin at the end of 2026. So there will come a point where all of the focus from a development point of view has to go into 2026. It will probably come around about a third, if not halfway through this season. Ducati themselves running their 850 for the first time in recent days. So time already at this stage is running out to find those crucial steps on their 2026 machinery to still hold on to their crown.
And Aprilia's 850 will be on track here in Jerez next week for the very first time. Lorenzo Savadori, their test rider, will be putting in some crucial early development miles on the new era 850cc powered RSGP. Lorenzo Savadori, just for reference, let's just cover up a bit more housekeeping coming into this Grand Prix of Spain. Lorenzo Savadori is back on what Aprilia always reference as a lab bike here this weekend, just working on some components and some new updates for the current generation 1000cc four-cylinder four-strokes. And we welcome back Augusto Fernandez, Yamaha factory racing a wild card. Of course, not able to run his traditional number 37 because that's in the hands of Pedro Acosta, so he reverted to number 7, which now, of course, is in the ownership of Toprak Vazgatlioglu. So this weekend, just for your reference, keep an eye on him out on circuit, number 47, Augusto Fernandez, who we believe has potentially an updated V4 engine. Just maybe some reliability checks and some performance checks before they throw it into the hands of Fabio Quartararo, Alex Rins and co, maybe at the Monday test here in Jerez in a few days' time. And just referencing Toprak Vazgatlioglu, we should mention, of course, a historic moment for the triple world superbike champion in Austin last time, as he became the first Turkish rider ever to score a point in MotoGP. And he did it in some style, as you have to say, given the package he's on, given Yamaha's current struggles to get any kind of top performance out of that V4 YZR M1. For Toprak Vazgatlioglu to have Fabio Quartararo, Alex Rins, Jack Miller, world champions, MotoGP winners in his wake in his 3rd Grand Prix. What a job.
Yeah, you can't help but be impressed with the reigning world superbike champion. I've said from the very first time I spoke to him in pre-season testing, he clearly has the aptitude to succeed in MotoGP and the aptitude to go through what is clearly a tough rookie season for factors that are not really in his control. It doesn't really appear as if Ducati's fully in Pecco Bagnaio's control either, does it? As he approaches turn 6, we also saw the bike snapping sideways as he tried to scrub off speed into the final corner, turn 13. So it's not been a particularly comfortable ride so far for the 3-time Jerez winner. But returning to Toprak, yeah, to finish top Yamaha is no small achievement last weekend, because Yamaha essentially are in their own race at the moment at the back of the field. They were the last 4 finishers at the United States Grand Prix. The bottom 4 were Toprak, Miller, Fabio Quartararo and Alex Rins, and that is essentially where Yamaha are at the moment. But Toprak certainly keeping his attitude in the place it needs to be, and certainly getting up to speed with MotoGP quicker than I think anyone could have reasonably expected, given how tricky he found it, understandably, in pre-season testing, to be already now racing in the same sort of stratosphere as the other Yamahas, to have now out-qualified his teammate Jack Miller in the last couple of Grand Prix too. Toprak getting up to speed very quickly.
Of course, Jerez, the circuit he is very familiar with. 2 of his 3 World Superbike titles were won right here in Andalusia. 3 wins, 12 podiums across his World Superbike career here in Jerez. And fair play to Fabio Quartararo, who would have been hurting big time after he missed the points once again at the checker flag in Austin. He said he was glowing in his praise for Toprak, saying he's riding quite magnificently at the moment, just as we knew he would do. A brilliant addition to MotoGP in 2026. Well, I think it's fair to say Yamaha were expecting a tough transition when they rolled out their V4 for race action in 2026. Maybe the journey so far has been a little bit tougher than what they were expecting. All kinds of talks about who'll be on Yamahas in 2027 as well in the lead to breakers. Toprak Vazgatlioglu actually on the Pramac Yamaha. Looks like he's had a technical issue here. Toprak trackside. So maybe more technical gremlins come the way of Yamaha. Let's get it all covered off though, as far as the Iwata factory is concerned, with the boss, Mo Morigala, who joins Jack.
Yeah, he does indeed, down here at the factory Yamaha box. Of course, yesterday, Prince, when speaking to the media, confirming to us that he would be remaining with the Yamaha squad for next year. He felt at the start of this project to make a decision after only 3 rounds was maybe a little bit too early. So, Mayo, could you just explain Yamaha's decision-making process and the thinking behind telling Alex that he won't continue next year?
Honestly, I don't want to replay with Alex. We have been correct. We informed him that there was no room for him for Yamaha for the future. I prefer else.
Of course, the fact that Alex is leaving means there is an open seat for next year. Strong reports linking you with Ayagura. I know you're not going to tell me that you have signed Ayagura, but as a rider, what do you see in him? What kind of a potential do you think he could have for the future in MotoGP?
I prefer but as you start now to talk about next year or future rider, do it when the moment will be the right one.
Looking at the here and now, obviously you have Augusto Fernandez, as the guys were saying, here this weekend as a wild card, a big test on Monday as well. That 3-4 week break, has it allowed Yamaha to bring any new items to try and take the project further forwards?
Yeah, we are starting using a bit of the new material for sure to test all we brought here. Luckily also the wild card to advance some job. Yeah, as you know, we just wanted to anticipate this project to be next year when everything will be new. Comment at the beginning, is a bit tougher than what we expect, but it doesn't mean that we will not give our maximum until we will start seeing good results.
Given the start of the season, given the fact that Alex is confirmed he's leaving, we anticipate Fabio potentially leaving as well. How tough is your job as team manager to keep both riders motivated with still a long way to go this year?
Yeah, the team itself is motivated. When there is things new, bringing motivation to everyone. You can't also imagine that, okay, if the situation might be maybe unclear about the rider, doesn't mean that the motivation are not there. The rider himself are always pushing pressure. They are professional. The team is professional, and we will work until the end of the season together to try to maximize the results as much as we can.
Thanks, Mayo. Have a good weekend.
You're welcome.
Yeah, thanks, Jack. Thanks to Yamaha boss Mayo Meregali. While we listen to that into and the latest updates on where Yamaha are at in terms of development on their new V4, we have seen Marco Bezzecchi come to play here early doors in Jerez. Bez has got himself up into second, splitting the Marquez siblings at the top of the time. Keeps a 137.347 that from the World Championship leader. Just stringing together a pretty impressive late lap series, Marco. A 137.347 on lap 11 of 12. That was immediately followed by another 137.4 from Bezzecchi on a medium combination. In fact, looking at Bez, his tyre strategy, he's one of only 2 riders, the other rider being his factory appointed teammate Joan Mir, that seems to prefer at the moment the medium front tyre in these cool and cloudy conditions. As you can see from the bottom corner of your screen, though, it's working for Marco Bezzecchi because he's on another good lap.
Costa wasn't particularly happy there. He's having another look down at his KTM. He had a little issue tackling turn 1. Acosta in 13th at the moment. Here is Bez once again, who I guess, well, he'll hear a lot of cheers on Sunday afternoon when he comes through here, but they won't all be for him. I think many of the fans, the 100,000 or so who will be coming here on Sunday afternoon, will be coming to see him beaten for the first time on a Sunday by one of their heroes. Of course, so many Spaniards looking to try and beat Bezzecchi, be it the Marquez brothers, be it Pedro Acosta, be it Benzecchi's own teammate, Jorge Martin. This is the Spanish Grand Prix, but so far MotoGP in 2026 has been dominated by an Italian on an Italian bike. Is this the lap where Benzecchi gets on terms with Alex Marquez? It's not, but it's another lap very comfortably in the mid-137s.
What's been impressive about Benzecchi, particularly in Goiânia in Brazil and last time out in Austin, he was the clear favourite to win the Grand Prix in Thailand. Not so in our last 2 Grand Prix, yet he has got the job done in such dominant fashion, such brilliant fashion, as he, Marco Benzecchi, still refusing to get too carried away. Very, very early part of the World Championship, of course, he said, at the moment, it's just keep my feet on the ground and keep plugging away, trying to keep delivering these big points. I think there's probably one area where he's really got to address, Lewis, and this is the sprint. He's already crashed out of the lead in the sprint in Thailand. That's 12 points thrown into the gravel trap. He was in the podium place. He's running second, wasn't he, behind Pecco Bagnaia at that stage in the sprint in Austin. And what we've already seen so far this year, and Bez touched on this yesterday, Jorge Martin's a sprinting once again, isn't he? Jorge Martin has probably been the best sprinter we've ever seen in MotoGP. And if he started by that Saturday form, we saw how important that was. The sprint points that Martin gathered in 2024 compared to Pecco Bagnaia were decisive in helping him win the World Championship. But Bagnaia won 11 Grand Prix in 2024, Lewis, and still didn't win the championship. It shows you can't keep chucking points away on sprint Saturdays.
And myself and Jack were chatting about this yesterday on our Gear Up show, that Marco Benzecchi for sure has left points on the table so far this season, whereas Jorge Martin, his teammate, you could certainly argue he has maximised his points return at every single opportunity so far this season. Started the season with a 5th, a 4th, a 3rd, a 2nd, and then a 1st the sprint in Austin before second to Bez in the Grand Prix in Austin, Texas. And Marco Benzecchi, just to sort of underline the start of the season he's had, it's only the 17th time in the history of this great World Championship, dating back to 1949, that a rider has won the first 3 Grand Prix of this season. 10 riders have done it. Of course, some of those have done it more than once. Only once in those previous 17 occasions has that rider failed to win the World Championship, and that was when Mick Doohan broke his leg back in 1992, when he otherwise would have won the World Championship. Of course, this is the first time it's happened in a sprint era, which is why Marco Benzecchi only has a 4-point lead to show for an unbeaten Sunday record so far this season, because he's given away, well, if you're being generous, you'd say he's given away 21 points, but at the very least he's given away 19. He would have scored 12 surely in Thailand had he stayed upright on 2 wheels, and at the very least he would have been 3rd in the sprint in Austin behind Martin and Bagnaia, and potentially even 2nd.
Warning shot from the Aprilia camp, and in particular Massimo Riva, as we look at this bit of drama for Pedro Acosta in the first corner. Riva that said post Austin, Marco Benzecchi clearly is the Sunday man of MotoGP right now. And if he becomes the Saturday man, it will be scary, certainly for Marco's MotoGP rivals. 2 great characters, showing a bit of a joke in the back of the factory KTM garage. Daniel Pedrosa, as he apparently likes to be now known, we can't do that. He's Danny Pedrosa, isn't he, to us and so many MotoGP fans all around the world. Having a good chat there with Paul Espargaro. I think, of course, when it was known that, first of all, Maverick Vinales was not going to be fit enough to race here in Jerez, and then his replacement, Paul Espargaro, also sidelined through injury. As we went down the KTM list, everybody was going, oh, come on, it's Jerez. It's tailor-made for Danny Pedrosa. He was so good around this circuit. They named Turn 6 after him, but I think Danny was very, very quickly just sort of saying, guys, come on, you're not seeing how many grey hairs I've got on my head now. I'm done with racing. I love helping KTM behind the scenes. I still like getting the buzz of testing MotoGP bikes, but my racing days are well and truly done. Which, I have to say, from a neutral point of view, is a big, big shame, because, well, was it in the sprint here a couple of years ago? He got on the podium, didn't he?
He got promoted up there, didn't he, when Fabio Quartararo got a late penalty. Yeah, he certainly feels he has scratched that particular itch now in MotoGP, which is a shame for us, but given the career Danny Pedrosa's had, I think we can understand his decision.
Well, of course, there's a big Monday test here as riders and teams look to find some early progress in terms of development. Lots of 850cc testing going on as well. But what's going on for this race weekend in Spain? That's got a bit of a tech update for us.
Yeah, just firstly from Yamaha, rather unsurprisingly, given where they are at the moment, and there is a real array of different items across all 5 bikes that they've got on track this weekend. 3 different swing arms, interestingly, a brand new one on Fabio Quartararo's machine, and a pair of different chassis that have been tried out across the 5 machines as well. It's clear that Yamaha are desperately trying, and rather unsurprisingly, almost using this weekend as just an extension of Monday's test to try and find some small pockets of improvement to be able to get them closer to the front. Interestingly, down at Ducati, we saw at Austin for the very first time the factory squad roll out the leg wings and the spoiler on the rear of the bike. That was initially just for both Pecco Bagnaia and Marc Marquez. That's now made its way across onto Alex Marquez's machine, but isn't on Fabio Di Giannantonio's bike, which I thought was rather interesting. Just went to catch up with Pablo Nieto very quickly there to ask the question why, and he said, given the moment that Fabio is in right now, the confidence, the feeling it has with the bike, they do have it in the back, but they will try it on Monday rather than during the course of the weekend. Fabio was adamant that he wanted to keep the bike exactly as it is to try and continue this hot vein of form that he's currently in.
Morning stuff, Jack. Loving your work as always. Down in pit lane, great spots down there. Yeah, Yamaha are already starting to throw a lot of new parts at that V4. Marco Bezzecchi in full flow. Poetry in motion, and when this guy gets in his groove, well, we've seen it in the last 5 Sunday Grand Prix, haven't we? He is basically untouchable on a different level. And I think Marco Bezzecchi probably himself is still pinching himself right now about this current rich vein of form he finds himself in, winning the last 5 Grand Prix, leading all 121 laps. He's made now up alongside MotoGP icons, MotoGP legends, Giacomo Agostini, Jeff Duke, Mike Aylward, John Surtees, Mick Doohan, Marc Marquez, Valentino Rossi, the only other riders that won 5 races in a row in the Premier class. A quick rewind, a quick flashback as we see Carlos Alcaraz there, the tennis superstar, waving the checker flag. Alex Marquez moments that he will never, ever forget. Winning a Grand Prix in MotoGP is something very, very special, but for a Spanish rider to win the Grand Prix of Spain here at the spiritual home of racing in Spain, at the Circuito de Jerez Ángel Nieto, that's just up another notch. That's next level feeling. Alex was saying yesterday it was an experience he had the privilege of tasting it here last year through turn 9 and turn 10, Palucci in the Ángel Nieto corner on Sunday. The atmosphere is truly electric. You get goosebumps, even as a non-Spaniard. The hairs on the back of your neck stand up. It's just a unique feeling in the dark when you have to arrive so early to just get into the circuit. Yeah. You can hear the fans on the hillside through the mist. You can hear the fireworks, you can hear the music. There is nothing quite like a Sunday Grand Prix experience that you get here at the Circuito de Jerez Ángel Nieto. If you've got a bucket list and Jerez is on it, well, we both here in the commentary box fully recommend one day get yourselves down here. You will not be disappointed.
I don't think we're all particularly looking forward to setting our alarms for Sunday morning, but it's for a very, very good reason, because they make this Grand Prix the event that it is, the iconic event that it is, the 100,000 plus fans who will make their way into the grandstands and onto the banks overlooking that Palucci section in the Ángel Nieto corner, turns 9 and 10, where we have seen some dramatic action over the years. The Bagnaia-Marquez battle a couple of years ago. We had chaos there in the sprint that weekend too. Will they be heralding one of their own as the winner of the Spanish Grand Prix here this weekend? At the moment, one of their own does lead this session, with Alex Marquez quickest on a 1:37.3, and I wonder at what point will Alex Marquez start to revise his expectations for his own this weekend.
Roy Martin, second in the World Championship, said years and years ago he came to Jerez with his dad Angel, and that experience that weekend, seeing the best riders in the world tackle Jerez, was the day that he finally realised he always felt like he wanted to be a Grand Prix motorcycle race, but that was a day where it was like, that was it, that was the full focus, that was the clear target.
One day, stop again.
Yeah, Pecco's having issues stopping that factory Ducati. This time around he does briefly go into the gravel trap. deep that gravel trap on the exit of turn 1. He's just going to get that factory Ducati out of it. There you go. It's back on terra firma. Bagnaia fifth quickest in this session, a 1:37.684 from the Italian. Tricky braking zone this, as you come under the distinctive UFO, which Pecco's doing right now. It climbs rather sharply uphill, never settled. Look at the compression on the front forks there as well. Rear tyre kicking in the air, what, 3 or 4 times there, wasn't it? As Pecco is just pleading for that GP26 to stop. It eventually does in that deep gravel trap. Yeah, not a bad morning session for Bagnaia. He said yesterday, as is so often the case, Friday today here in Jerez, it's just all about working on worn tyres. He's got to try and find more tyre life, particularly in the Sunday Grand Prix. Plan A, worn tyres the whole day.
It's fair to say that incident, and that's kind of been the story of his session, that's a moment that's been waiting to happen for a lot of the morning. Whenever we've seen Pecco Bagnaia, won't exactly do wonders for the rather fragile Pecco Bagnaia confidence at the moment. Of course, so close he was to winning the sprint in Austin, did all of the heavy lifting, and then saw Jorge Martin take the gold medal around his neck with around about half a lap to go. But Bagnaia at the moment down in 9th place in the World Championship, only 25 points to his name from the first 3 Grand Prix and 3 sprints of the season.
Yeah, no podium in 8 Grand Prix since that brilliant victory at the Ability Resort Motegi in Japan, which will feel to him like an awful long time ago. Of course, the same weekend that Marc Marquez was crowned MotoGP World Champion for the 7th time. 10th at the checker flag in Austin. Last time out was the 29-year-old Italian. It was his worst finish in the Trident end of the Ducati, which he had in the bonus screens here in the comments box, because Digia might be upsetting a few Spaniards here in Andalusia, because Fabio Di Giannantonio is absolutely flying. His name just cropped up. He's on fresh rubber. He's on a brand new medium front, brand new medium rear tyre, as you can see, which is certainly going to be a big helping hand here for Fabio. A 1:37.645 is his PB time in this session. We pick up the number 49. If he carries this lap on through, well, he'll be sailing into P1.
At the moment, it's looking good with 3 sectors completed. A little bit of traffic off the road, but as long as they continue to push, Fabio Di Giannantonio shouldn't catch them. He's through the Paxton Pearson 4th gear, turns 11 and 12. The Crivier corner, followed by the Ferrari corner. And we now enter the Jorge Lorenzo hairpin to complete this Jerez lap. And he might not be a million miles away from the 36th with the keep this up.
Yeah, Fabio Di Giannantonio then charging toward the flying saucer, and he's flying. We do have our first 1:36 lap of the weekend then. Just 1:36.954, aided and abetted by those fresh medium tyres. Sees Di Giannantonio jump nearly 0.4 of a second clear of Alex Marquez. Glancing further down the standings, surprising to see Ayagura struggling after his brilliant performance, so cruelly denied his first MotoGP podium with that engine failure in Austin. Agura's having a bit of a struggle this morning, 21st fastest, almost 1.5 seconds back. I guess you could take 0.3 off that after Di Giannantonio threw in that fresh rubber. That's Giannini, of course, on the sprint podium. A double top 6 for Anea in Austin. He's 20th. We know how much Anea struggles on a soft tyre on the KTM as well. Fabio Quartararo, pole position here last year, Lewis. 17th once again, underlying that chronic lack of performance for the new V4 Yamaha.
Yeah, Fabio Quartararo did a 1:35.6 to take pole position here last year. Wouldn't expect Yamaha to be anywhere near that this weekend. We've just seen improvements for Frankie Morbidelli and Pedro Acosta. They are also on fresh rubber, medium front and rear for that particular pair. They're 4th and 7th. We've also just seen Ralph Fernandez lift himself up into the top 6 now on the Trackhouse Aprilia. He's now the 2nd Aprilia behind Bez, who's up in 3rd.
I just rather cheekily look to see who was in 13th place, given the fact he's finished 13th in all 3 Grand Prix so far this year. And guess what? Diogo Moreira is in 13th place on the Pro Honda LCR machine. Loving the work though. A lot to admire about the way that Diogo Moreira's gone about his business so far this season. He is learning, he is gaining data, he's gaining knowledge, gaining experience by staying upright and staying on 2 wheels on that Pro Honda LCR machine. Not throwing into the scenery, completing the full race distances, demanding himself a lot of information to hopefully later on in the season maybe be challenging for that top 10.
Fresh rubber 2 for Toprak, who's just got up into 11th place. What are we seeing here with Jorge Martin and Jack Miller? This is down the back straight towards Danny Cruz hairpin, and that was Jack Miller pleading his Yamaha to stop before he ran into the back of Jorge Martin.
Yeah, it looked like maybe he just got sucked into the draft a little bit here. And with all the aero, yeah, Jack put him at his heart and his mouth there a little bit, and they have a few knees behind those two. And a front row seat point. We just saw, we saw a few moments ago, the tech issue with sideline Raz Gatlioglu for a small part of this session. And a quick glimpse as he pulled off the circuit. Maybe an issue with the rear ride height device trapped down. Just something which has followed Yamaha for a period of time. We won't remind Fabio Quattraro about rear ride height device failures. If you cast your minds back to that British Grand Prix at Silverstone last year when Fabio was 4 seconds clear of anybody else on circuit before his rear ride height device went kaput.
So it doesn't appear at this stage we've seen any entertainment of fresh rubber for the Marquez brothers. They're still lapping around in the 137s. Pecco Bagnaia, who we've seen gravel tracking at turn 1, he's also still out there on the same rubber that he started the session with. Jack Miller, though, he's also put some fresh tyres in, soft front, medium rear, and he might be about to launch himself potentially up into the top 6.
Here's Miller after the scare down at the Pedrosa corner. Turn 6 on the circuit. And now they come through these real breathtaking fast right hands. Crucial you get those two nailed to try and set yourself up for a pass in the Sprint and Grand Prix here later on this weekend. Miller was really pushing that front end hard, wasn't he? On that M1 in that final corner. He does climb up though at the checker flag into 7th place. So taking full advantage of that fresh rubber underneath him. That's a mid-137 from the Australian. Another high-profile rider strapping for a seat in 2027. Frankie Morbidelli certainly falls into that category as well. It looks like Morbidelli's MotoGP career might be coming to a conclusion at the end of 2026 unless he really does start to pick up some top form. Second goes Frankie. We've got a Termina Enduro VR46 Racing 1-2 then to kick off this Grand Prix of Spain. The Di Giannantonio leading it from Frankie Morbidelli.
Yeah, certainly an improvement late in the session that caught my eye though was from Jorge Martin, who's just come across the line. He ended the session in 10th place. He's just done his personal best on a 137.674. We haven't seen Martin go in for a fresh rubber, so for Martin to be doing that on tyres that have done 18 laps, that will certainly catch the attention up and down the pit lane. He and Aprilia are still setting those sort of lap times so deep into the session on the same tyres that they started from. So Martin in 10th, but perhaps looks a little bit better than that. So Ayagura on his Aprilia, a bit of a low-key morning for him. He only climbs up a couple of places to P19.
When you look at the front end of that track house Aprilia, but it's a super foul new livery. It reminds me of a bit of a Colin Edwards, James Toland, sort of old monster Tech3 Yamaha from back in the day. Yeah, Jorge Martin in this Jerez track's been a bit of a bogey circuit for him down the years. Just one Grand Prix podium in 10 previously. Now that was all the way back in Moto2 in 2020. Martin can win here at one of his bogey tracks. Well, that bodes very, very well, doesn't it, as far as the 28-year-old Spaniard is concerned. What was I going through the sequence with him yesterday in the pre-event press conference? Was it 17 points he picked up in Thailand? Was it 18 points, 27 in Goiânia, and then 32 last time out. Week by week, he's getting faster, he's getting more confident, he's getting stronger. And if he carries on this kind of level improvement, it won't be too long before there's that first Aprilia Grand Prix win, surely locked and loaded for Jorge. He played down expectation a little bit yesterday. He said he doesn't feel quite ready at the moment to win a Grand Prix. I'm not sure how much I believe him on that one, given the fact that the Aprilia is the weapon to be on right now in MotoGP.
I wonder if, I mean, first of all, if he doesn't feel ready yet and he's still only 4 points off the World Championship lead, that bodes well for later in the season. And I do also wonder whether that is, to a certain extent, Jorge Martin just trying to take a little bit of pressure off himself, because he must know that, like Marco Bezzecchi, he's got a fight that he can fight for the World Championship with this season, and surely he's only going to get stronger and stronger as the season unfolds, which could well present a problem for his teammate Bez. But Jorge Martin perhaps just trying to fly under the radar, which is very difficult to do when you just won the last sprint.
And are we going to have a situation, is history going to repeat itself, when Jorge Martin captured the 2024 MotoGP World Championship title and then moved to a different manufacturer? I mean, that scenario could play out this year if he captures Aprilia's first ever MotoGP crown. we are led to believe that he has been signed and sealed on a Yamaha contract for quite some time. It would be some story, wouldn't it, for Jorge Martin to be a double MotoGP world champion and then defend it
Yeah.
for a different manufacturer.
Yes, and that's given the way his title defence began at Aprilia last season, perhaps not the kind of history that he'd look to repeat, but I guess it would be very Jorge Martin, wouldn't it, to take the World Championship and then take the #1 and slap it on the front of a different motorcycle, but not exactly a bad problem to have. Martin ended the morning in 10th place, and Alex Marquez, well, he ended it 3rd, but I think he'll take a lot of positives from that session. He was the fastest rider in that session who did not go across to new rubber late on.
Have to say, and I'm sure all MotoGP fans watching around the world, it's just fantastic to see Jorge Martin getting, if not back to his best, very, very close to it after all of his injury nightmares throughout 2025, coming hot on the heels of that unforgettable 2024 World Championship winning campaign. We want to see the best riders in the world fighting at the peak of their powers, and it looks like Jorge's getting back to his best. And when he does, we've always said this, Lewis, when Jorge Martin is fit and he clicks with that Aprilia, well, you better watch out.
And there's some very good circuits coming up for Jorge Martin too over the next couple of months. Le Mans in a couple of weeks, where he was unbeatable a couple of years ago in his world title run. Of course, we've got Hungary to come up as well. That's in the middle of June. Jorge Martin, though, just to speak about him, he's crashed on his outlap from the practice start session. Trying to sort of work out where he is. I think he's just about the back of our commentary box down at turns 4 and 5. And Jorge Martin will not be taking any part in this practice start session.
Can you believe it? I mean, yeah, just took in the front going through 3 as he was starting the practice start. I mean, this is so Jorge Martin. He crashed celebrating a wheelie, didn't he? After the sprint in Austin a few weeks ago. Has he got the curve there, maybe, just from the inside, just clipping the white line, not quite sure. He goes down.
Crashing when there's nothing on the line, but not the kind of crash that you really want to have. And Aprilia, who I think are getting ready to plan out their lunch break. It's just been cancelled, unfortunately.
And every time you fall off a MotoGP bike, you're at risk of causing yourself an injury. I mean, he got away with it with the post-sprint wheelie crash in Austin, and he got away with that one by the looks of it as well. Jorge Martin then on the deck in the practice start session here at turn 3 in Jerez.
We know the history of that corner, don't we? Marc Marquez certainly does. Of course, very different circumstances when he went down there back in 2020. So
session here at
went down there back in 2020. So took the last of his now 74 MotoGP pole positions. Ride-out devices engaged. The familiar stance of Marc Marquez, who must get a little bit of lift from the front tyre, but not an awful lot. And then the uphill climb up to the first corner. It's a fairly short run here, one of the shortest on the calendar up to turn 1, but still plenty can be shaken out on the sort of couple of hundred metres you have before you break for that first corner.
He does have some bizarre moments in weekends, doesn't he, Jorge Martin? I mean, none more weird than his wheelie celebration crash in Austin, but now he's gone down the road in the practice start session here in Jerez. The best possible news, of course, as we saw there, Jorge coming back to the Aprilia garage, is that he looks relatively okay. It looked like a fairly harmless slide on his back into the gravel as the front folded, and the inquest begins there with his crew chief Daniele Romagnoli to Jorge's left. Massimo Riva also getting some thoughts as Fabio Quartararo treats the fans in the main grandstand here to a beautiful rolling stopping up to the front row of the grid.
I think he was asking his crew chief there, can I take the other bike out and join this practice start session? Unfortunately, Jorge, I think the answer to that one is no.
We've seen enough for this morning.
Yeah, just cut your losses and come back this afternoon, Jorge.
Enjoy that from Pecco Bagnaia on the Ducati. Alex Marquez under the bubble. Now under the UFO here in Jerez. That was a really good start as well by Alex, the 2025 Jerez Grand Prix winner. It was Fabio Di Giannantonio there in the middle of your picture, who has been top at Ducati throughout 2026 so far, top Ducati in the world rankings, top Ducati in that session, and nobody topping Fabio Di Giannantonio's 136.954, though there was far too much airtime there with that front wheel in the air as Paul Martin. Yeah. Now, a reluctant spectator for this practice start session.
I'll be honest, looking up ahead of him, who was getting some footage on his smartphone.
Looked over his shoulder, what are you doing here, mate?
Yeah, you're supposed to be out there, Jorge.
Marc Marquez then. Rocks the clutch and fires the factory Ducati GP26 up into the first corner. Of course, it was right here in Jerez back in 2024 that Marc took his first ever Ducati pole position. In that classic battle, wasn't he, a couple of years ago with Pecco Bagnaia. That ultimately turned out to be Marc's first dry race podium in almost 2 years. Something to cheer up Morbidelli fans there in that morning session. Frankie, assisted by some new rubber, as was his teammate Fabio Di Giannantonio, making it a VR46 Racing 1-2. There's something about Jerez and VR46, isn't there? No rider in MotoGP history has won more races here than Valentino, the iconic Italian 6 times MotoGP winner here, 125 winner, and of course a 250cc winner here in 1999. And who ever forgets the post-race celebration when he parked his bike on the line between turn 4 and 5 and popped into the Portaloo.
You've got to go, you have got to go. And Valentino Rossi enjoying the spoils of victory, which, as you say, he took several around this circuit. As Joan Zarco brings his morning to an end, and he ended it the top Honda rider in 9th place. Impressive morning for his teammate too, Diogo Moreira, who was in 13th spot, just a tenth of a second behind Joan Zarco. The other Hondas for Joan Mir, he was in 14th place in the end of that session. Luca Marini 17th, only a second off the pace.
Joan Zarco, a busy fellow once again, confirming yesterday he's going to have another crack at the Suzuka 8-hour, the prestigious endurance race in the summer. So another busy summer looming for Zarco, going for a 3rd successive victory for HRC in the Suzuka 8-hour. And he's already been doing tons and tons of promo work for a certain French Grand Prix in Le Mans that's coming up next on the Grand Prix calendar, where, of course, if you'll cast your minds back 12 months ago, it was the race of the season, wasn't it? A dramatic flag-to-flag encounter won by Joan Zarco.
We already saw one down at turn 3. Igor taking off some aero when he was trying to keep his bike on 2 wheels. That was entering the pit lane.
Yeah, he's locked the front big time now, hasn't he? Smoke pouring off that front tyre. What? Do you know what? Those ones are where you slap on the tarmac. You can
do some damage.
Break a wrist, you can do a collarbone there. He's got away with that one. As Iagura saw the smoke there as he locked the front coming into the pit lane. Yeah, and as he sort of the shake as just tore off a bit of rear aero there, the downforce aero on the Aprilia. Yeah, a bit to contemplate, a bit to ponder for Agura Sam at the end of that session. 19th wicket. I think we were expecting much more. P13 it is once again for Diogo Moreira. That is not Luca Marini as we're looking at it. It was Diogo Moreira on screens. Frankie Morbidelli, though, on what has been a brilliant start to this Grand Prix of Spain for VR46 Racing. Fabio Di Giannantonio and Frankie Morbidelli completing a real Italian job here in front of the Spanish fans of the 2 Italians. Lock out the top 2.
VR46 certainly with the early advantage, although we have to remind you they did put in fresh tyres late in the session brand new medium front and rear to take a 1-2. Did you from Morbidelli? Alex Marquez did not change tyres, and that was why he dropped to the third ahead of points leader Marco Bezzecchi. And Marc Marquez fifth. Ralph Fernandez, another to lift themselves up the order later on to sixth ahead of Jack Miller, who was the top Yamaha. As mentioned, Joan Zarco was the top Honda. Pecco Bagnaia had his adventures this morning, leaving him 11th ahead of Brad Binder and Diogo Moreira. Mir 14th ahead of Toprak, Fermin Aldeguer and Luca Marini. Bastianini 18th. Iagura, who very nearly crashed entering the pit lane at the very end of his morning, 19th ahead of Quattuaro and Rins for Yamaha. Lorenzo Savadori and Augusto Fernandez are two wild cards at the bottom of the order.
Well, a fairy tale start here then for BR46 Ducati. Hopefully get some analysis of that session for our front runners. Fabio Di Giannantonio starting on a soft front and medium rear, with a fair amount of work on that combination before. Late on he went on the brand new medium combination, and on lap 16 he delivered a 136.954. Looks like it was only 136 that Digia was able to manage in that session.
136 that anyone managed. Frankie Morbidelli second on a 37.2, which, as you can see, he also used some new rubber to set.
Alex Marquez, 2025 Grand Prix winner, his best work coming very early on in the session. Alex sticking to that same soft front medium combination, his best work, a 137.3.
Saw there, still doing 37.7s on his final run with very worn rubber. As was Marco Bezzecchi. Look at that in lap 18 for 137.7 with 18 laps on the tyre.
Often who's not in terms of the sector times. Jack Miller with that fresh rubber leading the way in sector 1. That's a scalp to get behind Bezzecchi and Digia.
The sector 2 only includes one corner, but it was VR46 who were top through there.
Into the stadium section, it's Morbidelli that has the advantage over Alex Marquez and Digia.
Giannantonio really does stretch his advantage in that fourth sector, a 10.5 clear of Bezzecchi and Martin.
So MotoGP has hit European shores for an 8-run stretch to the Sachsenring in the summer break. Plenty of points coming up in the next few weeks or so. Already making his point in FP1 is Fabio Di Giannantonio, the top Ducati in this year's World Championship. His top rider at the end of our opening practice session here in Jerez.
This is as good as racing gets.
The right second sprint here in Texas. Second down into Sterling Edmund. Wow. Contact there. Jorge Martin is in the front top. Wins an epic sprint here. Absolute cinema.
Green flag then has cleared at the back of the grid.
Lights out, and we're racing here in MotoGP in Austin. It's a dynamic start on the factory KTM for Pedro Acosta. Bezzecchi's made a great start, mid up in the second place. Giannantonio's gone the wrong way from pole position, and Jorge Martin up on the P3. A real poor start this Grand Prix for Digia from pole to fifth.
Oh, comes wide.
Close for Zach. He's put himself in the P1 here, and it is game on for this leading laps record. Mr. Giannantonio, now that is payback, isn't it, from Digia on Marc Marquez.
You're at the inside now at Marc Marquez.
There's Marc Marquez and does peel in back to the long lap penalty blues. He was 7th when he came into the loop. He's just going to drop in here behind. Is that Ralph Fernandez on the 25 track house? Brilliant. There was a bit of damage to the rear C unit of Marco Bezzecchi. Bezzecchi now is really starting to stretch Acosta and stretch Martin. Oh!
How did you say
Jorge Martin, massive scare. Gura is absolutely motoring right now on Aprilia.
Straight up the inside of Pecco Bagnaia. Beautiful move from the 79.
Gura's coming from a long way back here in the turn 12, and he's going to pick off the Giannantonio. He's got the inside line. He squeezes Digia out to the paintwork on the outside, with a Gura had the inside line, and now we have 3 Aprilias inside the top 4. That's obviously made a mistake. Martin through. We're on course for back-to-back factory Aprilia 1-2s.
And Marc Marquez showing no brotherly love to Alex there, is he?
On the inside of the beast goes Marc.
Igor's got a problem. Oh! Agora left is out of this Grand Prix.
That's very much too neat. Oh, how hard is he pushing? It might only be at the moment for 5th place, but he's still going all in, isn't he, Marc Marquez? Surely he's going to make that move. That was coming. That's been his favourite move in this Grand Prix. That's the 3rd time now. Through 8 goes past Giannini. Who is going to stop Aprilia? He crosses the line. The Bezzecchi blitz continues in MotoGP. It's another factory Aprilia 1-2. Pedro Acosta does take 3rd place, the final spot on the podium.
Marco Bezzecchi.
Simply the Bears. Another Hollywood blockbuster. Giannantonio will lead from Marc Marquez. Super aggressive. Marc Marquez now looking menacing up in the P2. Marc Marquez wins the first GP race in Brazil. MotoGP is back in Brazil for the first time in 22 years. 150,000 fans have come to enjoy the show. Racing in MotoGP here in Goiânia. Brilliant start, middle of that front row by Marco Bezzecchi. He's got the drop of Fabio Di Giannantonio. Marc Marquez there in 3rd place. He briefly lost that 3rd, didn't he? But Marco Bezzecchi at the front once again.
is a little bit hotter, of course, but we're still only around about the 20-degree mark, probably just under it, to be honest. Unusually cool conditions here in Jerez, which is good news for the riders. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see which riders deal with it best, and hopefully the rain does steer clear and we can get a real sort of feel for how the weekend might shape up.
We must apologise to anyone, of course, in Northern Europe who is listening to this, and we're saying it's a mild, it's a bit cool 20, 21 degrees. We do apologise, particularly those of you in our native United Kingdom. So yeah, it's pretty nice down here. We could do with a bit less cloud, but besides that, conditions at the moment perfect for 35 minutes of Moto3 practice. The green lights are on and the clock is counting down, and as I remind you, the top 14 are the riders that move on through to get into that pole position shootout. Joel Esteban has had a pole position already this year, thinking back to Brazil. He was in the top 6 last time out as well. So Esteban in decent form in qualifying, but first he's got to get in the top 14 here in practice. This is the first hurdle of the weekend.
Certainly is, and as I mentioned, Jerez was nearly 4 tenths clear this morning of the chasing pack, so plenty of homework would have been done over the lunch break to see where they could have improved, and they're going to try reeling Jerez, who was just under 4 tenths clear of Matteo Bertelli. Great to see the Italian back in some kind of form this morning. Had a really good weekend over in Austin. In best result since he picked up that horrible injury that he did over a year ago now, Bertelli. So good to see the Italian is just regathering his mojo.
Yeah, first time in the top 3 in any session at all since Cota's podium last year. He was in the top 5, I think, over on the grid in Australia. So there were some highlights. Of course, Australia was his best round of the comeback round at the end of last year. So Matteo Bertelli, the number 18, is following out Max Jerez. They were P1 and P2 earlier on today. They are on track together in practice as well. So even on Jerez and on Bertelli. Got to say, just for reference, a 1:43.770. That was the time we were looking for last year. That was set by Jose Antonio Rueda in practice. So far we are about 3 or 4 tenths off what he was able to do. We know Jose Antonio Rueda, of course, from Sevilla, just like this rider here, David Munoz, is got to say that he was a bit spectacular at home last year. Max Jerez was spectacular this morning. Not bad for his first outing on a Moto3 bike round here.
Oh, absolutely not, yeah. Obviously, as you say, he missed the Grand Prix last season after the injury picked up just ahead of the Qatar Grand Prix, and that ruled him out of the Spanish Grand Prix, unfortunately, in his last year. But he arrives here a different rider with a different mindset as well, of course, in the Junior GP and Rebel Rookies Cup. He's ridden around here plenty of times, and it doesn't really matter where we go. Jerez is always kick, as he proved as a rookie in Moto3 last season, and already he's laid a gauntlet down this weekend, similar to what Jose Antonio Rueda did last year, and we all saw what Rueda was able to go on to do on Sunday. Wiped the floor with everyone, was over 4 seconds clear at the checkered flag, and it was only Kelso and Piqueras in the fight for P2 that were really able to lay a glove on the runaway race winner from the Spanish Grand Prix last year, and of course the runaway championship leader, and of course in the championship this year. I'm not going to call it a runaway as things stand, but Jerez has stolen an early march in the championship chase, and if he wins again this weekend, the riders have got a lot of catching up to do as we head to Le Mans, and of course the forthcoming round after that.
Absolutely worth mentioning as well that for Jerez, really, he's been the most consistent rider all the way through so far, never off the podium. What was it? P2, P1, P2, more or less all the way through this. His qualifying has got to be said, even though he sports that 23-point lead in the championship, his qualifying could do with a little bit of working on, but he's still there on Sunday, so that's the main thing. The only rider to beat him so far in a head-to-head victory, that has been David Alman, because you've got to say Jerez lucked into P2 last time out, because he looked like he was fading actually towards the end of proceedings over at Cota. And while I mentioned David Almanza, of course, he's back alongside his teammate David Munoz, so Team Dave is restored here at Jerez. Munoz coming back from his latest surgery on his femur that was broken over in Mandalika, a little bit of an infection following that operation out in Indonesia. and David Almanza, of course, coming back from a small fracture in his elbow, but they are fighting fit and were both up inside the top 14 this morning. On your screen, Vader Patama, he's someone who will need to find some time because he didn't have the ideal morning at all. 24th in FP1.
Yeah, not used to seeing Vader Patama down there, are we, this season? A rookie, of course, but already a podium finisher, was in the lead group again over in the United States a few weeks ago as well, before he unfortunately crashed out on the exit of turn 11, just after a little bit too much power, got a little bit too excited in the Indonesian, and of course the helpless Joel Esteban was caught up in that as well. Joel Esteban left with nowhere to go, so that left the gaggle of 4 at the front, but Patama once again impressing over in the United States. But yeah, a little bit of a trickier one this morning, 1.9 seconds off and down in P24. So the Indonesian, of course, has work to do, but obviously we don't know how hard the riders were pushing this morning, if they used fresh rubber towards the end of the session or not. So we're going to learn a lot more in the next 30 minutes as Maximo Quiles, as he did this morning and as he's done so often in his Moto3 career, rises to P1 early doors.
And he's already quicker than what he managed to do this morning. A 1:44.833 it was this morning. It's a 1:44.663 on his second flying lap. Well, his first flying lap, his second lap of the session here already in Moto3 practice. So Max Keelan throwing the gauntlet down. Adrian Fernandez, your top Honda there in second place. Uriarte there in third. Valentin Peroni was down 18th this morning. Work to do for him, but he's up there in fourth. Guido Pini, your Copa Grand Prix winner, up in the top 5. Edward Munoz, Carpe, Patama, Ogden and Matteo Bertelli. Joel Esteban, Adrian Cruzes, Marco Morelli, who was up in the top 3 earlier on too, and Hakim Danish, your front row starter from over in Guyana, are your top 14 now. 29 minutes on the clock, plus their last flying lap. You've got to say that that is completely pointless, everything that I just read out there and that we're telling you up here in comms. But what we can tell you is Max Keelan has absolutely hit the ground running here in Jerez.
Certainly has. This is the section through turn 11, the Caribbean corner, then Ferrari at turn 12 before it all leads down to turn 13, the Jorge Lorenzo corner. Maximo Quiles pushing on here and lapping on his own, which is exactly what he likes to do. And this lap time surely doesn't look like he's made a mistake at all there through the final split, or the third split either, as he came through the stadium section. Firing it to the line on the number 28. What's the lead going to extend to? Yeah, he pretty much keeps the gap he had, now at 44.330. Closest challenger at the moment is Valentin Peroni, the only of the riders so far to get into the 44 bracket.
Yeah, the 44th today as well, I think. I don't think anyone managed to do it early. No, they didn't. It was Matteo Bertelli who was on a 45.2 in second place earlier. So Quiles has really got into his groove, and we did fear this when we got back to Europe on slightly more familiar territory, that Max Quiles was going to really start cracking on and cracking the whip. But of course, lapping on your own is one thing. He's still got to be able to put that lap together tomorrow afternoon, and you'll be able to join myself and Lewis Sotheby up here in commentary for that. So it's coming up at 12:40 local time. That's when we're on air. The session goes green at 12:45. And Elliot York will be breaking all the stories for us down in pit lane. So we watch Guido Pini, as he's just ahead at the moment of Marco Morelli, 9th and 11th in the standings as it stands, but they are right on each other's case coming through Pruvio. This is Ferrari, as El was saying. Brian Uriarte was up in the opening 2 sectors, but just dropped a little bit in the third. Guido Pini coming into this as a Grand Prix winner. And I'll tell you what, you probably wouldn't have had great odds on that coming in 2026. You'd have had good ones over in it being so quickly, just round 3, and already Leopard winners in 26.
Yeah, absolutely. There's the Leopard team looking on there. Mir Jacatura in the centre of the picture, and Guido Pini doesn't improve that time around. Marco Morelli just behind, though, does. Morelli, it was a quieter weekend over in Austin, but he had a few troubles, did Marco Morelli, and he was penalised for something that he did on that penalty and started from further back down the grid as well. So it was after a really fantastic weekend over in Brazil. Of course, picked up his first podium, finishing just behind teammate Maximo Quiles. It was a more difficult weekend at the office over in Austin, but Marco Morelli looks like he's returning to form here in Jerez, the water circuit. He knows much better than over in Austin. But yeah, Marco Morelli then inside that top 10, had a good reference in front of him, and he'll be hoping to try and close the gap to his teammate Keyless. He's got a very fast rider on the other side of him in the garage that he can learn a lot from this weekend.
He's another rider who, as we said at the top of the show, we're welcoming back, and another rider who is very, very fast in practice. David Almanza, he has been, well, a story of what could have been for his season so far, really. Of course, he was Grand Prix winner straight out of the crate in Thailand. Big high side from the leader Guyana, and obviously he didn't finish there, but also that he missed Kota. That's the problem with your back-to-backs. You pick up an injury, and that really does carry on. But he's not 100% fitness, but we know that Almanza's going to give it a good old go coming through Friday and Saturday, and the adrenaline will get pumping for him on Sunday. It's his home GP, of course, like it is for so many here at Jerez. So many Spaniards right up the way through the field, through the classes, really, not just Moto3, but up in Moto2, MotoGP 2. It has been quite the year for David Almanza, highest of highs and lowest of lows. Yeah, real roller coaster so far, hasn't it, for Almanza, as a couple of other riders just peel into the long lap penalty loop as we get the nice Jerome cam, I should say, coming through the final corner. Almanza already up inside the top two as things stand. I don't think this lap time is going to improve things on the number 22. We'll get him across right now. There's a couple more tenths in that split, but you've got David Munoz behind him and Scott Ogden, so those two riders have got a good reference ahead of them. Got to say, just saw Keyless coming up the inside. I think it was Joel Kelso.
What the noise was about.
Yeah, I jumped us as much as I think Joel Kelso would have done. Keyless got it all crossed up down into turn one, and Joel Kelso was being forced out, I think. So Kelso, who was top Honda this morning, was having a real good run at things earlier in Kota before obviously he fell off and unfortunately double DNF. Well, not a double DNF for MLab, but another DNF on one side of the box, which spoiled their run actually, not having consecutive point scoring finishes in the opening GPs of the season. But Kelso looking good round here at a place that we know he's quick. He was on the podium here 12 months ago. Yeah, fighting with Angel Piqueras, of course, for second and third place in the Grand Prix last year, and then of course went to Le Mans and was again fighting for victory over at the French Grand Prix, and I don't think it's going to be too long before we're going to see Kelso in the victory mix once more on that Honda. Of course, he said he made a huge step over in Austin, which was great news, and he was crashing while battling for P6, which, you know, he was not too pleased about. But the fact that he was in that top 6 fight, in that second group, still adapting to the Honda and the new team, of course, as well. It was a really strong performance over in Austin for Joel Kelso, and as we've mentioned, he does like it around here. Was second last year, and of course, top Honda this morning, as you rightly mentioned, Kiko. So he's looking strong already this weekend, this Kelso, which is great to see. We want to see the Australian back up at the front. We knew, and he said it himself, it's going to take a few races for him to really find his feet and gather his momentum against the likes of Keyless in the races to come, but he's gradually getting there, and slowly but surely Kelso will be back in that podium mix. I promised you earlier on, for anyone who tuned in this morning, that I'd update you on what the question was that I asked Michael Laverty before I obviously cursed whoever I was talking about. I was asking Michael for his team's best results. It was obviously a P5, I think, back in Argentina quite a few years ago, and then about 3 corners later, out of the top 6 battle, I think it was at the time, Joel Kelso fell over. So a bit of a shame there. Sorry about that, Michael. Do reply to me once you can. Of course, I'm joking. Michael's a good guy, runs a good team now. It's got to be said, the MLF team have really upped their game in terms of obviously acquiring Kelso, but that's more on Eddie O'Shea as well. O'Shea at the minute, I'm fairly sure, is on a bit of a point streak. It's 3 in a row at the start of this season, 50, and career best 11th last time around. So looking for that first top 10 here this weekend, a place Eddie O'Shea has had a podium at back in 2022 Junior GP. Yeah, that was his last podium, I believe, in any class, as you rightly mentioned, Kiko. So not going to put the pressure on O'Shea to finish on the podium, but who knows, it might happen. It's going to be a gaggle of riders at the front, isn't it? And as you say, 3 times now in a row, O'Shea's finished in the points, and Kelso has undoubtedly helped him. Spoke to Michael over in Austin, and he said how much Kelso has helped. The experience and the speed gained has been a real coup for that team, but also O'Shea himself has taken a step forward as well, which is great news for the MLab squad, for Kelso and O'Shea as well. We like to see those sorts of names
improving and being towards the front of the class. This is the 66 of Kelso with Cormac Buchanan just behind him. Kelso currently P24. Don't expect him to stay outside the top 20 for too long. Just slowly building into the session is the number 66.
Yeah, he'll want to be getting on with it though, because as we said about the rain, spots of rain, the last thing you want is to try and pace yourself and strike late. But when there's dark clouds overhead, and they are quite dark at various points of this track, you got to say, you really need to be getting a banker on, and I think that's something smart we've seen from Kilo, Almanza, the top 5, top 6 Ogden's right there as well. Likewise for the riders that weren't so fast this morning. Vader Patama, as we see on your screen, up in 10th place at the moment. So if it was to buck it down, they can through.
Yeah, exactly that. That's what we were talking about earlier on in the session. You do sort of want to get a banker lap time in pretty much any time we go practice, even if you've not got any threat of rain in the air. You want to get a decent time, and of course you do. Every time you go out on track, pretty much you're aiming to go quicker and quicker. That's the whole point of practice, of course. This is Eddie O'Shea. We were just speaking about O'Shea, and he's got a nice reference in front of him, one of the Red Bull Tech 3 boys, I believe. Yes, it's Rico Salmela. Back-to-back top 6s for Salmela in this class, and he'll be hoping to do the same again. Eddie O'Shea looking like he might be able to penetrate the top 14 if he could just hold it to the line, and he'll get a nice bit of slipstream into the home straight as well.
Got to say, behold what he's on at the moment. 7/10 off, he'll go top 10, and he's going to pick up a nice little bit of slipstream here from Salmela. He might even be a bit too close to benefit from the slipstream, but here we go. Eddie O'Shea comes across the line and moves up to 14, so that'll do. That's job done for Eddie O'Shea at the moment. He was 12th in practice last time out at Kota, straight in to Q2, and I'll tell you what, that just takes so much pressure off someone, and they don't have to go through what is a jungle, as you describe it, in Q1, because we've seen so many times riders that should be making their way through there get usurped out by someone who's done a bit of performance.
Yeah, exactly that. No one wants to be in Q1. The only real time it can benefit is when the conditions are very changeable in qualifying, but you can't, of course, count on that. So O'Shea, as you mentioned, job done so far, but of course there's still just over 19 minutes of this session to go, and that's going to change in the next 19 minutes. Adrian Fernandez had a quiet season, it's got to be said, so far. He's still on a good run of form, still churning out the points and the top 5s and the top 6s, which is good for the 31, but he wouldn't have enjoyed seeing his teammate take a victory before him this season, so no better place really to do it for Fernandez than in front of his home fans here in Jerez. He's inside that top 10 as things stand, but he needs to find a couple more tenths per lap really this season, does Fernandez, to really get himself back into the podium fight on a regular basis.
Yeah, 6th, 8th and 5th to start the season. He's never been on the podium in any class here. Going back all the way through his junior GP results, he never ever took the podium. His best finish here was actually last year in 4th place, Al. So the rider who is scheduled to make his 90th Grand Prix start, can you believe that Adrian Fernandez is on 90 starts if he does make it to Sunday Strip? One win to his name, but here at Jerez, the track that everyone knows so well, not one of his favourites perhaps.
No, but as I said, he's not been the quickest so far this year, but he is being consistent, and he's obviously now 36 points down on Max Quiles in the championship, but he's still P6 overall. He's only a couple of places behind his teammate Guido Pini, who's obviously won a race last time out. So once Fernandez finds his rhythm again that he found in the latter half of last year, then you've got to feel that Fernandez, although a lot of people don't think many people are going to challenge Quiles this season for the ultimate crown, top 3 in the championship. It looks really, really open this year. Fernandez has just got to find his mojo again before we can really start to sort of stand on the podium again and really challenge for the silver or bronze, or maybe even gold, who knows, in 2026.
The thing is, he took his first Grand Prix victory at the very end of last year. At the very start of last year, he had 2 podiums by the point we're at now. So you got to wonder, Adrian Fernandez, if maybe that Honda... I remember Mirdrag Couture, the team boss down there at Leopard, saying that there hadn't really been much change in the off-season when you were chatting to him down on the grid when we were doing the photo presentation over in Thailand, and maybe because there hasn't been a lot of change. I'm sure there's not been too much change from the KTM side of things, but when you're already on the limit with a package, and there's not that leeway, as we've seen with Almanza moving across from Honda to KTM, perhaps maybe staying still sees Honda go backwards. Of course, we are saying that off the back of Guido Pini's victory last time out in Kota, but now we're at as I've said many times, familiar racetracks, European-style racetracks, less quirky racetracks, maybe now we'll see the true one.
Yeah, especially here, of course, a track that we go testing at in Moto3 and Moto2. These guys know this place like the back of their hand. I'm sure most of them could ride around here blindfolded and still put in a pretty respectable lap time. And we're going to learn a lot more over the next few weekends. It's a real intriguing part of the season. We go to Le Mans next, of course, another circuit that we've been to many a year as well. So after a good start to the season, 3 completely different venues, different kinds of circuits, different temperatures and sort of track conditions. This is really where, as we know, the season starts to really get going and where we're going to learn a lot more. And we're learning at the minute that Jerez is fast anywhere, which is what we expected. But again, early on in the session, we're pretty much halfway through it now. 3 tenths clear of the chasing pack is a real warning sign to the rest that Jerez is not necessarily pushing as much as he probably can at this sort of time. And you can see that there's the sort of confidence that he owns at the minute, in the ninth of the wheelie out of pit lane and making sure that he's also leaving pit lane on his own as well.
Yeah, smart thinking from Jerez. I'm not sure we're learning that he's one of the riders to beat, or we're confirming it, to be honest. I think we always knew that Max Jerez was going to be your star rider. A lot of riders in pit lane at the moment. Jerez has obviously just gone out. Adrian Fernandez, Casey O'Gorman, Matteo Vitelli are out as well. Rico Salmela's out on the track, and that is it. Everyone else is in the pit lane as they all look up at the monitor. They're like birds waiting for their feet to come back to the nest. Alvaro Carpe is the rider we're clapping eyes on now. 13th for him now. Carpe, this is something that he'll be aware of from a couple of rounds ago back in Guyana when he was 19th in practice. He teetered on the edge down there for a bit too long. So 13th, he had good pace earlier on today. He had decent pace here last year, qualified 4th. So Alvaro Carpe has a little bit of work to do, but we are in the last 15 minutes of this session now. You can be sure there's going to be a flurry of red and orange crash helmets coming up on your screen.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen Jerez lead pit lane, so let's see what Jerez with fresh rubber in can do. Carpe was P5 earlier on this morning, and he's on a run of 7 consecutive top 5. Still yet to win a race, of course, but he made a huge step forward over at the circuit of the Americas. Had as you mentioned, Kiko, the Brazilian Grand Prix didn't quite go the way of Carpe in terms of the Friday result. Saturday he qualified in P10, then was able to bring home a top 4, and of course was right in the victory mix over in the United States. Topped Friday, was on the front row, and then of course was on the podium after a brilliant battle on Sunday. So Carpe will be looking to build on that momentum. Said he found a lot in mid-corner turning, and the sort of performance gains there was really ringing true over in Austin, which was good to hear from Carpe, who we were fully expecting to mount a championship challenge this year, and so far he is the closest challenger to Jerez.
We have a look at the sector times. Jerez doing the business all the way through this lap, except for sector 2. Brian Uriarte is right up there as well. So Uriarte at the moment, where is Brian Uriarte? 5th, there we go. 3/4 of a second off. Valentin Proni a couple of spots up ahead, just less than half a second off, as the Argentinian gets ready to rock and roll for the final few minutes of Moto3 practice. Second place for Almanza, 4th for Munoz, and the Dynavolt Lipromoli intact machines are right there as well in contention. It's really a KTM fest at the front. Jerez, Almanza, Peroni, Munoz, Uriarte, Britain, Scott Ogden up there in 6th place. Then come the Honda PD. Fernandez, we saw Casey O'Gorman get himself up into the top 10. Great lap by the Irishman, 8 tenths off what Jerez has been able to do at the moment and completing your top 10. Alessandro Tanucci's level up MT18 and Matteo Vitelli. Joel Esteban, his teammate, down in 20th at the minute. This has been a nightmare track for Esteban in the past. He's never finished a Grand Prix here. Definitely won't want extra track time in the way of Q1. So Esteban, expect him to be quick. He was quick this morning, so I think there's a lap time to come yet from the 78.
Yeah, 100%. Don't expect the Esteban outside of the top 14 really, but who knows? Obviously, in the final 11 minutes as we've got on our clock now, anything can happen. Yellow flags can spoil some lap times, of course. You can go down the road whilst pushing as well. So Quiles, was that a little banker time? We're going to find out in the next sort of a minute and a half whether he has got more in the tank. I'm sure he has, but is he wanting to push the limits when he's 3 tenths clear? Who knows? He's a reformed rider in 2026, but here come the cavalry, and they're all chasing a top 14 finish.
Yeah, they're all chasing David Almanza as well on this outlap, so very smart stuff indeed from Alvaro Carpe. Joel Esteban couldn't quite see who the other one was, but Rico Salmela perhaps. We'll have to wait and see until we get a trackside shot, but there were 3 riders latching onto the back of David Almanza. No, it's Hakim Danish, I think that is. Talking of that Aeon Credits MT Helmets MSI KTM team, disaster for Ryusuke Yamanaki, just behind Leo Ramersdorf, who we haven't mentioned too much on the second of the 658 Squadron Corsa machines. But Ryusuke Yamanaka, who's had good form round here as well in the last couple of years, has been in the top 5 on not just the grid but also in the Grand Prix. He's stone motherless last at the minute. Disaster.
Yeah, I was looking this morning as well. So Yamanaka's start of the season is his worst start to a Moto3 season. 2 points in the opening 3 rounds is not what the doctor ordered for Yamanaka, not what we're used to seeing. Of course, you mentioned Kiko, 5th last year here, qualified in the second round, was 4th in 2024 as well, and set the fastest lap for 8 in 2023. So he likes it around here. So I do fear if Yamanaka isn't fast around here in Jerez, then it's a bit of a worry for the rest of the season. Let's see what he can do in the final 10 minutes of this session.
I just thought Yamanaka was coming in there to follow this lot out. It was his teammate Denis, so that obviously means Yamanaka's following David Almanza, the group that we saw earlier.
Yeah, here we go then. So Quiles again not improving on that lap time around, was 7 tenths off his fastest time, and now he's got a trio of riders right behind him. So if he wants to, Quiles can just sort of lap half a second off his fastest time, and still be in the mix in that top 5. He probably knows now that he's got a gaggle of riders trying to gain some time. Fellow Spaniards Uriarte and Cruzes just tucked up behind him there as well, and he's got his teammate Marco Morelli, who'll be wanting to go with his teammate, of course, but Quiles then coming through the first split, 10th and a half down, but Uriarte, red sector, the first one at the latter stage of this section.
Yeah, we'll be able to bring you all this, and halfway through that lap, Uriarte has got 2 red sectors. Quiles gets out of the way. Oh, yellow flags in sector 1 now. This is another problem. Not just the weather, but yellow flags coming out. That'll mean instant lap time cancellations regardless if you slow down or not. So who is it? Oh, no. It's Ruche Moody. Well, it's the other Code Motorsport machine there. Down at turn 1, Ruche Moody, the South African, runs off through the gravel. And that is a real disaster down there. Moody had just moved up into 14th place as well to try and go through and get himself directly into Q2 for the first time in 2026, but instead the number 21 is running through the gravel, only one bike in Moto3, so you can't restart it in the gravel or at the side of the track anymore. That needs to get back to pit lane ASAP.
Yeah, Service Road will do. Oh, that's close between Cruzes and Uriarte at the final corner. Both of these riders, as you can see from the bottom of your timing screens, are on for better lap times. Uriarte hasn't really got to do it, but he will do. Up to P3 and Cruzes up to second, outside of the top 14 leapfrogs. Everyone, apart from Quiles, into P2. Great lap time from the duo. And
just behind them, Marco Morelli went up to 13th place. That pushes this rider on your screen, Alvaro Carpe, down into 14th. He's the rider at risk, but he's on the personal best lap here. If he can hold that, he'll move up into the top 5 comfortably. Joel Esteban is getting a nice little bit of toe up the front straights. Let's see where these two go. Carpe 4th and Esteban 6th. So the 2 heavy hitters that were languishing slightly are now up into the top 14. That has now pushed Ruche Moody out to just see crash, but more importantly, Marco Morelli, who you'd really be expecting can move through here. He might be a rookie, but Morelli in 15th place at a circuit he knows. You'd have thought he could be a little bit further up than that, but still 7.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, plenty of time for Morelli to get a lap time in, but he's got to do it sooner rather than later. We've just missed a potential battle there going on between the duo we just saw. This is Cruzes, though, back on a fast lap time. The red sector through sector 2. He's left a little bit of a gap to Uriarte. I don't know if he's just lost time in that sector 3 before we pitched them up, because they were locked together, of course, and they're on pretty similar lap times. Yeah, he has made a mistake somewhere, Cruz says, so that's a shame. He's not going to improve this time around, but he's done the hard work on the previous lap. I'd be very surprised if Cruz says ends up outside the top 14 from him.
Vader Patama is in 14th place, 3.5 tenths up, 3 sectors in, 3.5 tenths out as well. Marco Morelli 3 sectors in. David Almanza had a red sector coming through the second sector. Adrian Fernandez had just set a red sector coming through the first sector, so there's time out there here at the Circuito de Jerez. Angel Nieto coming to the line. Uriarte was third, goes second, then moving up. Cruz says third, Morelli gets up to fifth, now sixth as Peroni, his fellow countryman, knocks him back. Jesus Rios up into 11th place, Bertelli goes sixth, and Vader Pratama likewise 11th. That pushes Scott Ogden now down to 14th place, and there's riders such as Guido Pini and Adrian Fernandez, who are now, with 6 minutes left on the clock, down in 15th and 16th, but Fernandez halfway round, 2 red crash helmets.
Yeah, this is what we like to see in Moto3 at Jerez. The time to tie a minimal sort of mistake or anything going on your lap, and you're going to lose time. Our latest race winner is out. His teammate is out, Adrian Fernandez. Scott Ogden has been pushed out, and also Casey O'Gorman was out, but he's penetrated back into the top 10. Good stuff from the Irish.
And the Irishman did that just behind David Almanza, who went up into second place. So there is time out there, and it's all about strategy, really. We're not talking about Max Gieles. That's because the 44.3 that he set on his first run, more than good enough. 5.5 minutes on the clock. Adrian Fernandez dropped a little bit in that third sector, but this should be more than good enough, unless he's had a howler in the sector 4. No, he hasn't. And the number 31 does move up into third place. So one Leopard Honda has been rescued. Now it's down to the number 94 of Guido Pini to do so. Scott Ogden also moving back into the top 14. 12th for him, that pushes Hakim Danish. The Malaysian now finds himself in 15th, and Indonesia's Vader Patama is the rider at risk in 14th.
I was about to say, we need to be watching Matteo Bertelli. We're on board with him now. No, we're not on board with Valentin Peroni, who's just ahead of him on the road. The 73 is also going quickly, but Bertelli is on the fastest lap of the session, potentially. Gieles was sitting comfortably in the pit lane. He's headed back out now. Is Peroni going to jump at the timing screen? Surely he is. Is it going to be P1 though?
It is. I found something in that final sector. What about Matteo Bertelli? Moves up into the top 3, so our pole hound from the start of 25 has come back to the 4 in 2026, but Valentin Peroni just edging out Max Gieles by 0.005 of a second. Now we need to really be seeing Rico Salmela. He's just going to be coming through the final sector, and Rico Salmela, having duffed up David Almanza, it looks like, at the Lorenzo turn, gets himself up the front straight, 2 tenths off, 3 sectors in. Does he move up into the top 14? 11th will do for now. Yellow flags in sector 3. Oh no! Eddie O'Shea down at turn 6. Oh dearie me, was that Alvaro Carpe going gravel tracking down at turn 1? So the yellow flags briefly out for Eddie O'Shea, who's now 20th. He's still ahead of his teammate Kelso. So MLab's grid machines find themselves down the order, and that looks like session done for Eddie O'Shea. 20th at best, Q1 bound for the Brits.
Yeah, it looks like it's all okay, which is good to see for the British rider. Thumbs up to the medics there at the side of the circuit as well. Classic turn 6, I'm guessing. Here we're going to get a replay. Oh no, it's a mechanical or technical issue for Eddie O'Shea. I do apologise to the British rider. He's not crashed, he's had a problem with the Honda.
And I'll tell you what, you rarely see a Honda having a mechanical. So down, not so, but out confirmed. Eddie O'Shea, the Grid MLab Racing number 8, parks it at the Dani Pedrosa corner. Thankfully he's all right, the bike not so, and well, at least there'll not be too much repairs needing to go on. I'll tell you what, your big digit has just come right across the screen, and this is the reason why. David Munoz, rider at risk in 14th place, 3 sectors into this. Red crash helmets everywhere. Oh, Zimmertani's right in the road here. He's going to need to clear him. Oh, he's going to get some slipstream, but David Munoz will be spitting feathers if this cost him. Coming up to the line, less than 3 minutes to go. Munoz, oh, he found time. Fantastic. What a way to come back into Moto3, and a round of applause down there too. Oh, not so if he's going on the beach, but David Munoz up to P1. A 44.119 puts him 2 tenths clear of Peroni and Gieles. What a way to come back.
I was going to say, welcome back, David. What a What a classic Munoz performance that was. Away for a few races. Yellow flags again in sector 3. That could be turn 6. It could be turn 9 into the stadium section as well. We'll have to wait and see. Quiles isn't improving on this time around. Munoz, what a lap time. Thought he was going to lose time in that final split, but he didn't.
I'm looking at the sector times on our timing screen, and there weren't any riders on personal or outright best. Oh, dearie me. A disaster for the Brits in the closing stages here of Moto3 practice. Scott Ogden finds himself down, and it's right where you said, Al, over that tricky right-hander at third 9, right in front of the fans. So Scott Ogden, well, at least it's not a long walk back to pit lane over there, unlike Eddie O'Shea down at turn 6. So Scoggers finds himself, I'll tell you what, 14th place. Guido Pini has had his lap cancelled for yellow flags, and he's only going to get one more of this, our Cota winner. So I'll tell you what, Pini, traditional super pole lapping coming. It's all or nothing. As Scott Ogden, we see him walk away. He seems all right. It's more anger than anything else for the Brits at the number 19 down at turn 9.
Yeah.
Oh, no, he's not, or is he?
Well, he's ran into the gravel, and then, yeah, he's had to stop before he gets to the tyre wall. So just a mistake there down at turn 9 for Ogden. He's up and walking, which is good news, but he is currently P14 on the cut line, and we've got Pini. What lap times is Pini setting? He's 1.1 seconds off at this moment in time, so he's not going to improve on this time around. Is he going to get around for one more? Potentially, but it's going to be tight. No, Pini has just come through the first split. I do apologise. That was his last lap time. 3/10 down though through the first split, and that would put him inside the top 7, but he's still got 3/4 of the lap to go.
He's got to hold it, exactly. Quiles has bailed out of this one. He'll get another lap. The number 28 coming through the Cribier and Ferrari corners, turn 11 and 12. Jorge Martinez Aspar watching on as the rider who was P1 for so long is now in P3. What are we having a look at here? Are we going to have a moment? Yeah, just picks it up right at the apex at the Aspar corner, actually. So, unfortunate, but P3 is going to be more than good enough for Quiles.
Yeah, certainly is. We don't need to be watching Quiles at this moment in time. This is what we need to be watching. Guido Pini, 4/10 down through sector 2. This is sector 3, just clicking it into gear between 9 and 10. 6/10. Is that going to be enough? Oh, not quite as things stand.
He needs about a 100th of a second. Guido Pini's going to have to ride this one like he stole it. He's going through Q1 as it stands, but our Cota winner may well just be about to find out if he can get through turn 13. It all looked a bit neat and tidy to me, but he's got no reference. He's doing it all on his own. Guido Pini moves up the front straight. Does he move up the timing tower? No, and he takes the checkered flag. 15th and Q1 for Pini. Disaster.
So Kelso's on a good lap time, whereas Kelso is P21. So Ogden is not safe yet in P14. Kelso's come through the second split, 3/10 down. Is anyone else on a good lap? Quiles is, but he's not going to trouble Scott Ogden. He's way up the road in terms of the timesheets. There is grey helmets all across our timing tower. It is now all on Joe Kelso to see if he can get inside that top 14.
Danish is out. Vader Patama is out. Jesus Rios is out. So they are also joining Guido Pini, 15th, 16th, 17th and 18th for that lot. Morelli has taken the checkered flag along with Uriarte and Cruces and Valentin Peroni as well. So now is what we want to be seeing. But Joel Kelso, he's done the same as Pini. He's just a little bit too far out. So Joel Kelso, we know he's good in qualifying, but he may have just given himself a bit much to do.
Yeah, looks like he potentially has. He's got to have the final split of his life to try and leapfrog Scott Ogden. He's not got too much of a margin to make up, but to make up time in the final split, not a lot to do. Quiles, though, lands a hammer blow at the end of the session. How Max Quiles is that? Let's get Kelso over the line. Is he going to improve? No, loses time in the final split. That's unlucky for the Australian. He is heading into Q1.
Hey, but we've got a Brit up in the Q2. We are not, I would say, biased, but we do, of course, like to see a British flag up into the top 14 places. And even though Scott Ogden would have preferred to have not done it that way, he moves through anyway. The home crowd get what they want. It is a Spaniard 1-2, Quiles and Munoz. At the moment, it is your favourites for pole position in the battle tomorrow. That's coming up at 44.078. Still not quite on last year's practice time for Max Quiles, as you called it, a hammer blow. Just to remind everyone that actually it's Quiles who is your favourite, not the returning David Munoz. But a fine job indeed for Munoz in second, third for Peroni. Italian Almanza completely in top 5, and what was a breathless final 10 minutes of this.
certainly was, and shout out to the riders in second and fifth on their injury return, especially to Munoz. Almanza, of course, picked up that fractured elbow over in Brazil, but the complications of that left femur fracture that Munoz has suffered, 6 surgeries on that left femur, and to see Munoz back in action at his home Grand Prix, definitely not fully fit, I may remind you, and sticking it in P2 and just getting beaten to P1 at the end there by Quinez. A real sort of top job, and kudos to Munoz because that was interesting.
And this is his real home Grand Prix, of course. Well, he's from just up the road, an hour up the road in Sevilla. It doesn't get much closer as far as the Grand Prix is concerned to Sevilla. The home crowd got a Sevillan on the top step of the podium last year in Jose Antonio Rueda. I'll tell you what, Munoz will be going to try and replicate that if he can. Peroni taking that third place. Good solid effort after a tricky morning this morning.
Yeah, good to see the 73 bouncing back well after the disappointment of his sort of last corner victim. Let's put it however you want it, not in those words because they were rubbish. But Peroni really, really strong performance all season long, and he would nod, and he'd be pretty pleased with that P3 at the end of day one. Only Quinez and Munoz ahead of him, and he's right in the mix once again, which is good news for Peroni.
Normally I'd say don't give up the day job, but
probably should have.
Well, straight to Q2, as you can see, there your top 14, as we've already spoken about many of them. Good job done by Queso Gorman and Rico Salmela, rookies there. John Cruces likewise, Brian Uriarte up there in 7th place. So really strong stuff right the way through the top 14. But one rider who is going to be really spitting feathers after that, Guido Pini, Grand Prix winner coming into this one, finds himself down in Q1. What a disaster.
Yeah, how Moto3 is that as well. One sort of weekend you're winning, the next you're in Q1. So yeah, work to do for Pini heading into Saturday.
Not all over yet though. Q1 for Pini, P1 for Max Keyless. Fine job indeed at 44.078. Sees him a few thousandths of a second clear. David Munoz, Valentin Peroni, valiant in third. Matteo Bertelli, what a Friday he's having. It's his best Friday in over a year. So great to see the Italian back on some kind of form. And Almanza, like his teammate who is returning from injury, both of the Liquimoni Guidebolt intact machine up inside the top 5. Moto3 action all done and dusted. That means that myself, Kiko Giles, I'm getting out of here. Lewis Sotheby is moving in. Moto2 up next. Elle stays put. Moto2 practice. Enjoy.
Afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Jerez, the Spanish Grand Prix. This is round 4 of the 2026 MotoGP World Championship. We've crammed so much already into just 3 rounds of the season. It's certainly all been coming up a prettier so far in MotoGP. In Moto3, we've had the usual mix of unpredictability and excitement, with 3 different winners in the first 3 Grand Prix. 3 different winners in 3 races would also account for Moto2 so far, as we get set for a Spanish Grand Prix with Spaniards 1, 2 and 3 in the World Championship, covered by just 6.5 points at this very early stage in proceedings. Gonzalez
across from the paddock to the comms boxes. They're on the other side of the front straight, so we're just above the pit lane over in the media centre on that side, but on this side we're on the other.
Although perhaps a low-key start might be the politest way to put it for Ethan earlier on today, a former Moto3 winner around here, of course, down in 19th place at the end of free practice 1, but that ultimately counts for nothing. Places in Q2 will be decided over the upcoming 40-minute practice session. But already so far this season, when you go through the 3 races we've had, we have seen plenty of surprises. We saw David Alonso have to go through qualifying 1 after missing the boat in practice in Buriram, and in the last 2 Grand Prix his teammate made the same mistake. Danny Holgado, he did go through Q1 to pole, it must be said, in Brazil, didn't have the same success in Austin. So whilst it's not the end of your weekend, it's not a disaster that you can't overcome if you have a poor Friday afternoon. It certainly puts you on your back foot and under major pressure going into Super Saturday here in Spain. Perhaps putting himself under pressure after a big crash earlier in this morning is David Alonso, who will be grateful for the fast work of his X-Bar crew that he has a bike ready to take part in this afternoon's practice session. Lewis Sotheby and Elliot York will talk you through it. Senna Aegis sits relaxed in the intact box, ready to, I guess, challenge for something he's never done in Grand Prix racing, which is back-to-back Moto2 wins. Can't say that his chances have exactly got any worse after his showing earlier on today.
No, absolutely not. Good afternoon, everyone. And yeah, Aegis up inside that top three, and the top four even, was split by less than a tenth of a second. So Aegis coming out of the blocks firing here in Jerez and picking up where he left off over in Austin. What a weekend it was for the Australian over in America, a circuit that he admitted that he struggled at in the past, which made it even more special. And of course, the tragic events that unfolded in the weeks leading up to it was also a special reason why it was a fantastic win. This was the crash this morning for David Alonso, who had absolutely no chance of trying to pick that up on his knee or on his elbow going into the final corner, a corner in which he crashed at in the race last year. Alonso was all okay, which is the main thing, but the bike, as you can see, was not a proper repair job for the mechanics down there in the Aspar box. You can see it looks bright, shiny and brand new does that Kalex triumph of Alonso. So hopefully, fingers crossed, it's all okay. No gremlins from the rebuild, and Alonso can get a decent session under his belt. He was fast before that, and he actually set a fastest final split before he went down the road and did finish P10. So the lap time was a pretty decent one before he crashed, but those are the sorts of mistakes that can catch you out, and he will not be wanting to do that again this afternoon or for the rest of the weekend.
Yes, if there's one circuit where you're not going to be penalised too much by missing half of FP1, it might well be Jerez, given that pre-season testing did take place here in late February, but still a blow to the usually impenetrable David Alonso confidence. Of course, so strong for much of the Austin weekend, but didn't necessarily get the result that his potential suggested he might after the tyre pressure penalty booted him down from pole position to 17th on the grid. If we're asking the question, though, who looked the absolute strongest this morning, and we're not just talking about the overall result, the deeper you look into the lap-by-lap analysis of FP1 this morning, the better it looks for Barry Baltusar.
Yeah, it certainly does. Baltus found something in terms of top speed is what they were missing on that side of the box anyway. In the opening couple of Grand Prix, found that over in Austin, and it proved to be the case that he was sort of back in form. Was, of course, some might see it as slightly unlucky to get a long lap penalty, but rules are rules. He did get that long lap penalty, and he was well on for a podium until that point, but still brought it home in P6. But this morning he was lightning quick. A 1:39.525 was his fastest. That is now, of course, a new all-time lap record in Moto2, and he set a further three 1:39s, and just looked very, very consistent, very fast. And fast and consistent bout is exactly what we saw last year, and that's why he finished third place overall last year. And it's good to see the number 7 looking like his old self here in Jerez.
A whole bunch of low 140s to go with those 39s. The only riders who really looked like they had a similar sort of rhythm and pace to Baltus this morning were Senna Aegis, who was third quickest overall, and you'd probably add David Alonso into that mix too. Prior to his crash, he was doing laps in the low 140s and high 39s before he fell, but as El mentioned, we saw just how hard he was pushing when he totaled his bike at the final corner. Here's Dani Munoz, who is certainly one of the true home favourites here this weekend. Of course, every Spanish rider will count this as a home Grand Prix, but Dani Munoz, who does hail from nearby Sevilla, and he's one of many riders in this class with a birthday coming up middle of next week. He turns 20, so at a home Grand Prix he'll be hoping for an early birthday present. Munoz sits 5th in the World Championship after points in each of the first 3 Grand Prix, including, of course, that very close second to Holgado in Brazil.
Yeah, had a promising top 10, didn't he, over in Thailand with P8, and then, of course, was Holgado's closest challenger. It wasn't until the sort of last couple of laps where Holgado really turned on the wick. And yeah, it was Holgado who ultimately came out victorious in that one. But Munoz showing what he's capable of once more. Had a quiet weekend over in Austin, has to be said, was 14th over the line. But had a decent session this morning, did Munoz. P9, just one place ahead of David Alonso, and as you just saw there, he's P5 in the championship standings, well, only 13.5 points off Manu Gonzalez. So if he can have another strong weekend here, he's right in the early title chase mix, as is a lot of riders, it has to be said. But the rider on screen, Ethan Guevara, as Lewis rightly mentioned, had a quiet morning. Not too much to worry about, I don't think. We're going to learn a lot more in the upcoming session. Rider second in the championship, of course. But we've come used to seeing Ethan Guevara a lot higher up in the standings than that on a Friday, Saturday, and of course a Sunday as well.
Yeah, one final footnote on Munoz, of course, he was the other rider to Baltus, who picked up a long lap penalty for what was deemed an unsafe change of direction off the start line in the initial start, which dropped him from what would have been a potential top 10 to that ultimate 14th place. There is the reigning Moto2 world champion, Diogo Moreira, who had a pretty solid morning, it's fair to say, in MotoGP with the Pro LCR Honda squad. As we now look at the rider who was his teammate, now of course partnering Munoz in that Italtrans team, Adrian Huertas, who did have a crash right at the end of free practice one earlier on today, but as you can see, he is suited and booted and ready to go this afternoon.
Yeah, that's good news. Obviously, Huertas has not had much injury luck as of late, including, of course, at the start of the year over in Thailand. And it was a fast one. You don't want to crash anywhere, of course, but turn 11 is absolutely not a place you want to be crashing here in Jerez. So, yeah, good news to see Huertas uninjured in that one, and he'll be out this afternoon. Finished P17, so a half-decent session, 7/10 away from the top time. So Huertas definitely in the mix for a top 14 in the upcoming session.
Here's a rider looking for more from this afternoon. It appeared as if there were one or two issues down at forward this morning. The Clint Racing team, because Escridge spent quite a lot of time in the pits earlier on today. He, of course, topped pre-season testing here back at the end of February. He did a 1:38.8, which is not an official lap record, of course. It has to be set in racing. Fastest time earlier on today was a 39.5, and you were spotting something which might well affect these early laps of practice up.
Well, I do believe that was rain, unless our eyes have deceived me anyway. That did look like spots of rain, or even heavier than that. I can just about make out some potential rain on the start-finish straight. We'll obviously learn a little bit more. I can't see any umbrellas going up, so I don't know if I've just seen things, but there is definitely rain in the air. But if there is rain falling, as I might have seen on the camera lens, then this makes the opening sort of 5-10 minutes of this session really, really important.
Yeah, just saw the right panel with the red cross on the run up to turn one, just on the left as we looked. It'll be on the rider's right as they approach turn one. So definitely one or two spots are falling. Doesn't appear as if it's falling heavily. It's to be said, through much of the day, it's looked like it's been trying to rain. We've had that sort of blanket of cloud cover overhead. It certainly doesn't feel like it's about to absolutely chuck it down, but will certainly catch the rider's attention as those spots of rain land on their visor. And you never know in these kind of practice sessions when the best moment might well be to go out there and get a time on the board. So some risks might need to be taken in these early moments of practice.
Yeah, I've just stuck my head out the back of the commentary box. We're overlooking sort of turn 4 here, just on the other side of the front straights of the pit box, and there's no real visible sign to the naked eye of rain where we are. So yeah, I don't think it's going to affect the riders too much, but there's definite rain in the air. So this is going to add a little bit of drama to proceedings here, and the riders are going to want to get out quickly in case a heavier downpour does come and affect the rest of the session. Judging from the skies, you're right to say this, Lewis, that it doesn't look like there's going to be a massive and consistent downpour, but any rain when you're on slick tyres and going at well over 200 kilometres per hour is not what you need.
Tony Arbolino might not be too gutted with how good he is in slightly iffy conditions. He's the last rider to leave pit lane, so it'll be a bit of an exploration exercise for these riders to see what kind of conditions await them and just how much they could trust the grip levels, which usually are pretty good around this Jerez circuit. As we look at Aaron Canet on the 44 for the Yamaha VDS team, the former Moto3 winner. They can see once again the white panel with the red cross. That indicates it's down to the marshals. They have complete autonomy on that particular part of the circuit. They have a button that they can press. If they feel any spots of rain in their particular sector of the circuit, they can press a button, illuminate that light panel, and let the riders know it's spots of rain falling at the part of the racetrack that they are approaching.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a more promising session, wasn't it, for the Alphamart VDS duo this morning. Denis Oncu finishing in P11, Aaron Canet in P14. Not where they want to be, of course, and not where they used to be, but it's been a very difficult opening 3 races for the Alphamart VDS duo. Here is Top Rack Raz Gatlioglu speaking to Alex Hoffman down there in pit lane. Of course, Toprak works very, very closely with Denis, very close friends down there, and every time I'm down there in the pit lane in Moto2 qualifying, Toprak is always in Oncu's corner. Good for Oncu to have that sort of experience and a good friend in the paddock, and Oncu had a really disappointing weekend over in Austin, but the signs are there this weekend at least that it's more promising for the two that have moved into the Elf Mark VDS box and onto Boscuros. Canet was actually quite pleased with how the American Grand Prix went. Wasn't the result he would have wanted, but he said that he learnt a lot and they found a good direction and a good feeling. So hopefully this weekend, for Canet's sake, that can continue on, because it has been a very disappointing season so far for those two who are used to seeing in the podium battle, of course.
Yeah, speaking to a member of the team earlier on, Denis Oncu said after coming back from his crash, he wasn't too disappointed. He said, I felt fast again on board the Boscuro, which he wasn't really at any stage in the United States Grand Prix weekend, when he wasn't inside the top 14 in any session, which is where he needs to be this afternoon if he's to book a place in Q2. One of the sort of early lap times we're seeing, well, they're pretty quick to be fair. Bouncers on a 140.0 is just half a second shy of what he did earlier on today in pre-practice one. So at the moment, it's not the hottest we've ever had it here in the south of Spain, in Andalusia. We're expecting it to be much hotter on Sunday for race day, but it's still relatively pleasant, low 20 degrees in terms of air temperature, so any light spots of rain are just burning off the surface.
Yeah, exactly that, and you can see from the camera lens that there isn't any visible rain, so if there is any in the air, which of course there is, it's not heavy, it's sort of probably more mental rain, as the riders like to call it, more than it's going to affect the tyres and the grip out there. Ethan Guevara, this is more like it from the 28 already in this session. It looks like it's actually brightening up at the final corner, which is good to see. Let's get Ethan Guevara across the line. Yeah, he goes P2, and already that's an improvement from what he was able to do this morning. A 140.284 this morning, he's down to a 140.0, so already faster, which is good news, and what we were sort of expecting from Guevara this afternoon.
Yeah, key session for him to put whatever happened this morning, if there was anything negative out of his system. Perhaps he was just riding within himself. Senna Aegis now tackles the pair of right-handers. In fact, you're turning right for the next couple of corners after this. Of course, out of the stadium section through towards this fearsome pair of fourth gear right-handers. The Triviate corner of turn 11, Ferrari turn 12. And the final corner, the left-handed hairpin of turn 13, where Alonso Lopez is exiting, and the black record might be coming under some threat here, so I think we can class this as a bone dry racetrack. Lopez down to a 39.6. That's just a tenth away from Barry Baltus' record this morning. Baltus beats his own record though, down to a 139.4. Barry Baltus means serious business here, doesn't it?
It certainly does. No rain, what rain? There's no rain in the air in terms of the lap times. Great to see from Baltus once again hitting the ground running in practice this afternoon. And Aegis, who was right up there with him in the earlier session. P3 for Aegis, he's down there in to P2 now, and he is under the previous lap record as well, so the time is already hotting up here in Moto2.
Good start to the session for Grassini too. Lopez third, and Sergio Garcia up to fourth place. For the Sergio Garcia need a return to form. Of course, has a double long lap penalty to serve this weekend after his role in the carnage down at turn 11 on the first lap in Austin, Texas. Reminder, Alberto Ferrandez, who was also responsible for some mayhem in that corner, he has a pit lane start coming up this weekend as his punishment for essentially putting the carers on the injured list for the foreseeable future. Of course, we do also have returnees to Moto2 this weekend in the form of Luca Lanetta, the 32 of the Speed RS team. Lanetta, of course, broke his leg. Broke the leg that he already injured back in Assen in Moto3 last season. He's back in action here this weekend as teammate to Chelsea Vietti. Lanetta was 24th earlier on a 140.831. He's yet to better that so far this afternoon.
Good to see Alonso then back out on track. He's following Mario Aggi. Aggi was 16th earlier on this morning. Alonso, as I mentioned, P10. This is where Alonso went down, as we saw, a little bit close there. A couple of different lines. Of course, Aggi just running a bit hot, but he can put it back to the apex and get a good run out to the final corner. Alonso is going to improve on this lap. He makes up time in that final split as well. So good stuff from Alonso. Looks like there's no ill effects from the crash this morning on the bike, which is good news for Aspar and the Colombian.
Yeah, 139.547. That's one to him second earlier on today. Would have just been a couple of hundreds behind Barry Baltus. As we also see improvements coming in for Colin Vire, who's got himself into the 139s. Top 10 already in the 39 so far this afternoon. So the pace super hot. We do have a slight tweak to the tyre allocation from what we had here last year. We had the SCX tyre, which I think made its Moto2 debut here last year, and everybody raced it in the end. That's been brought again here this weekend, and we do have a sort of development version of the SCX, which has also been brought to the allocation, which is expected to be slightly more durable and consistent over race distance. So we're not exactly dealing with softer, faster tyres that we had here last year, but both of the options are variations of the SCX, which Pirelli are very confident will do race distance on Sunday.
Here's Canet then coming around the final corner. Lost a little bit of time there, didn't he, in sector 3? But Canet well on course to improve his time and jump up from P21. Where did he go? Up to 16th. So not quite enough as things stand. But as we mentioned earlier, this is a lot more promising. I know P16 is not where Canet will want to be. But as mentioned from this morning as well, Oncu finally feeling like he can be quick again on that Boscuro. Canet looking in decent shape as well. So this is more promising signs. And talking of promising signs, Holgado, P18 as things stand, but a better lap time coming in, and he was consistent and quick this morning as well. So it sounds like and looks like so far this weekend Holgado has sort of put to bed the sort of disappointment of Austin, and he's of course on home turf and looking a lot more like the Holgado we've come to see in Moto2.
Lyle was getting a little bit loose there through the Cribier corner up ahead of Holgado as he looks to try and lift himself up the order. Because of that mistake, he doesn't. Or a slight bobble, I guess, to describe it. 7th place for him. We're awaiting Holgado over the line on the 96 here. He comes up into 9th place. Been a steady start to the session so far for the World Championship leader. Manu Gonzalez with his teammate up in 2nd place. Gonzalez at the moment, he's yet to set a 139. So far this afternoon, after doing a 39.7 earlier on today. Gonzalez at the moment, it's very early days, still half an hour to go, but he sits down in 16th place. It's Alex Escreech. That's the Alex Escreech we were expecting after his performance in testing.
Yeah, good to see from Escreech. Of course, was a podium contender over in Brazil, and he got us all excited when we looked at the pre-season testing results and saw his name at the top of the timesheets. It's not quite unfolded like that throughout the season so far, but Escreech has certainly impressed a lot of people in this paddock. He's good friends with Pedro Costa as well. So Escreech, yeah, looking like he's on form this weekend, which is good to see. It's always great to see new riders coming to the fore, especially on probably unfavoured machinery as well. So yeah, good stuff from Escreech, and the times already are tight. If you're over 4 tenths away from the top time, you're on the cusp of being outside the top 14, which is classic Moto2.
Less than a second was the top 22. I say the top 22, there's only 28 of them out there, so we're meant to be talking about 3/4 of the field covered by less than a second, down to Ferrandez in 25th, just 1.1 seconds covers them. We are genuinely talking about hundreds and thousands of a second that can transform your weekend in a session such as this. You just need to look at that cut-off area. Ivan Ortola in 13th on a 39.874. Just a few hundredths of a second back to Munoz, who's the wrong side and currently staring at qualifying 1.
Lovely slow-mo of 2 of the fastest riders so far this weekend. Bautas in P1, Agius in P3. Of course, Agius, the race winner last time out, coming through turn 12. The last of the ferociously quick right-handers before you face up Jorge Lorenzo corner down at turn 13. They're lapping together, the 7 and the 81. P1, as I mentioned, for Bautas, P3 for Agius. And Agius was a rider who was mentioning the sort of closeness and competitiveness of Moto2 after his win last time out. He said it's undoubtedly now the toughest class in Grand Prix motorcycle racing. He was referencing if you're missing a tenth or even less in, he said, the braking zone, for an example. If you're missing a tenth or less there, 2-3 corners around the lap, you're going to be 2.5, 3 tenths off, and that could be the difference, as we're seeing, between going straight into Q2 on a Friday and potentially not. So that's playing out in front of our eyes here, and when the race winner is saying that and his teammate was saying that at the start of the season as well. We like to see it competitive in Moto2. We look to see the gaps close, and I'm sure you do at home as well, but the riders would prefer it to be a little less competitive at times, I'm sure.
Unforgiving, isn't it? In Moto2, you cannot afford to be even slightly off your game, because there are so many riders who will be queuing up to punish you. David Alonso, I'm sure will have had a little word in his ear for Nico Timol and Jorge Martinez Aspar. Just bring the bike to the checkered flag in one piece, David. You're plenty fast enough to secure a place in qualifying 2. At the moment, he's backing that up. 4th place at the moment on 139.5. In fact, you need a minimum 39.9 to even be in the top 14 now. The top 15 riders in this session all in the 139s, which is why Denis Oncu, despite setting a 40.2, is only down in 21st place. No sign of the continued optimism at Marc Lidièche yet. Canet Oncu, 20th and 21st.
I seem to remember the final split here in Jerez from last year. Jake Dixon, of course, was riding that bike last year. The final split was where he was losing all of his time through the fast right-handers. He was really struggling to get that Boscuro chassis turn, and that looks so far is where Oncu is losing most of his time. Of course, he was 4 tenths down up into the sector 3, but then loses all that time once more in sector 4. So maybe those gremlins of fast corners trying to get that chassis turn through the corner, and like the Calyx is where its strength is potentially proving troublesome so far for Oncu and maybe some of the other Boscaros as well.
Yeah, interesting. Looking at the split breakdown from this morning's FP1 session, the top 14 in that fourth sector were either a Calyx or the forward of a Stridge. The first Boscascuro for that final sector was Tony Arduino, and he was the 15th fastest rider through there, giving up a quarter of a second to the fastest rider through there, which was Daniel Morgado. So that would certainly back up your points out, but the Boscascuros perhaps not so strong in that final sector of the lap. They were strongest through the first sector. Celestino Vietti and the Speed RS Boscascuro was the fastest rider of all in that first split earlier on today. At the moment, from a Boscascuro point of view, well, how's it looking? We've got Ethan Guevara currently in 9th place, Celestino Vietti in 14th, and at the moment, that's as good as it's getting for them.
Yeah, strange to see Vietti down there in P14. Obviously, a long way to go in the session. We've got Gonzalez, who's just coming into pit lane outside of the top 14 as well. Munoz outside of the top 14. Some big hitters in this early championship charge, sitting outside of that top 14. Of course, still 25 minutes to go in this session. And it looks like the rain has disappeared for now, which is good news. This is Felix Salac, who was just looking like he was struggling a little bit to get that OnlyFans American racing machine stopped at the final corner. I think it's Joe Roberts, his teammate, who's just behind him on track as well. They were training together over in California after the America's Grand Prix, and spoke to Eton Football last time out in Austin, and he said welcoming Salac to the team has been fantastic because they get along really well and they're really working well as a team over in that garage. Roberts up inside that top 14, which is where he'll want to be at least come the end of the session. Salac has just got a couple of attempts to make up if he wants to penetrate that top 14. As you see Gonzalez, just trying to read the body language of Gonzalez, doesn't look too unhappy. He may have just been out there testing some race rhythm and not wanting to push too much. There was rain in the air, of course, as well, so the last thing Gonzalez will want to do is sort of do an Alonso from this morning, push a little bit too hard too early, chuck it down the road. If you're going to do it in any session, maybe make it FP1, but this is the session that really counts, of course, to heading straight through to Q2. So Gonzalez probably just taking it easy, the championship leader, and then fresh rubber potentially being fitted at least for the final 10 minutes, I assume, but maybe before that as well, to get a banker lap time in, and then we're going to see what Gonzalez has compared to the likes of Bautas and Screech and Aegis. Yeah,
we know he's got pedigree, don't we, around this circuit. Manny Gonzalez, after winning with relative comfort here last season as a Chelsea Vietti, so good, so brilliant to watch them dancing into that final corner. Of course, coming over to the left-hand side of the circuit, having taken the right-hander, the fourth gear right-hander, a Ferrari, sweeping up to the right-hand side, but then, of course, just dancing with using the rear of the bike to get it stopped and turned into turn 13. As we watch the number 13 of Celestino Vietti, sweeping those sort of lap times that we're seeing out there on the racetrack at the moment. We're giving a little bit of a window at the moment into what sort of race pace they're all able to run. And once again, the standout riders would be Bautas and Aegis, who are trading high 139s. Bautas just did a 39.7 on his last lap. Aegis did a 39.8. There are no other riders that I could see down on the timing screens of, if we get real time, each rider as they come across the line. Nobody else at the moment that I can see is lapping in the 39s.
No, they were the top two, well, inside the top two riders, top three riders this morning. There were again those two riders up inside that top three. And they're lapping together as well, so getting a good look at each other. Probably two of the early favourites so far this weekend, heading into the rest of the weekend. We're just looking into the box of Aaron Canet, of course. He won't be too pleased with what he's seeing down in P20. Aaron Canet, he's not used to being down there at Jerez anyway, but the standout riders as things stand are Bautas and Aegis. Bautas just come across the line again. He's now dipped into the low 140s, but for context, Alonso did a 140.7, Munoz did a 40.4. So yeah, this is a really strong showing from Bautas so far, especially.
Aegis pitted, so we weren't quite able to get the direct comparison of the two on that particular lap. Just coming up to the halfway stage in this practice session. Via setting some interesting sector times at the moment as he sits in 8th place. Further down the order at the moment, as mentioned, we've got the Mark BDS pair down in 20th and 21st. Boscoscuro looks a little bit pensive and perhaps a little bit concerned about how his riders are doing at the moment, because we mentioned, just say, Mark BDS 20th and 21st on their Boscoscuros. Who else is struggling at this stage of the session? We've got Jose Antonio Rueda, the Moto3 world champion, who was hopeful of taking a bit of a step forward here this weekend. And he, of course, scored his first Moto2 point last time out in Austin when he took 15th place. Of course, this is all a slow process for Rueda, given what he's been through in pre-season. Far from 100% going into this season, and he's only going to get stronger with more laps on the bike. At the moment, Rueda is in 27th place. He is 2 seconds off the pace at a circuit that he dominated out, of course, in Moto3 last year.
Yeah, certainly did. Won it by over 4 seconds in Moto3 around here, which is no mean feat. Winning anywhere on the calendar by 4 seconds, you're going pretty quickly, but especially around a circuit like Jerez that everyone knows. This is Marcos Ramirez, of course, replacing Angel Piqueras in the MSI box. Captain Andalusia, as he likes to call himself, a real home Grand Prix for Marcos Ramirez. Just looking at Vietti's last time around, it was quicker than Bautis's previous lap time as well. So Vietti, although the standings don't necessarily say it, looks like Vietti might have some decent race rhythm, at least, because he's done plenty of laps since his fastest lap time so far, which was a 39.9, but his last lap time around was a 1:44.0. So that's 5 laps in between them. His quickest lap time coming on lap 5. His previous lap was on lap 10. So yeah, Vietti not necessarily in fine shape, maybe over 1 lap so far. He has just improved though to 1:39.8. So potentially Vietti has more in the locker, and it looks like in race rhythm, as things stand, he's not looking too bad, but he wants to be further up the timesheets than he is.
Improvement too from Colin Via. He's just taken top spot, a new lap record for Via, 39.403 for Red Bull KTM IO. So we didn't see much of it. We haven't seen much of Colin Via so far today. In the start of the season, which has certainly shown flashes of the rider that so many are expected to be a front runner this season, but for various reasons it's not quite come together for Via so far. He did dump it, unfortunately, in Austin, having been part of the red flag incident that stopped the race. There are a pair of top 8 finishes to start the season. Via playing in a little bit of a marker down as we get to the midway stage of this session. He's 28 thousandths of a second now ahead of Barry Baltus.
Yeah, impressive that from Via, because he's lapping alone as well. Had no reference in front of him. A win around here, of course, in Moto3 back in 2024, Via, so he knows what it's like to stand on the top step in Jerez. These are 2 fast riders, aren't they, on your screen? Barry Baltus coming back out to pit lane. Actually, I don't think Baltus has pitted yet. Another 1:39.8. I think that's, yeah, on plenty used rudder Baltus, so looking good here. And he's got Alonso right behind him as well. But now Baltus isn't P1, and they're all chasing Colin Via, who was very disappointed, as we said, with himself last time around over in Austin when he crashed out. He was very disappointed and angry, I quote, after that one. So Via would have left off Austin in not the best of moods and come to Jerez determined to make amends, and that's exactly what he's doing so far.
Yeah, we have a lot more potential than we've so far been showing, he said after Austin. Well, we're seeing signs of it here for the young Dutch rider. 21 years of age now is Via, of course, second season in the Moto2 World Championship. So close, of course, to taking a maiden victory in Portimao late last season, and it was performances like that that got us so excited about Via coming into this season. As we return to Europe, and of course return to a circuit that he has got victories to his name. A win it here in Moto3 a couple of years ago in a Grand Prix, of course, that David Alonso looked set to win before he crashed at the end of the first lap. Via took advantage to claim victory there. So, rule out qualifiers. It's the nature of Moto2, isn't it? You can make a very solid case for around about half the field here if they get it all together and nail the perfect lap from being genuine front-running contenders. Because this is also a circuit where overtaking is not the easiest on the calendar. It's quite narrow, this Jerez circuit. The longest straight around this circuit is just over 600 metres, which is half the length of the long straight that we had, the back straight in Austin, Texas. So the penalty if you do qualify poorly here is perhaps more severe than it would be at many circuits.
Yeah, absolutely agree with that. And Manu Gonzalez is struggling slightly to get going here. 1:39.889. He's still sat outside the top 14. That was the first lap, I believe, of him coming out on fresh rubber. Was the championship leader. Only, I say, only. Obviously, as we've been speaking about, in Moto2 terms, it's quite a lot to be just under half a second away from the top time, but yeah, outside of the top 14 as things stand, the rider ahead of him is this rider on our screens, Celestino Vietti, yet to pit again, another low 140. So if Vietti can come out on fresh rubber and get a good lap time in terms of getting it close to sort of the mid 39s, which he should be able to do if he's lapping in the low 140s on used rubber. This is more like it as well from Aaron Canet, 3 tenths away, but the notorious sector 4 for the Bosqueros, as we were mentioning, especially last year, we were speaking about. Is it going to be the same? No, he holds it through sector 4, so good time found over that lap for the number 44, and now Vietti is outside that top 14.
Manuel Gonzalez might not be outside it for too much longer. Just trying to wrap my brains as well. We were watching this Gonzalez lap unfold for the last time he was in qualifying 1. Well, it might be a moot point now, as he's on the verge of getting himself well into the action. Of course, the margins are so slim in this Moto2 class that even 400ths of a second down would only put him 3rd in this session behind Fire and Baltus. The winner of this Grand Prix last year, so Gonzalez knows the route to victory at the Circuito de Jerez, and it is indeed 3rd that he goes to. There are now 5 riders at the top of the field, all on 139.4s.
Yeah, good lap time then from Gonzalez. Answered the questions we were pondering in the commentary box. I'm sure you were at home as well. That is what Gonzalez has in the bank, and it's a very good lap time as well to be within a tenth of the top time. Is Canet going again? Look at that chatter on the front end. He's on a personal best lap time, and he's well within touch, Canet, as we get confirmation on the bottom of your screens. There we go. He's within half a tenth now. That could potentially not even put him inside the top 3, believe it or not. And the lap time has unfortunately gone away in that final split. He's got 2 fast riders ahead of him in a Screech and Ethan Guevara as well. Guevara P10 as things stand, the Screech in P4. Canet is just going to pile into pit lane, but as we mentioned this morning and earlier on as well, much more promising for the Elf Mark VDS team, which is good to see because it has been a difficult season so far. Guevara and a Screech lapping on track together. None of these lap times are going to take them to where they want to be, and you can imagine now heading into the final 15 minutes, I think that's ages just coming out of pit lane, that a lot of these riders are now going to stick some fresh rubber in and go for the time.
It wouldn't be at all surprised if we get quite close to the 38 by the time we're done in this session. Surely we'll see a major leap forward when fresh rubber is fitted. We remind you, in pre-season testing here, although of course they did have the benefit of session after session, pretty much running around this circuit all day, putting plenty of Pirelli rubber down and been able to hone their setups, but we did see a 138.815 from Alex's Screech, the fastest unofficial lap of Moto2 here at Jerez. Fastest official one is the lap that Colin Vire did around about 5 minutes ago on a 39.4. Just goes to show how competitive and how close the field is. 0.4 of a second is all we're talking about, covering the entire top 14 right now.
Yeah, rookie Furusato is just over a second down on the all-time lap record here in the rest, and he's P24. Yeah. I mean, that just, again, goes to show the nature of the beast that is Moto2. Quite disheartening, I think, for the likes of Furusato, who, of course, are used to seeing themselves further up the time feats. Of course, getting used to the Moto2 category is the Japanese rider and the other fellow rookies as well. But to be just over a second from the Moto2 all-time lap record and not even be in the top 20, you know, just how we like it in Moto2, but not how the rookies and the riders like it when they're just lingering, missing some attempts around the circuit. That was out of shape coming through turn 7 and into the Jorge Martinez Aspar corner of turn 8 for Manuel Gonzalez, clearly pushing on this lap time, but is it going to be sort of chalked off, let's call it, for Gonzalez? A great crowd here on Friday, as always, in America. Still in touch, but I'd be surprised if this lap time brings him closer to Colin Vire's all-time lap record.
I mentioned earlier on today, we are sold out on Sunday here at the Spanish. Certainly grandstands are. You might be able to just snatch a little bit of spare grass on the hillsides around the outside of the circuit, but I think that's as good as it's going to get. If you haven't already booked your seat for the Spanish Grand Prix on Sunday, you may well be struggling. Best place, of course, if you can't, just to watch it at home with us. Gonzalez tacks the finish line to another 39, mid-39, 39.6 for Gonzalez that time around. So he's putting a decent run of laps together. Previous lap was a 39.7, which of course followed that 39.4, which put him up into 3rd place. But certainly we can't say at this stage that he's enjoying the level of superiority that he had here a year ago.
Yeah, definitely not. His teammate Zenoragius on our screens now. He's also pushing on. We saw him coming out of pit lane a few minutes ago, lapping on his own Aegis, which I'm sure is exactly what he would have wanted to do. P5, as things stand, is it's going to take him to the top of the timesheets. We will find out in around about 20 seconds, maybe a little bit more. Aegis coming through the stadium section. He holds it through the stadium section 9, 10, and this is firing it out into turn 11 and 12. What an end to the lap it is here in Jerez. Can Aegis go to the top of the timesheets and set a new all-time lap record? He was out of shape there coming through turn 11, not where you want to be losing the rear.
Yeah, he's giving it plenty. He's not leaving anything out there as Denis Oncu there just appears out of the long lap penalty loop. Mind you, Sergio Garcia will have to go through there twice on Sunday afternoon. Senna Aegis will certainly be looking to steer clear of that. Across the line he goes, and he does, with another very strong final sector for Senna Aegis. 1:39.269, a vast yawning chasm of 0.13 of a second now between Aegis and Bayer.
Yeah, Bayer then looking on and seeing he's got work to do if he wants to finish at the top of the timesheets at the end of this session, but the Dutchman will be pretty pleased with what he's been able to do so far. But that just goes to show, of course, there is plenty of time left out there. Aegis making up pretty much all of that time to go top in that final split alone after a little bit of moment on the rear. It wasn't too big, probably looks bigger than it was to our eyes compared to what Aegis felt on the machine, but still that was a fantastic lap time, and he's going again. He's was a 10th under through the second split. We're seeing different times on our timing screen compared to what you're seeing, just under a 10th judging to us, but he's still under.
It's amazing how different the start of the season could have been for Aegis, of course, with that victory to his name. Of course, last time out in Austin, but shouldn't forget, he was on pole for the first race of the season in Buriram, and then had that mechanical problem before the red flag came out, where he was clattered into by the poor luckless David Alonso. So I think it's unreasonable to suggest that he might well have been in the fight for victory there too, had he had a little bit of good luck. He's certainly carrying some momentum and pace around this lap, and we might be about to see the first official 1:38 of Jerez on a Moto2 by Bortola. Might well be getting himself in the action. He now goes up into 5th place, but Senna Aegis, all arms and elbows into the final corner, looking to make history once again.
Certainly is. Let's get Aegis to the line then. What a sector 3 that was from Aegis. Can he hold it to where the checkered flag will be in around about 10 minutes time? Yes, he can, and it is an official first 1:38 in Moto2, a 38.973. Aegis laying down a marker here as Boutus, the former session leader, this morning's table topper as well, heads out to see what he can do.
Yeah, I think this is one of the riders that he's laying down that marker too. Go on then, Barry, can you beat that? Because it does appear for much of today as if it has been Boutus and Aegis, who have been the two leading lights in Moto2 around Jerez. We pick up Mario Aggi, we pick him up for good reason, because this might launch him up from what is already a pretty lofty 9th place on the Honda Team Asia Kalex. Both Aggi and Farasato got a little bit of a rocket from their team manager, Hiroshi Oyama, after the United States Grand Prix, where he said that both riders should be challenging a little further towards the front. Well, Aggi can't get much further up to the front than that, up to second now.
Yeah, he's certainly answering those questions, isn't he, from Hiroshi Oyama. Hiroshi Oyama knows what it is to be a race winner in the intermediate class, and so that is what Aggi is aiming to do, and that's a great lap time from the Indonesian. He is still 4 tenths away from this rider on your screen, Senna Aegis. So 4 tenths is the gap so far for Aegis. Oncu on a decent lap time as well. Can he hold it through sector 3? No, he loses a bit of time, but now 6 tenths will get you inside that top 4 team, such is the margin that Aegis has on the field.
Yeah, the riders who are under a little bit of pressure now then. Guevara, second in the World Championship. He's dropped back to 12th place on that 1:39.7. And just 1 place ahead of him is Danny Holgado, 3rd, of course, in the World Championship. Both dropping now outside of the top 10. Holgado did improve on his very last lap, down to a 39.708, but only safe at the moment by a 10th of a second, the pair of them.
Got some Brazilian fans just outside of our commentary box. We know Diogo Moreira coming up, of course, in MotoGP a little bit later on. Oncu not able to improve that time around. Holgado is slightly under pressure here, hovering outside of the top 10. He's got a couple of quick riders. Both of the riders behind him are ahead of him on the timesheet so far, and Garcia is improving as well. But this lap time will be good enough to take Holgado from P11 to P2 if he can hold it through the final split. We know Aegis was faster here. He was faster through sector 3 though. Holgado, an important lap time coming up.
And watch Garcia behind him too, is also improving. Garcia, the next bike behind, just with Aggi behind him. So Holgado does take second. Garcia moves up into 9th place. He was only a 10th and a half slower than Holgado, but there are some 6 bikes between them from what is that? Well, 7th, from 2nd down to 9th place. But for Garcia at the moment, this is looking much more like it as he looks to get himself automatically at least into Q2 for the first time since Burran. Did reach Q2 via Q1 in Brazil, but Sergio Garcia, no points at the moment to show for his Rossini exploit so far this season. Unlikely to change this weekend with a double unlock penalty, but certainly this is the strongest Sergio Garcia has looked for probably over a year.
Yeah, absolutely, and looking strong as well is Joe Roberts. He's just lost time in that third split though, 6 tenths away now, Joe Roberts. So that time has gone, he was 2 tenths close to the tabletop of Aegis. On Barry Bautas' watch, he is well within such a thousandth of a second, splitting Bautas and Aegis' time through sector 2. We're getting a replay of, I believe, David Alonso coming around turn 5, getting the rear end lifted up. Another scare for the Colombian, but he stays on it. But we do need to be watching now. Barry Bautas, he's just clicked through the third split, lost a little bit of time, but he's still under a tenth away from Aegis.
We also need to be watching Holgado, who was fastest through the second sector. He's though lost a quarter of a second in the third split. We did see earlier on this morning, Barry Bautas was pretty strong in this fourth sector. He wasn't as strong as ultimately the fastest rider through there, but Bautas generally, on most of his opposition, did pick up time. So the Belgian now tackles the final corner. It's going to take some lap here to get on terms with Senna Aegis, but Barry Bautas is some rider. He goes into second place, a tenth of a second adrift of Aegis. Is Holgado about to safeguard that third spot? He now drops down to a 39.2, and that should be plenty enough for Q2.
Yeah, it should be. What's Alonso got? He goes up to P6, so a decent lap time from the number 18. Conan Vire improves again. He goes into P3, a couple of tenths away from Aegis, but all those riders who've just crossed the line should be safe enough now in Q2. Joe Roberts, of course, on the cusp now, 7 tenths away, so there's 3 tenths between P14 slash P15 up to those sort of top 6, top 7 positions. So those riders should be safe. I'm not going to say definitely, because anything can happen as Alonso Lopez is improving. He's in 12th place at the minute, so he's definitely not safe. This final corner is crucial for the number 21.
Well, they put on their cornflakes at Grassini this morning, but sent some a bit our way, because both Lopez and Garcia looking very good so far today. Alonso Lopez, who's generally doing a lot of his hard work at the start so far this year, well, he'll be somewhere near the front if he keeps that kind of performance up. A 39.1 for him moves him up into third place, so we've now got Via 4th, Holgado 5th, Anchi 6th from Alonso, Gonzalez, Ortola and Estridge. Ethan Guevara, by the way, 2nd in the World Championship. He has just left pit lane and he needs to improve because he's right on the edge of elimination in P13.
Yeah, certainly does. Guevara was lingering sort of towards the outside of top 20, was P19 earlier on this morning. He's now in danger of dropping outside the top 15. As Lewis mentioned, Bautas looks super good, doesn't he? In Jerez here, riding style is fantastic. He's lost time in that third split, but that's where we know Aegis was really strong. Can Bautas claw it back in the final split? I doubt it, but he's going to give it a good go. No, loses a little bit more time, but still a very respectable lap time of 1:39.212 would have still put him into P5. So a good job done from the Belgian. Doesn't look like he's quite good enough for Aegis' lap time, but he's certainly well within touch.
Another improvement from Estridge. He's just moved ahead of Gonzalez. Gonzalez 9th, and clearly Aegis has the edge on Gonzalez at the moment, down in intact so far this weekend. No doubt about that. As Sasaki now goes up, of course, rider whom Fabio Quattararo there knows very, very well. Sasaki up into 14, and that does now bump Ethan Guevara out of Q2 with 4 minutes to go.
Yeah, Telesiv Vietti still lingering outside the top 14 as well. His race pace looked decent a little bit earlier on, but one lap pace not coming so far for Vietti. Philip Salac, a rider we're used to seeing over up inside that top 14 as well. He's got work to do.
Yeah, you're right to draw attention to Vietti. At the moment, no Boscoscoros at all are in the top 14. We've got the 13 Calexes plus Estridge's forward at the moment in the top 14, as Lopez now takes 2nd place on the 1:39.052, but he wasn't already chewing his nails. Luca Boscoscuro will be chewing them down to the quip at the moment. At the moment, he's got no representation in Q2.
No, he's not. This is Vietti's teammate Luca Lanetta crossing the line, whereas Lanetta, as things stand, he's sort of down outside the top 20, but he's only 1.1 seconds off on his injury return, so that's a very decent return to the Moto2 class for Luca Lanetta. This is Gonzalez in P9 as things stand. Is he going to make a move at the timing sheets with this lap time? He does, but only 1 place in spare, but Gonzalez should be safe.
Yeah, 39.4 is not exactly slow, but if we were speaking around about half an hour ago, that would have been a new all-time lap record for Manu Gonzalez. As it is, he's down in 8th place. We're keeping an eye on our sector times to look at the Boscoscuros at the moment. No improvement for Guevara on this current lap. He'll have another couple of shots at this to try and improve on 15th place. But yeah, as far as the Boscoscuros are concerned at the moment, he's 15th. Then got Canet 17th, as Vietti does finally ensure that a Boscoscuro is Q2 bound, but only up in 12th place. Vietti at the moment is only safe by a 10th of a second.
Yeah, he was 3/10 down in sector 3, was keeping a close eye on Vietti, then lost another couple of attempts in the final split. But at least for now, he is inside that top 14, but by no means safe. Then Ivan Guevara will try and have a say about that as well. What's Guevara doing on this lap time? Well, he's not gone through the first split there, so we'll keep an eye as things stand. Aegis is trying to go again and trying to beat his lap time. He's got no worries whatsoever about being in Q2. Is he going to stay P1 though, is the main question. He looks good coming round turn 12 and into the final corner. Aegis is looking really good here to at least challenge for back-to-back wins for the first time in Moto2. Early days, of course, in the weekend, but everyone is chasing the 8-1 as things stand.
Yeah, the only rider to lap in the 1:38 so far today, and he's just at a 39.2 on his current lap. Guevara's had a very good second sector, actually. He was 2/10 down at the end of the first sector. He's cut that gap in half through sector 2. So Guevara, who were keeping tabs on at the bottom of your screens, he might well be about to rescue his Friday.
Yeah, it certainly is. We'll try and keep an eye on Guevara. Hopefully we put back to Guevara once we get Gonzalez over the line. He's not going to improve in this session. It looks like Gonzalez loses time though, Guevara, through sector 3. But if he can hold that to the line 3 attempts, he'll be well inside that top 10. So here we go then for Guevara. This is a crucial final split.
Yeah, it might well relegate Vietti quite close to the top zone again, because Munoz, who's currently one behind him in 13th, is also improving. We'll get him over the line any moment now on the Etal Trans Calex. He's just up ahead, I believe, of Guevara on the 28. Yeah, Munoz has gone 6th, so Vietti's 13th, and Guevara's lap now drops him to 14th. Guevara, that's a bit of a salvage job for Ethan. You can see he's really having to wrestle that Boscoscuro around, but he does take 6th place, and he's pumped up with that one.
Yeah, clearly not where he wants to be in terms of the feeling on that Boscoscuro, but dug out a lap time there, winning the U2 Moto Guevara. That should be safe and sound for Guevara. Second place in the championship, of course, to be inside that top 14. The Momovan team look on pensively because both of their riders now sit outside the top 14 after the last couple of laps. Sasaki, the rider on your screen, is now outside of the top 14. Is Sasaki on a lap time here? I don't think it looks like he is. No, 1.5 seconds through the opening split, and with 25 seconds left on the clock. Unfortunately for the Japanese rider, it will be Q1.
Q1 for the 3rd Grand Prix in a row for the 71. Van den Gorberg, his teammate, also not improving on his final laps. That will be 4 Q1 appearances out of 4 for Zonta van den Gorberg. Here comes Marcos Ramirez, who was improving through the first 2 sectors, but he's lost some time somewhere in the 3rd sector. So the 24, P23. I mean, of course, an experienced rider at this level, by no means a disgrace on his substitute appearance. We'll see him, of course, in Le Mans as well. Ramirez just a second off the pace, but I guess being sort of reintroduced to the cutthroat nature of Moto2. A second off the pace is only good enough for 23rd.
Yeah, brutal, isn't it, when you're coming back into Moto2. A decent job done, as we said, for Ramirez, of course, a super experienced rider in this class, making his 113th start in Moto2. Tony Arbolino, equally as experienced on the number 14, and after improving over in Brazil, he's not where he wants to be. He's heading to Q1, is Tiger Tony on that number 14, and his teammate Barry Bautas is up inside that top 3. So a little bit of work to do heading into Saturday for Tony Arbolino, but not so much for Senna Aegis. He continues on his way. It looks like he's not going to improve on that all-time lap record. He doesn't need to, but of course he's going to want to. 3.5 attempts away through the 3rd split, but what a session, what an afternoon it's been for the Australian.
Yeah, no major shocks in the end in that practice session. By my reckoning, 12 of the top 13 riders in the World Championship are all through to Q2. The only rider in that group who isn't is Arbolino, 11th in the points. So he's the highest ranked rider in the World Championship who hasn't made his way through automatically through to qualifying 2. So after 2026 season so far, which has seen its fair share of shocks on Friday afternoons, particularly from the Aspar team's point of view, well, they've had a relatively quiet, much to their liking, quiet Friday afternoon with Holgado 5th and David Alonso 9th. But Senna Aegis, he's never achieved back-to-back victories in his Moto2 career. Feels as if the opportunity might well be coming his way to achieve that here.
The opportunity knocks for Senna Aegis, of course. We've got Saturday and Sunday to come. A lot can change in Moto2, as we know, but what a Friday that is for the Australian, clearly buoyed by his performance over in Austin, and confirmation there of the new all-time lap record, which was set by Bautas earlier on today, and then Aegis went and beat it by over half a second. So Aegis, a real gauntlet laid down in a very intriguing Moto2 session. We're used to saying that, aren't we, in Moto2, but a lot of riders are well in contention here heading into qualifying tomorrow.
Cini will be pleased with their day's work too. Lopez up in second place, who's still learning. The Calex, having spent all of his Moto2 career up until this season on board a speed-up / Boscoscuro. At the moment, the learning process is bringing some rewards for Lopez, who did finish 7th from the front row in Austin. Second is where we see him at the end of practice today. Here he is, on the number 21. Grand Prix for him and for so many in this class, even if Alonso Lopez is based from much more central Spain, up in Madrid. They'll be pleased with that down at Gresini, with Garcia through 2 in 13th place, despite the double long lap penalty that he has to serve, of course, this weekend. A good day too for him. Barry Baltus will certainly have his eyes on that long-awaited first Moto2 victory here this weekend. It's his 95th Moto2 appearance this weekend, and you won't have had many better Fridays than that. Of course, having set a lap record earlier on this morning and come very close to another this afternoon. 3rd place for him. And you can almost see the relief on the face of Ethan Guevara there for the Blue Crew Pramac team. 2nd in the World Championship. And for much of this afternoon, it looked like he was heading for qualifying 1 before he rescued 6th place on that last lap. As far as the championship front runners are concerned, once again, they might have to take something of a back seat this weekend. Gonzalez, the points leader, 10th. Guevara, of course, who's next in the championship, was 6th. Holgado, 3rd in the World Championship, was 5th. 4th in the World Championship is Celestino Vietti. He scraped through in 14th place. An unpredictable Moto2 weekend lies in store for us here in Jerez. Super close in the end, with a less than a second covering the 21 fastest riders this afternoon. But it was Senna Aegis fastest of all, with the first ever official 1:38 of Jerez on Moto2 machinery. Alonso Lopez next up in second, ahead of Barry Baltus, Colin Vaya and Danny Holgado. Ethan Guevara rescuing 6th place on, ahead of Danny Munoz. Mario Aggia fine 8th, ahead of David Alonso and Manu Gonzalez, completing the top 10. Estridge for the Clint Racing team, getting a forward into Q2 in 11th, ahead of Ivan Ortola. Sergio Garcia, by the skin of his team. Celestino Vietti going through Q1. Then tomorrow we see Arbolino, Sasaki, Roberts, Kinnett, Van den Gorberg, Salat, Quetas 21st, ahead of Oncu. Ramirez, of course, is the injury replacement at MSI. Luneta on his return from injury. Navarro, Parasato, Ferrandez, and Jose Antonio Rueda, the Moto3 champion, still getting up to speed in Moto2. He was 28th. What fine Friday it was for informed Senna Aegis, victorious in Austin and fastest on Friday here in Jerez. The MotoGP practice is next on the agenda. We'll be back in a second.
Sitting in the heart of Spain, showing producing region just under 100 kilometres from Sevilla, the legendary Circuito de Jerez Angelnieto kicked off an intense run of 12 European races. It includes upcoming trips to France, Italy, Hungary and Czechia. First on the calendar in 1987, the best passionate fans create a truly carnival atmosphere with Q2 spots up next live. It's time for MotoGP. 4.423 kilometres, 2.75 miles in length. This wonderful Circuito de Jerez Angelnieto has been on the Grand Prix calendar since 1987. 41st Grand Prix to take place here in Andalusia after a double header that kicked us off in 2020.
challenging layouts, if tight and twisty in parts, 13 corners, 8 right, 5 of them left. Hard braking into the Dani Pedrosa corner, into turn 6. The fast left-handers of turn 7, 8 before you come into the magnificent stadium section where there is a real party atmosphere come Sunday afternoon. Good afternoon and welcome back to Southwest Spain. Welcome back to Andalusia. Welcome back to one of our most majestic venues on the 22-round World Championship calendar. It is always brilliant. It's always a special feeling, not just to kick off the European part of this year's World Championship campaign, but to do it at a truly iconic venue like the Circuito de Jerez Ángel Nieto. First opened all the way back in 1986, the circuit's 40th anniversary. Who will be celebrating now this weekend in MotoGP? First goal for the riders in this upcoming 60-minute practice session is to make sure they occupy one of those all-important top 10 spots for tomorrow morning's Q2 session, ahead of the fight for pole position, which will come in advance of a 12-lap T-slow sprint here. All eyes, massive home support as always for the home hero Marc Marquez, who will spin fastest at the end of play this morning, the opening 45-minute session. Running relatively cool conditions, ambient temperature only peaking at 17 degrees centigrade, as we had some fairly heavy cloud cover and some rather cool conditions to kick off this round 4 of 2026. As you can see from these live pictures, our drone powering down the grid. I'm sure the MotoGP bikes very shortly will pick up a little bit more speed as they go through the gearbox under the very distinctive Jerez UFO. Still, as you can see, pretty cloudy here this afternoon. Pertamina Enduro VR46 Racing Team, they enjoyed a brilliant start to this Grand Prix of Spain because Fabio Di Giannantonio, for the very first time in his MotoGP career, found himself fastest on a Friday morning. A 136.954 from the Italian was good enough to put him in P1. It was the only 136 lap that we saw of the whole morning session. And more good news for the Doctor, Valentino Rossi's crew, because Frankie Morbidelli was second fastest on the second of the VR46 Ducati. 2025 Spanish Grand Prix winner Alex Marquez, third quickest head of world champs leader Marco Bezzecchi. Surely he can't, can he win a 4th successive Grand Prix here on Sunday in 2026? Bez was 4th with Marc Marquez, as mentioned, rounding out your top 5. Matt Burt, Lewis Sutterby then talking you through all the action in the commentary box this afternoon. Jack Appleyard down in pit lane. Great start this morning for 2 Italians, with Di Giannantonio and Morbidelli first and second, but another Italian looking in great nick once again, Lewis, right there, particularly on race tyres. Di Giannantonio and Morbidelli setting their best pace on new rubber from Michelin this morning. Bezzecchi certainly looking really strong once again in terms of his race pace.
He's there or thereabouts once again. It certainly did appear this morning as if Ducati got off to a bright start, but we have seen Ducati up at the sharp end on Fridays and Saturdays already this season. Then by the time we get to Sunday, really appear to have an extra gear or an extra level they can go up to, which is so often the Ducati trademark the longer we got into the weekend. So I don't think Marco Bezzecchi will have seen much this morning to concern him that Aprilia are going to be uncompetitive. Jorge Martin also looks very good on used tyres at the end of the session. Set his fastest lap of this morning's session at the very end, before he then crashed at the start of the practice start session on what was an eventful morning for the other side of the Aprilia garage. But Ducati, of course, looking to signal the start of their fight back here this weekend in Spain. Marc Marquez was also in the mix, 5th quickest earlier.
Yeah, even though he didn't go out on fresh rubber this morning, Marco Bezzecchi was still second fastest in the first and last sectors. That turning performance, the agility of that factory Aprilia once again coming to the fore in this morning session. Well, it's fair to say down the years here in Jerez, Marc Marquez has had his fair share of trials and tribulations. Who will ever forget? Demons, he's not really fully exercised here, has he not? Won a Grand Prix since 2019. 2020, where his golden run in MotoGP unravelled with that horrendous crash at turn 3. A crash which sort of cost Marc Marquez the best part of 3 or 4 years of his Grand Prix career. He only really found himself back at the top of the mountain, didn't he? In Motegi last year when he was crowned MotoGP World Champion for the 7th time. Steady away, I think it's fair to say, from Mark this morning. No unnecessary risk taken, just trying to find his rhythm, trying to find some feeling on the GP26. And more importantly, Lewis, coming into this weekend after our unexpected 3-week spring break, saying yesterday to the media, I feel I'm 100% fit, which is great news for Marc Marquez fans because he's overdue, I think, a victory in a Grand Prix here in Jerez.
Yeah, of course, he's still stuck on 99 career victories across all classes. I don't think any of us thought when Marc Marquez was holding his leathers aloft on the podium in Misano that we would make it all the way to Jerez at the end of April 2026 with Marc Marquez still stuck on 99 victories. What a place it would be for Marc. Of all the places on the calendar for him to notch up a century, perhaps he might well romantically think that there'd be no better place than the Spanish Grand Prix at Jerez.
Yeah, it feels like it's written in the stars, doesn't it? It's with the Ducati Lenovo team or the factory Ducati squad in their various incarnations down the years on course for what would be their 100th Grand Prix victory. We just saw there that sticker inside the factory Ducati garage translated more together than ever. I don't think that was really in any doubt, was it? A united front, though, the message from Ducati and Marc Marquez as they try and find some way to halt this domination of their Italian counterparts. What a 2026 has been so far for Aprilia. Marco Bezzecchi undefeated on a Sunday. Jorge Martin, fair to say, he is rising back to prominence and some sprint winner in Austin. He has been on our last 4 podiums across the sprint and Grand Prix in both Brazil and in Texas. Although it's fair to say there was more drama for him this morning, Lewis, because once again, as you mentioned, he was impressively fast on worn rubber at the end of the 45-minute FP1, but he didn't quite make it to the practice start session.
No, he's putting together quite the bloopers collection, isn't he, in 2026, as impressive as he's been when it's mattered most, Jorge Martin. Of course, he scored very strong points in every available opportunity so far this season. Hasn't been out of the top 5 of the checkered flag of any sprint or race so far this season, but dumped it at turn 3 on his out lap, ready to do the practice start session, which meant that he ended up watching the practice start session next to Fabiano Sterlachini on the Aprilia pit wall, which won't cost him too much in the grand scheme of things in the weekend, but another bizarre incident to add to the collection for the 2024 World Champion.
I think it's fair to say, as far as the copybook for Pedro Acosta so far this year, a bit of a blip in Brazil when he missed the podium, but other than that, in both Thailand and last time out in Austin, he has been there. He has been one of the few riders that's been a menace to Aprilia's domination so far this year. He talked pre-season about top five. Lost count how many times Acosta says pre-weekend, I'm just happy to be inside those top 5s in every session in the sprints. He and Jorge Martin, despite only 3 Grand Prix in 2026, are the only 2 riders that managed to score points in all sprints and Grand Prix so far this year. So consistency so often is the key to winning world championships. Points make prizes, as these riders chase the biggest prize in motorcycle race. We're going to pop down the jack very shortly. We'll just let the pit lane clear, and these rather noisy 300 horsepower 1000cc MotoGP bikes just give Jack a bit of a breather before we zip down into pit lane. See Marc Marquez beginning his preparations for what he hopes is going to be another pole position here in front of his home crowd. You can see there, just off into the distance on the outside of the first corner, the We Are 93 main grand. So let's go down to Jack then for a bit of an update.
Yeah, I'm sure you mentioned it already. I was just chatting to some of the Aprilia squad, so didn't catch it fully, but obviously the crash for Jorge Martin, surprising one after the checkered flag and before the practice start session was able to get underway. It was actually a much bigger repair job for the crew on the left-hand side of the Aprilia box than they first anticipated. That number 1 machine that Jorge incidentally has just gone out on to start this practice session was only really fully ready to go about 5 minutes before the green flag waved to the bottom of the pit lane. The guys have had to work throughout the lunch break, missing their lunch. It in fact was delivered to them by some of the Aprilia staff so they could eat their, well, I imagine was pasta, given it's an Italian outfit, as they continued work on the 89 bike. So less than ideal prep. The good news for Jorge, though, as I'm sure you guys all saw, the fact that he ran onto pit wall to watch a couple of the practice starts, absolutely A-OK. Big smile from Jorge, no problems for him. But yeah, busy day so far for his mechanics on the 89 side of the garage. I'm sure if it is a successful weekend, then he's going to owe those guys in Estrella Galicia. Good job it's the title sponsor this weekend.
Take away Pete down at a pretty on Jorge Martin's at the side of the garage then after this morning's big crash. Yeah, thanks very much, Jack. Yeah, it sounds like it's been a particularly busy time then for the Martinators mechanics. Alex Marquez, who did pretty much a lot of the front running in FP1 this morning, just looking to fire some much needed momentum into what's been... Bagnaia. Well, we saw Pecco Bagnaia have all kinds of problems this morning getting that GP26 Ducati stopped, particularly up the hill into the first corner. And now I'm just wondering whether that's just a cold front tyre. The front tyre not up to temperature. That's a wrecked factory Ducati. Look at all the debris in the ground shaft. You can just see all the dust as well that's been kicked up on our outside camera. Here's a replay then. It was never settled. It snakes left, it snakes right. This is going to be an ugly front end washout for Bagnaia. Now look at that, the front end tucking from underneath him. Not a hope in hell he has of saving that one. Well, he flirted with that crash a couple of times this morning, Lewis. This time around, he doesn't get away with it.
Yeah, turn one has not been a happy corner for Pecco Bagnaia so far today. And already within, what, 2.5 minutes of this practice session getting underway, Bagnaia on his back foot. And surely, looking at the state of that Ducati, cartwheeling to the gravel trap, Bagnaia's only got one bike left for the rest of this practice session already. Dropping down to second gear, around about 140 kilometers an hour he was carrying as he was trying to get it stopped. In the end, it came to the wrong kind of stop.
Well, that's a write-off. That factory Ducati just never got settled at all, did it? On the brakes, a couple of times we saw it kick left and right. Davide Tardozzi, well, we've seen that shot a few times, haven't we? When he's been looking at Pecco Bagnaia out on circuit over the last 18 months, 2 years or so. The best possible news is Pecco was quickly back on his feet, because that's a rapid old get-off there into that turn one. The same can't be said of what is a very now second-hand factory Ducati here. Marc Marquez, they're now sole representative at this current early stage of this practice session. He's got Morbidelli and Mir for company behind him. Luca Marini's set the first flying lap, or the best flying lap so far, very early on the course at 1:37. Marini, just for reference, the best time this morning, as mentioned, Di Giannantonio's 1:36.954. That was the only 1:36 of this morning session. Pecco Bagnaia, perfectly okay. Fit enough at least to jog back into the factory Ducati garage and start the explanation of what went wrong.
He was on the medium front tyre, which he did run earlier on in free practice one. Not the same medium front, but that was the compound he had earlier on today. It's noticeably cooler here in Jerez than where it used to at the Spanish Grand Prix. It is going to be much hotter when we get into race day on Sunday afternoon. There were 1 or 2 spots of rain also that fell at the start of the Moto2 practice session, but as we get underway in this MotoGP session, it is certainly dry for now. It is very overcast and gloomy here in Jerez, but it is dry for now.
He's talked so much, hasn't he, over the last couple of years or so, or certainly since he got that GP25 last year, how what was his always his strong point, the real key weapon in his arsenal was how he could get that GP24 a couple of years ago, stopped, and then plug into the apex, set himself up for the exit. He lost all that front end feeling, all that front end confidence last year, and he's kind of just been chasing his tail ever since to try and get it back. Aside from a couple of real strong performances, Bottega comes to mind when he dominated that weekend. It's been a roller coaster. 15 or so months for Pecco Bagnaia. Once again, he finds himself barrel rolling into the gravel trap. Di Giannantonio, well, we're starting to get 36s for fun now, aren't we? Fabio Di Giannantonio has just set the fastest time of the weekend at 1:36.730. The track now nicely rubbered in. Plenty of rubber that's been thrown on this circuit as Marc Marquez just runs in a little bit off into turn one. No dramas coming the way of the 93.
36.7 for Digi is the fastest lap time of the day. It's quicker by a couple of tenths than he went in free practice one. The riders who didn't go for new tyres, by the way, in FP1 earlier on today were Alex Marquez, Bezzecchi, Marc Marquez, Martin, Bagnaia, Aldeguer, Agura, Quattararo and Savonori. Bastianini, Marini and Zarco did go for brand new front tyres, not rear. Everybody else did put brand new rubber in earlier on today.
Bagnaia, we have to mention this, he's right under the cosh again now. He'll only have one bike at the end of this session for his time attacks, and we've seen him miss out a few times, haven't we, in recent history on Friday afternoon. He's found himself having to go through that very tricky Q1. Well, there's no chance on planet Earth that he's going to have 2 bikes at his disposal later on this afternoon. So yeah, again, he's put himself under big pressure. Let's get a Pecco update from Jack.
Yeah, I've just been down here in front of Bagnaio's box, watched him go through the explanation, and a lot of Ducati's data engineers were at the heart of that conversation, with Gigi Dall'Igna obviously involved as well. Now, remember when we spoke to Davide Tardozzi this morning, he said that Gigi Dall'Igna and the Ducati technicians over the past 3 weeks have been working extensively on electronics to try and narrow that gap to a pretty at the front. Now, the way in which Bagnaio was explaining, he used his right wrist to illustrate that there was still a little bit of throttle maybe earlier on in the lap that gave him a warning, and then obviously for the moment that caused the crash, turn one. Whether they've made some electronics changes from the morning to the afternoon, potentially with the engine brake, and that's what's caused the front end to push, the rear wheel to be pushing the front slightly more than they anticipated. With the new tyre, that potentially what could have caused a crash. I just thought it was interesting how much Pecco wanted to explain the crash to the data engineers, and the way in which he was moving his right wrist was indicating something wasn't right, rather than it just being a typical cold front tyre crash.
Top work, thanks as always, Jack. There's nearly another crash for Jorge Martin this time around when he had just dismounted his factory in Aprilia. Coming back in after an early run out on circuit here this afternoon. Back out on track now, looking more like his old self. Every single lap he completes in that RSGP, isn't he? Here's Martin. Di Giannantonio is having a very, very strong Friday here in Jerez. Fastest this morning. He's just improved once again on that Ducati GP26. He's down to a 136.560 now. Alex Marquez is being dragged along for the ride as well, just under 500 further back, a 36.6 also from our 2025 Spanish Grand Prix winner.
Yeah, a few big movers already in this practice session from what we saw earlier on this morning. Luca Marini, who, as mentioned a moment ago, did put in a brand new front tyre earlier on, but not a brand new rear tyre when he did a 38.0. He's already found a 37.0, a second quicker than he went earlier on today. Ayagura already way quicker than he looked at any stage this morning. Needs something big. And a nod as well to Fabio Quartararo, who also did not change rubber earlier on today. Quartararo on the Yamaha up in 7th on a 37.2, which is the fastest Yamaha lap of the day so far.
Factory Aprilia riders seem to be deviating from the sort of general master plan in terms of tyre-wise this weekend so far. In the cool conditions this morning, Martin and Bezzecchi were one of a handful of riders that started out early on the medium front, when everybody else seemed to prefer the soft, the better performance, the better grip in the cool conditions. And this afternoon, we're just looking at Aprilia riders. Ralph Fernandez, Bez, Ayagura and Jorge Martin, all four Aprilia riders, all four of their regular riders, Renzo Savadori of course here this weekend, have started this session on the soft rear. Everybody else at the moment is out on the medium, so again, just operating on a slightly different plan, a slightly different strategy.
Well, Jorge Martin certainly benefited from going against the grain in Austin, Texas, going for the medium rear tyre when so many others in the field went for the soft, and it paid off handsomely by winning the sprint on the final lap of the race. So Jorge Martin will certainly have the courage of his convictions. Pecco Bagnaia once again hot-footing into the box, this time having changed his leathers, and he will shortly get his practice session back underway. He is the only rider at the moment, about 23 in the field, without a lap time to his name.
He's got an amazing record, a phenomenal record here in Jerez. As the 29-year-old, not finished lower than third in his last 5 Grand Prix. He's had 2 sprint podiums in 3 here in Jerez as well. Won from pole, of course, back in 2022, which was the first Ducati win here since 2006. I remember that day well. I was Caparossi on that occasion. Look at HRC. A technical boss, Romano Albiciano, who did so much of the groundwork really to put Aprilia in this position of superiority that they're experiencing right now in MotoGP. His big task now is getting a Honda back to the pinnacle in the World Championship. It's caused not helped by the unfortunate news emerging from Sepang recently, although it was on the new 850cc prototype. Their test rider, Aleix Spargo, who should have been here for a wild card here this weekend in Jerez, suffering a real nasty crash in the early part of that Sepang test. And Aleix, unfortunately, 3-time MotoGP winner, suffering 4 fractured vertebrae, a long recovery as far as Aleix is concerned. As we get a replay of poor Pecco Bagnaia, who was just along for the ride there, wasn't he? Nothing he could do about that. Gets slammed onto the tarmac, slides on his back into the gravel trap, And just out of his vision right now, as he looks skywards, there are parts of that factory Ducati going skywards as well.
Yeah, this was this morning where it very nearly went the same way. The bike continuing to snake left and right. As soon as he grabs some brake, the rear tyre begins to skip up in the air, and then as soon as it lands back on the tarmac, it throws a bunch of weight forward. On that occasion, he did at least manage to bring it to a stop in the gravel trap on its wheels. This afternoon, he wasn't quite so lucky.
Yeah, there he's released the brake just to run off into the gravel on that last occasion as he goes into the deep gravel. You wonder whether it was maybe something to do with the engine braking system or the engine braking setup, as Jack alluded to as he was keeping a close eye on Bagnaia's initial debrief with Christian Gavarini and Gigi Bolligna. Well, he's not up to debates. Pecco Bagnaia once again is going to have it all on to get himself into that top 10 and get himself through into Q2. No time registered for Pecco at the moment. Last year, a quite sensational 1:35.610 out of this rider, Fabio Quartararo, in pole position. It was one of the best single laps of the whole of 2025. I think it's going to be a very, very big ask for Fabio to repeat those heroics here this weekend, but he is up into 9th, which is a bit more like it, a 1:37.250 after we saw Fabio down in 20th place this morning. More struggles ongoing for Yamaha's new V4 powered M1.
Yeah, they're continuing to throw plenty of resource and brain power at the problem. Some more development and updates they might be able to pick out on the Yamaha behind Fabio Quartararo's feet. And at the moment, there are 1 or 2 signs of progress, but it is going to be a long road to what they hope will be the front for Yamaha, and what we're expecting to be a very different rider lineup when they debut the 850 next year.
Well, as mentioned, it has been a very eventful start of this practice session for Pecco Bagnaia. Let's go and get an update on the Italian with Jack.
Yeah, just had a very brief word with Davide Tardozzi just to try and get an understanding of what he feels may well have happened to Bagnaia up at turn 1. Now, you might remember that the rider in front of him, Alex Marquez, was told on his dashboard, being followed by number 63. Davide potentially suggesting that as a result of Alex knowing that Pecco was behind him, he braked slightly earlier than normal into turn 1, which caught Pecco off guard, causing him to just pull that little bit harder on the front brake, having been caught out by Alex braking early, and as a result, that extra force through the front brake is what caused the front tyre to lock.
Thanks very much, Jack. Well, there's only one way we are going to find out exactly what caused that crash. It will be when we get to speak to Pecco Bagnaia himself post-session. But yeah, there are various theories now that are being bandied around as to why Pecco was chewing gravel up the hill into that first corner. But the best news is he walked away from that sort of big old crash relatively unscathed as Jorge Martin threatens his best lap of this session. That's all very clean, very neat and tidy from the 89 now on the power. And he comes to the finish line now. 12, stays in 12th. It is his best time, a 1:37.391. Push at the moment that Jorge Martin doing a lot of work on tyre wear here, trying to just work out tyre durability. I think there's probably one area that he's kicking. He said yesterday there's one area he's got to try and address, Lewis, pretty quickly. We know that if anybody's been capable of producing explosive one laps throughout his career, whether it be Moto3, Moto2 or MotoGP, it has been Jorge Martin. 5th in the grid in Thailand, 5th in the grid in Brazil, 7th last time out in Austin. Not a disaster at all, but we know that there's plenty more to come when Jorge figures out a soft tyre time attack on Aprilia. Expect to see him having a few more Tissot watches on the old wrist.
Yeah, the longest stint of his MotoGP career without a front row start. You have to go all the way back to Malaysia 2024 for the last time Jorge Martin was on the front row of a grid. And we've seen throughout, even through last season when he was far from 100% fit and was essentially starting his pre-season, never mind his season with Aprilia, his race pace was very good. He was often doing it though from way down the order. So Jorge Martin, once he puts that final piece of the jigsaw in place, it's going to be a major threat, not just to the Ducatis, but to his teammate, Marco Bezzecchi. And could Aprilia have 2 riders fighting for the World Championship? At the moment, you'd suggest that that's going to be the case, given that they currently sit 4 points apart at the top of the World Championship. Pedro Costa third in the points. He's a further 17 points behind Jorge Martin, and the first Ducati rider, which is Fabio Di Giannantonio, is some 31 points back at this stage of the season. Marc Marquez, who are now looking on screen, a further 5 points behind as Martin continues to improve as this session gets into its early stages for him. Of course, after that complicated first run. Martin now on the fringes of the top 10.
Turn 1, which has been a bit of a headache, to say the least, so far for Bagnaia. No dramas for Jorge Martin, just quietly going about his business. Did give his mechanics a pretty busy lunch break. Well, there was no lunch break, was there? Look at that, what a shot that is. Braking from just over 300 kilometres an hour down to just under 85 kilometres an hour. That's an awful lot of speed to scrub off in a tricky uphill braking zone. You can just see the compression on the front forks, just how much weight gets thrown over the front end. You can see there, Jorge just feathering that front brake as he trail brakes to the apex. Now carrying some full lean angle. Just about, look at this, he's going to start getting knee on the ground, and then down goes the elbow as well, skimming the top of the blue and white paintwork. What a shot that is. Beautiful, beautiful camera work on the inside of the third corner. That is how you do negotiate that turn 1.
Yeah, how much more settled and in control did that look compared to the slow-mo at the same corner we saw from Pecco Bagnaia before he went down. Bagnaia is now back out on the racetrack. He has just started what he hopes will be his first full-time lap of the session. Brad Binder looks as if he's going to move himself up the order. Binder currently in 18th place. Certainly wasn't an enjoyable Austin experience for the South African. In fact, the last 2 Grand Prix he's qualified way outside the top 15. 21st on the grid in Brazil and 18th in Austin, Texas, and very early stages in this practice session, but at the moment he's staring at a 3rd consecutive Q1 outing.
And you have to say that Brad Binder, the 30-year-old South African, needs to start delivering some big performances with clearly at the moment it's no secret whatsoever his place in the factory KTM team next year. His place on the MotoGP grid is under some serious threat. I suppose if there's any place for him to find a turnaround, to get some momentum, it is right here in Jerez. Top 6 in the last 3 Grand Prix. He was, of course, the sprint winner here in 2023. In what remains our closest ever sprint podium, less than 7 tenths of a second, covering Brad, Pecco Bagnaia and Jorge Martin. So he has got form around this Jerez circuit. But yeah, as mentioned, some big names. Alex Rins, we know already, has been dropped by the factory Yamaha team. Alex pretty pessimistic about his chances of retaining a ride in 2027. Frankie Morbidelli, another rider that could be the odd one out in a game of musical chairs as we move into the season. Yeah, Brad Binder, unfortunately, Lewis, of course, 2-time MotoGP winner, Moto3 world champion for Red Bull KTM, but it looks like they're considering new options themselves next year.
Yeah, what about Pecco Bagnaia? Any signs of progress? This is really his problem, isn't it? And once again, that Ducati snaking sideways every time Bagnaia gets to a heavy braking zone.
Yeah, I mean, fair to say that in the heavy braking zones of 1 and 6, Pecco Bagnaia is not in control of that factory Ducati at all, is he? It's giving him a real headache at the moment. No podium in his last 8 Grand Prix. Let's kick him while he's down, shall we? Yeah. That's his worst streak since 2020, the COVID-affected year. Yeah, he's going through tough times. I suppose if there's one thing to cheer him up, he's got a factory in front of him back in next year and beyond. Another twitch though, wasn't it, there on the brakes as he went into the Pedrosa corner. It's anything but settled, the front end of that factory Ducati. Also the rear end, I mean the rear is not gripping, it's not settled to help him stop with it sort of fishtailing around in the background. I mean, it's a bit of an uncomfortable watch, this, isn't it?
And all of this is nagging away, just chipping away at the Pecco Bagnaia confidence, which we know from last year is a little bit fragile because it was completely dismantled by the Ducati GP25, which, save for one weekend in Motegi and half a weekend in Sepang, he never really got on terms with. Pecco Bagnaia at the moment not getting much further with the Ducati GP26. He's still on the eve of this weekend. It's just the DNA at the moment of the current iteration of Ducati, which just does not suit him.
Pedro Acosta also finding it a pretty tough equation to get his KTM stopped into turn 6. Look how far the rear tyre stepped out on Acosta there, breaking into that Pedrosa corner. Just a quick shout out to Joan Zarco, going home to the line a couple of weeks' time. Zarco, just the 3rd rider this weekend so far here in Jerez, to find a 136. Fair play to the Castrol Honda LCR rider, a 136.969. And talking about riders who need big results, not to secure a seat next year, because Joan Zarco coming into 2026 was one of the few riders that knew he was going to be on the grid next year in any case. But it's been no top 6 in 18 Grand Prix for Zarco since this Silverstone podium. Not higher than 9th in Japan and in Portimao. Another rider, Lewis, who feels long overdue. Something pretty big.
Yeah, his non-score, non-finish ultimately in Unprotected wasn't all completely his fault. Was kind of essentially the wrong place in the wrong time. The early stages of that race, an incident up ahead of him, which he was taken out of. An incident that he himself described as a racing incident, and he wasn't in the mood to complain about it, but had qualified down in 15th place. And ultimately, if you're going to start on the back of the 5th row, then you put yourself in the line of fire potentially for some incidents to happen up ahead of you. So Zarco would be keen to change that. At the moment, we have 2 Hondas up at the sharp end of the order. Zarco's 3rd, but just 2 places behind him is Luca Marini, another rider in prove-it mode at the moment in MotoGP in 2026. Marini up in 5th.
Giannantonio, Alex Marquez and Zarco, then they are your trio of riders today who've so far found 136s. Now, both on and off track over the last few months, we've been talking a lot, haven't we, about track and House of Aprilia's success on circuit, but are they potentially about to lose one of their prized assets with Ayagura potentially moving to Yamaha's factory team next year? A man with all the answers, as he often does. It's the Davide who joins Jack.
Yeah, he does indeed. And as the guys were saying, Davide, it sure sounds like that you're going to have to explore the rider market with regards to 2027. Hot rumours suggesting Ayagura taking up a factory deal with Yamaha. So are you exploring other options in case that is the case?
Yeah, if this is the case. No, I mean, to be honest, there's not so much to hide in a way that I has told us that he's not going to continue next year with us. I don't know where, I mean, it's not me to say where he's going. And so yes, we have potentially one spot available, and of course we get in few interest, installing and whatever you can guess. I mean, just make the list of the riders that is not in rumor yet, and yeah, we're working on chatting, talking, and trying to assess the available options.
Given the level of Aprilia at the moment, given the level that your team is showcased at the moment, I imagine your phone is quite busy right now.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, the Aprilia is quite appealing now. It's competitive, and we had a great start of season. Let's see how we can continue, but definitely, I mean, some Aprilia are always in the best spot, no, on the race so far. So yeah, somebody's interested on.
What sorts of characteristics are you looking for the rider to replace? We've seen throughout the years your ability to bring in a rookie, to nurture a rookie, to give the rookie experience. Is that a challenge you would want to take on again, or would you rather look to someone with MotoGP experience already in hand?
Yeah, I mean, I always like to work with rookie and to see the rookie growing up. That's always quite exciting. I feel that in the moment where Trackhouse is now, with this bike, which is competitive, and we can try to aim for good results, it's a time to try to get experienced rider ready to go for the podium, and hopefully for maybe try to win races or whatever. Because, I mean, it looks like the bike can allow this to happen. So it's time to use this potential. Of course, 2027, all the bikes are different. We don't know, we will be reset and everything, but we are quite, we are quite confident on the job that Aprilia is doing and going to do. So we have an experienced rider capable to go fast and to fight, let's say, for the podium or top 5 or whatever. We should use this potential.
On the other side of the box is the plan right now to extend the relationship with Raul.
Yeah, I mean, Raul is an experienced rider. He's fast. He can fight for the podium. So, of course, this is a possibility. We didn't confirm yet. We didn't sit down and finalize everything, but for sure that's an option.
Just finally on this weekend, what wasn't the best of starts for I this morning after the form we've seen in the opening 3 rounds of the year? We're expecting a venue he's been really successful at in Moto2 and Moto3. It could be a bit of a dark horse this weekend. Was there anything to be concerned about with what we saw from this morning?
Yeah, you don't have to look too much the FP105 because like this morning he ran all the session with the same tire. He did his best session with a 20 laps tire, so it's okay. I mean, a good start in our opinion. And then, but now we see how to continue. Of course, now it's time where you have to put everything together and try. Unfortunately, with this format, which I'm not a big fan of, you have to stay in the top 10 this afternoon. So it's a matter to put everything together when it's time with the soft tire and try to go. Thanks, Davide.
Yeah, great stuff. Thanks as always, Jack, and thanks to Trackhouse MotoGP boss Davide Brivio. So, Iagura yesterday when he was bombarded with questions about his future and this strong link to the factory Yamaha team, well, he was fending off those questions. But as you just heard there, that chat there Jack just had with Davide Brivio, Iagura and his representatives have informed Trackhouse and Aprilia that he will be leaving in 2027. So there's a real coveted seat there. No wonder Davide Brivio's going to have a revolving door in that Trackhouse Aprilia office. And now, aren't they? I mean, one name that does keep cropping up as a potential replacement, it sounds like Davide Brivio, they won't go down the rookie route. They like to develop young riders, but they are going to go for proven race-winning potential in MotoGP. And of course, Davide Brivio has connections very close to a certain Joan Mir. 2020 MotoGP World Champion, they were together at Suzuki. Mir's name does crop up frequently in those conversations. Fabio Di Giannantonio's name has also been linked there as well. And Enea Bastianini Lewis was saying yesterday, I might surprise everybody. Everybody thinks I'm going to Gresini Ducati. Maybe Enea might be a possible option as far as Aprilia are concerned.
Yeah, as Davide Brivio pointed out, Aprilia looking a very attractive proposition for any MotoGP rider right about now. And of course, the fact that they currently have the fastest 1000cc bike is no guarantee that they're going to have the fastest 850 next season. For so many getting excited about the potential of the Honda for next year, which of course Joan Mir looks like he's set to depart. But yes, so many riders. I think any rider who makes a decision on where they're going to ride next season, to a certain extent, they are guessing about how strong that manufacturer is going to be for 2027, because so much in terms of the motorcycles, but also the tyres, so much is changing, and there is no guarantee as to who is going to get on terms with it best.
Never underestimate as well the lure, the attraction, the power of a factory deal in MotoGP. Iagura is loved by Trackhouse and Aprilia, but he is not on a factory bike. He's not on a full factory contract.
And for a regulations reset, that's what you want.
That's what he will be. You know, he's going to be a factory rider at Yamaha. All the rewards that come with that, particularly from a financial perspective, but technically as well. Iagura will be full focus of Yamaha next year. Jorge Martin, he had the option, didn't he, to defend his world championship last year, staying on an independent Ducati. Wasn't interested, he wanted to be in the factory Aprilia team. Some people might be surprised by Iagura. Why would he want to jump off a top-notch, a proven racing package like the Aprilia? But it is the factory bike, the factory contact, that connection with the engineering group where what you say goes inside the garage in terms of development. I mean, as I said, never underestimate just how strong that pull is.
And many will be looking at the current Yamaha. Well, crisis might be too strong a word, but it's not too far off. It certainly was there for Fabio Quartararo, had he not saved it on his right knee, and once again trying to keep his anger under control. But
down to 10, Fabio.
Yes, he is counting to 20 potentially, looking at the number on the front of his bike. But no one is expecting Yamaha to struggle this much forever. They are too strong, they are too rich and too clever down at the Yamaha camp, having of course tasted so much success over the years. They will get back towards the front. It's a matter of when rather than if.
I would say as well, Yamaha pulled up a bit of a blinder there, because you get the feeling that they've caught Aprilia and Trackhouse napping a little bit. A lot of people are going to be saying, well, how on earth was Iagura already not locked in on a long-term contract? We've seen what he can potentially do in that American-based team. Well, One door opens in the factory for Ayagura Yamaha. Another big door open potentially for somebody on that track, House Aprilia.
Certainly being aggressive in the rider market, aren't they? It would appear Yamaha. The riders that they will have next year will be hoping that that aggression is matched with some progress on the motorcycle. At the moment, from a Yamaha point of view, Quartararo, despite that moment and a little bit of loss of temper, turn 1 is 12th. He's done a 37.2 at the moment in this session. The other Yamahas, Miller on a 37.4.18, Toprak on a 37.8 is 20th, and just ahead of Alex Rins, who's on near identical times to him, and Augusto Fernandez, who of course is on an experimental wildcard Yamaha this weekend. He is 23rd.
Yeah, Fabio Quartararo momentarily thought about putting a dent in that Yamaha dummy tank there, didn't he? He just really had to hold himself backwards there from unleashing a left hook on that Yamaha. Here he is back in this first corner. That's more like it, Fabio. That is how you do tackle at turn 1 here in Jerez. Of course, it was here in the doubleheader of 2020 where Fabio Quartararo, I'm not going to say announced himself on the MotoGP stage because he'd already done that so often in his rookie season in 2019, but here in 2020 was where it was lift-off in terms of Quartararo's Premier Class career. He did the double on that occasion, running away with both Grand Prix, the Spanish and the Andalusian rounds by over 4 seconds. That was when it was all rosy in the Yamaha garden. But unfortunately, not quite the case at the moment, as Fabio Quartararo just has to get his head down, try and keep himself motivated, try and get the best out of himself and the best of what he can out of that underperforming V4 while it's still very much in the development phase.
5 times pole sitter around this Jerez circuit, including his very first visit on the MotoGP by that maiden pole when he was barely 20 in 2019.
Oh, the gear shifter broke. He's leading. He looked like he's going to win, didn't it?
Oh, we've got a crash there for Jorge Martin. Of course, that's the final corner by the looks of it, isn't it? And he's now going to run across the circuit, which is not particularly advisable, but he's obviously had a good look down towards turn 12 to make sure that it's clear for him to run across the circuit. Crashed in the practice start session earlier on. This time, in a competitive session, he's gone down, up and down under braking into turn 13.
That ain't slow in that braking zone. That 4 the Lorenzo corner. Not carrying a lot of lean angle there, was he, when that front just tucked underneath him. So Jorge Martin, he had a slow previous lap. I just wonder whether he's had a little bit of temperature drop out of those tyres there. So the Martin mechanics, well, they've had lunch cancelled. Maybe it's dinner cancelled as well, because there's more rebuilding to be done inside of the Nuali factory garage. Of course, every time you hit the deck, just that little knock to the confidence, and perhaps more crucially, with Jorge Martin down in 14th place, he now, like Bagnaia, is under pressure because there's only one buyer from to try and find a place in Q2 on.
Yeah, he dropped 6 seconds up until that point on the lap that we were riding on board with when he did dump it at turn 13. So if Jorge Martin had potentially let some temperature out of his tyres, then he certainly got the punishment for that into the final corner as he now trudges up the pit lane. As we look outside our commentary box window, he's probably going to run another sort of 100 metres or so to get up to the Aprilia garage, and he's still got 26 minutes to go. But now, like Pecco Bagnaia, who we pick up into turn 2, he's now set to complete this session with just 1 bike available.
There haven't been too many bumps in the road for Jorge Martin to face so far in 2026. He already had a couple, though, coming his way on the opening day of this Grand Prix of Spain. Bagnaia at the moment then in 8th place, which you have to say fair play to the Italian, is already a pretty decent, well no, it's a very decent rescue job as far as Bagnaia is concerned. He's knocking on the door of 36s himself. 37.301 was the best we've seen from Martin before he hit the deck in that final corner.
He's now at the Honda box, so he's got another couple of boxes to walk past now before he's back in his Aprilia team garage. You can see, you can follow him top left of your screen. Potentially a change of leathers might be required too before he's back out on circuit once again. And as you say, he does have a little bit of pressure on his shoulders here now, Martin. 14th place on a 137.3. Looking at the way this session is unfolding, the way it's evolving at the moment, you should probably minimum going to have to be in the 136s here to have any chance of Q2.
Yeah, we're getting to that point, 20 minutes remaining in this session, where we are going to start getting the soft tyre time attacks. As it stands at the moment, as you can see, your top 10 is Di Giannantonio, Alex and Mark Marquez, Zarco, Acosta, Marini bet second world champion leader. Bagnaia, despite his hefty old crash right here at the first corner on his first flying lap of the session. Raul Fernandez and Ayagura, who's seemingly Yamaha bound Trackhouse, a brilliant colleague. They are your top 10 as it stands right now. That is going to chop and change quite considerably in the remaining 24 minutes or so of this session. This is a good lap being fired in by our rookie, Moreira, the reigning Moto2 world champion. That's fine, some taste as well, does the Brazilian, because he's down in 22nd place. We'll just track Moreira over the line. And picks up 3 places, then up into 19th. Well, this Grand Prix here last year was one of the best in the history of Brazilian racing, and they've had a few good ones, haven't they, down the years, because Alex Marquez triumphing in front of his home crowd. What a day it was for the team and for Alex. Maybe, well, he was saying himself yesterday, tough to repeat it, but what does the boss think? Michele Massini joins Jack now.
Yeah, he does indeed, and I was going to say, Alex yesterday told you, Bertie, he thought it was going to be tough to repeat his heroics of last year, but I have to say, Michele, from what I've seen this morning and again this afternoon, he's well in the fight this weekend. He looks to have taken a big step from the opening 3 rounds of the season to what we're now seeing.
It was a really strong start of the weekend. We find some feeling more. Let me say that the last week of the was very useful to analyze all the data, to try to find something that suits better to the Alex riding style. Seems that it works now, but we have to make some other adjustments in order to arrive ready for the sprint and for the race of Sunday. But let me say that we start in a very good shape.
After the difficult opening 3 rounds of the year, how important was this morning and the lap times that Alex was able to do? Could you sense a lot more confidence, a bigger smile on his face, a bit of relief that he was able to go out and do that?
Yeah, it's like you say, a breath of fresh air, because as you know, only Alex and Mark on top of the standings didn't put the medium on the front, so it's this is a big data to record. But I think that now the thing is to focus, to continue to give him the best feeling as we can. Just not focus only on the result, but on the feeling, because we know that if the feelings continue to be like that, we know that we can make a great weekend.
The big question, what did you change to give him that feeling?
We work especially on the electronics, because as you know, we struggle a bit in the braking points. This is the main area to working on. In the electronics, also in something in the setup, always to the braking entry area. But it works well.
Thanks, Michele.
Welcome.
Thanks, Jack. Thanks to BK8 Gresini racing boss Michele Massini. Yeah, it's been much more like the 2025 version of Alex Marquez so far here this weekend in Jerez, after what has been a pretty tough start for Alex so far this season. Still without a podium, as we get a replay of Jorge Martin's rather rapid get-off. A couple of barrel rolls through the gravel trap. He's been quite fortunate there. I think there'll be a few relieved Martin mechanics when they see that RSG3, which we're on board with now, doesn't get flipped over, does it? It just sort of has a couple of bounces, but doesn't dig into the gravel and then start flipping over and over and over, because that's when it gets, 1, expensive, and 2, time-consuming as well to repair.
Yeah, David Alonso in Moto2 had a crash at that corner this morning in pre-practice 1, completely wrecked his bike. The fuel tank was ripped out of it. So that's the kind of damage that can be done if you hit that lip of the gravel and start cartwheeling your bike through that particular corner. We have had some steps forward, some improvements on a soft tyre, while we're hearing from Michele Massini there from a couple of Hondas. Joan Zarco and Joan Mir there, now 3rd and 4th. Fabio Di Giannantonio, who certainly can't improve in position, but he might well be about to extend his advantage over Alex Marquez.
He looks in a fantastic form, doesn't he, Di Giannantonio? Brilliant he was to lead the way this morning. And out at the moment, by the narrowest of margin, nothing really between himself and Alex Marquez, but he is in P1 once again. Brand new soft rear tyre, this time attack coming in from Di Giannantonio. That's all clean as a whistle on the exit of turn 13. Over the line he goes, and he does further stamp his authority on this day one of the Grand Prix of Spain, down to a 136.267. There's now clear daylight between Digia and the pursuing pack. Almost 3.5 tenths now between the Italian and Alex in second.
Ducati, Honda, the top four. Then we've got the Ducati Marc Marquez fifth, KTM Acosta sixth, Marini and another Honda seventh from Aldeguer. First Aprilia is Marco Bezzecchi, currently in ninth, but we'll certainly see more from him as we get into the last stages of this session. And Pecco Bagnaia currently completing the top 10. He's just ahead of the two Trackhouse Aprilias who've been bumped out of the top 10 after those Honda improvements.
Smart move this by Digia, getting an early banker in. Of course, this Jerez circuit only 4.423 kilometres in length, 2.75 miles, 23 riders out on circuit. Late on, you keep find yourself caught up in a bit of yellow flag drama. 23 riders fighting with a lot of space around this Jerez circuit, so maybe that was something that Di Giannantonio and VR46 were factoring into the equation. Gone relatively early on the soft rear tyre, and it has paid off handsomely. Find that 136.267. From about 6/10 of a second away though from the all-time lap record. Fabio Quartararo's pole here last year. That truly magnificent 135.610. How's Fabio getting on? Well, one Fabio's once again in P1 in here in Jerez as he aborts that particular lap. Fabio Quartararo pole in last year, currently sits down in 13th spot.
Yeah, you might expect one or two riders to beat that 36.2, but I'd be amazed if 10 riders do. So already a bit of pressure off his final one now for Fabio Di Giannantonio. Luca Marini, he's just improved once again. He's now got into 6th place, so now Honda's 3rd, 4th and 6th. Zarco Mir and Marini, although of course they have gone earlier, like Di Giannantonio, so may well get shuffled back down when the likes of Pecco Bagnaia, Bezzecchi, Acosta and others go for their soft tyre.
But that too often on recent years, having 3 Hondas inside the top 6 in a dry MotoGP session. Still plenty more track time available for others to rectify that situation as Martin takes on some fluids and looks at some data to try and find a cause for his second crash of day one here in Jerez. He had been touring for much of the lap that he did eventually crash on. Over 6 seconds he'd lost in the first 3 sectors. And as mentioned this morning, has been a bit of a bogey track for Martin. Never taken a MotoGP podium at the circuit on a Sunday. He is a sprint winner here previously, the year that he won the championship, but of course that was followed up very, very quickly by a tumble out of the lead at turn 6. He was fighting at the front with Pecco Bagnaia. I haven't mentioned Marc Marquez too much in this session. Mark's in the high 136s. He's done 15 laps so far in this session. Going to be interesting to see how Mark's body holds up this weekend, because he told the media yesterday, Lewis, as he recovers from that surgery, another major surgery on the right shoulder after Mandalika last year, properly beating himself up, didn't he, in Austin after the big Friday practice crash. He says on one rider Friday, another rider on Saturday, and another rider on Sunday. By that he meant he was just getting fatigued and more physically worn over the course of the weekend. There was a drop-off physically, wasn't there, day by day for Mark. I think he's looking for that more sort of stable physical performance across the weekend.
Yeah, one interesting point he made as well when he spoke to the media yesterday is that in normal time sessions like practice and qualifying or warm-up, he can obviously get himself physically warmed up, jump straight on the bike and go out there and ride it immediately, whereas what we see on a Sunday, of course, and I guess to a certain extent in the sprint, although the build-up is shorter, he gets on the bike, goes to the grid, he's then got to sit on the bike or just sort of sit waiting for another 20 minutes or so before he can then get back on the bike and start the warm-up lap. And he says it does take his body a little bit of time to wake up and for him to truly feel physically sharp enough at the start of Grand Prix. So we have seen Marc Marquez a little bit behind the 8 ball in the early stages of Grand Prix so far this season. If that changes this weekend, then we can certainly say that he has taken a physical step forward.
When you look at the state of Mark's right arm after that Friday practice crash in Austin, that's still not really fully recovered. There's obviously a massive puncture he suffered in that scary crash at turn 10 over in Texas. Would have been easy for Mark to use that as some kind of an excuse for missing out on the podium last time in Austin. That's not what he does. He was protected under a heavy bandaging throughout the weekend, and he was able to sort of keep it quite quiet on just the extent of that right arm injury. I mean, more very large scars for Mark's right upper limb as he ventures back out on circuit. 15 minutes of the session remaining. Went to the last quarter then of this decisive practice session. Di Giannantonio Alex Marquez, Zarco, Joan Mir. 2 Hondas inside the top 4, 3 Hondas inside the top 6 with Marini in 6th place. Marquez 5th, Acosta, Aldeguer, Bezzecchi, the World Championship leader, trying to find a 4th successive Grand Prix victory here on Sunday, with Bagnaia in 10th place. There is real big get-off at the first corner. They, at the moment, are in the pound seats.
15 minutes just under to go. Of course, it'll be over 15 minutes in Q2 tomorrow morning when we will decide pole position. And this is to decide which 10 will guarantee their place in the battle for pole position. And at the moment, 3 of the 4 Aprilias will not be part of it, which would be something of a surprise given the form book of this season so far. Here is one of them, 12th place, Ayagura.
Through the real fast left-handers of turn 3 and 4 here. Well, rapid early part of this Jerez circuit, 160 kilometers an hour at the curb on the inside of turn 3. 4th gear through turn 4, about 160, 165 kilometers an hour, up to around about 300 clicks in now, down the back straight, on the brakes in now, into turn 6 as well. We just thought we'd have a little bit of a pause there just to give an indication of Ayagura as he attacks into the stadium section. Right to be on board with Agura-san there, and he went through the 3rd gear, 160 kilometers an hour, turn 7. Up to 3rd gear he was, nearly 230 k's before he flicked it left into turn 8. And then we followed him through turn 9. Here he is in that. It's his teammate Ralph Fernando, I should say, who at the moment is just about inside that top 10. That's a great lap by Agura. Brilliant lap. Part of it we rode on board with him, and it was a hell of a ride, wasn't it, from the former Moto2 world champion, because Agura briefly jumped up into 4th place. Marco Bezzecchi's now starting to make his big move. Bez up to a 136.541. Bezzecchi up to 2nd, Agura up to 5th. The Aprilias on the move.
Yeah, they're getting up to speed here, although that lap from Agura is still slower than the Honda of Zarco, who's up in 4th place. So certainly Aprilia not ripping the time sheets up like they were in the first 3 Grand Prix, although we are still in a very early stage of the season. It looks like something's gone wrong for Acosta there. What was a very good start to the laps. He was just getting out of the way of his teammate there, Brad Binder. Acosta was fastest through the first 2 sectors, but it's all for naught. He's still down in 12th.
Binder heading on the road then now. There is the South African on the 33 factory KTM, over a second adrift of the best pace as it stands right now. Binder then scrapping, fighting for his MotoGP future at the moment. Over at the line, Binder goes. That's a good lap that boy, actually, Binder. Up into P7, a 136.814. Though he's immediately been pushed back down to 8 spots.
Marquez up to 3rd. Bagnaia only at 1 to 14. Zarco takes 2nd place. The Hondas are serious at the moment here in Jerez, aren't they? Joan Zarco back ahead of Bezzecchi, and he is Di Giannantonio's nearest challenger again.
Zarco was just off the back of Pecco Bagnaia there, wasn't he, over the line? It's funny, he might use the Italian as a good reference. Aldeguer then now up into 3rd, a 136.472. Ralph Fernandez up to 5th. And now Alex Marquez, 30 years of age yesterday. Alex Marquez giving himself a bit of a belated birthday present here, because he now leads the way a 136.201.
Acosta's absolutely flying again through the first 2 sectors. He messed up sector 3 somewhere on his previous lap. If he avoids that kind of error here, he might not only go top, he might get himself into the 135s here on the KTM.
Is Morbidelli going to find himself back inside the top 10? 13th is the Italian right now. He does just creep inside that top 10. Hot laps coming in from Binder, from Acosta, from Marquez. Can't take your eyes off that trio.
Come on again for Acosta.
Acosta's lost time once again in that 3rd sector. Another mistake then for the Spanish rider. That could be costing him this. Still got time to rectify. Still 10 minutes in the session remaining. Acosta's been pushed back down to 15th. Brad Binder, on the previous lap, got himself up as high as 7th. He's been now relegated back 5 places to 12th. Probably get himself back inside that top 10 now. Then is the KTM star, and it's a mission he's not able to accomplish. A Binder stays to P12.
Here got the factory Ducatis. Marc Marquez only up to 7th though. A poor final sector, relatively speaking, for him. A 36.5. Pecco Bagnaia 16th. He also loses a heap of time in that final sector, and it's cost him a place in the top 10.
Bagnaia was on his 20th fastest in the 4 split this morning. Clearly lacking confidence to really commit in those fast right-handers. Lacking no confidence whatsoever and fully committed is your 2025 Spanish Grand Prix winner, Alex Marquez. This is going to be the 35s. Brilliant, brilliant. By the 73, a 1:35.704 from Alex Marquez. Not even a tenth outside of Fabio Quartararo's all-time lap record. Alex Marquez, birthday yesterday, he's rejoined the party.
Already quickest before that lap. He just added an exclamation point onto it. He's now half a second clear of the fielders. Is that Acosta? It's Bastianini on the KTM digging his way out of the gravel trap at turn 1. Acosta once again putting up personal best in the first half of the lap, but that's not really his problem.
Well, this was a closed session until Alex Marquez decided to pull the pin. Alex's 1:35.704 has seen him jump almost 0.6 of a second clear of Fabio Di Giannantonio. Needing a big lap is Pedro Acosta. This time around, he has had a clean run through sector 3. You'll see there in the background Brad Binder coming back into the pit. So Binder now back in 14th, having briefly occupied a spot in Q2. Acosta needs to find some time here, doesn't he? 16th at the moment for the former Moto3 Moto2 world champion. Up 1 place into 15th. This is going to be a big final stint for the factory KTM team.
If you put his best sectors together, the speed is probably there for Pedro Acosta, but of course by missing the very best of his brand new soft rear tyre on his first 2 laps, he was on a 3-lap old tyre when he did. That lap that put him 15. He's 1 place ahead of Fabio. Quartararo, who does a 36.8 to go 16. He is the top Yamaha rider, which won't surprise many, but he's some 0.3 of a second outside the top 10.
Yeah, this is going to be painful for Fabio to listen to. He's 1.2 seconds behind his pole time. Oh! Well, that is why it went wrong for Acosta. We saw him a couple of times. He's been out of shape on the brakes into turn 6. And that was very out of shape. To be fair to Acosta, he's done well to stay out of the gravel there. Paul Trevathan, his crew chief, looks on in the background. Time ticking down, 7.5 minutes remaining. Yeah, poor old Fabio Quartararo. I mean, a 1:35.610 here last year put him on pole position. Bite your hands off right now for a mid-36. I mean, he's 1.2 seconds off of his pole time set here last year, Fabio Quartararo. Yamaha going backwards on that V4.
Yeah, and they're at the start of what is a long and painful road at the moment. Fabio Quartararo, understandably, not sure he's got the patience to be on that road for much longer. Of course, we're all expecting him to be switching across to Honda for next season. We're looking at Enea Bastianini. The reason we're looking at him is because at the moment he is the sole KTM rider moving through to qualifying 2. Bastianini is 10th, Brad Binder 14th, Pedro Acosta under pressure with 6 minutes to go, down in 15th place. Speed, I don't think is the problem. It's just keeping the 2 wheels pointing in the right direction.
Yeah, this will be a bonus for the Beast to get himself directly into Q2, because throughout his KTM Grand Prix career, it has been time attacks which have been a massive Achilles heel for the Italian. 9 times in 24 KTM starts, Enea was qualified at 20th or worse. So Q2 would be music to the ears of Bastianini. It's Alex Marquez, the only rider so far today then that's been able to find a lap in the 1:35s. Just give you an idea of the difference between Alex Marquez after 3 rounds this year compared to 2025, when he was persistently fighting for wins in both the sprint and Grand Prix. So far this season, Alex 59 points worse off compared to last year. He's dropped from 87 points down to 28. After 3 Grand Prix last year, he was the World Championship leader. Comes into his home round here in the rest this weekend, only 8th in the overall ranking. So yeah, the start of the 2026 has certainly not been as smooth as it was 12 months ago.
Yeah, I'm not calling Alex Marquez a liar, because I'm sure when he made those comments yesterday, he firmly believed them. But he doesn't look like a rider unlikely to repeat his Spanish Grand Prix victory a year ago at the moment, does he?
back on board then, or back looking at Jorge Martin. It's been an eventful Friday so far for Jorge, second in the World Championship. It's about double podiums. He really has stepped up and shown himself to be a title contender in the early stages of 2026. This is a big 5 minutes though, isn't it, for Jorge? He's down in 19th place. Self-inflicted, you have to say, after the mistake on the brakes into turn 13. So often throughout his career, when he has had to deliver a special lap on a soft tyre in all 3 Grand Prix classes, he has been able to deliver. But yeah, no doubt about it, he's under a bit of pressure here. Picking up a couple of spots. Elbow on the tarmac going through at the Alex Crivier corner. His third gear through there, about 200 kilometres an hour, and the guy dragging his elbow on the tarmac. Out of the final corner, we pick up the number 89. Where is this going to take the Spanish rider then? Over at the line he goes, up to 12. He's got 4 minutes then to find himself into Q2.
Agura's fan speed though, and he's up to third on a 36.4, so only a quarter of a second between those two Aprilias, but some 10 places between them. That's how close it is behind Alex Marquez, at least, who's got nearly 6/10 over the lot of them. Di Giannantonio will feel safe enough in second place, but from Agura backwards, I don't think anyone can really say they're genuinely safe here.
Yeah, Pecco Bagnaia is trying to deliver something special here later on. He's done it so many occasions here in Jerez. He's got such a stellar record, as we've said before. Throughout this weekend, he's been pursued here by Martin. This is a hark back to 2023, 2024 in MotoGP, isn't it? Jorge Martin in hot pursuit of Pecco Bagnaia. Through turn 7, Pecco goes then. At the moment, Bagnaia, if he carries this lap on through, it should comfortably put him into the top 10. The problem is, though, Pecco Bagnaia has been terrible in the 4th sector. I've mentioned he was 20th fastest out of 23 riders in Sector 4 this morning, and we've seen him lose, what, 3 or 4 tenths in this session alone in this final split. It's still we pick up Pecco now.
And the problem for this lot, these riders who are under some pressure that we didn't expect to be on their shoulders, it's the speed of the Hondas that's catching them out, with Zarco 4th, Marini 5th, Aldeguer having a fantastic day again. He's just gone 3rd on a 36.2, and it's these kind of upsets, these kind of surprises that are plunging Bagnaia, Martin, and even the change leader Bezzecchi into some serious pressure.
Here comes Bagnaia then. Is he into the top 10? Everyone going, oh, brilliant, brilliant, superb. Second for Bagnaia. 5th goes Martin. Bezzecchi in the World Championship leader. Well, he has found something special later on as well. Bezzecchi was down at 12th when he crossed the line. So out of nowhere, Bez, Bagnaia and Martin are all now looking safely through to Q2. Just over 2 minutes of the session remaining. Surely not Fabio Quartararo nudging himself into this top 10. This will be once again something right out of the top draw from the Frenchman. Over the line he goes, up into P15, a 136.752 from Fabio Quartararo.
Yeah, so it's not a very close second, but it is second for Marco Bezzecchi. So the shift now, the focus onto Acosta and Marc Marquez, who are both outside the top 10. Acosta 17th, of course, I mean, not really got his first run together. Marc Marquez is coming towards the end of the 3rd sector now, with a lap that, if he keeps this kind of performance on, should lift him up into 2nd place. He needs this too. 90 seconds to go at the moment. Marc's down in 14th.
What about Costa, 3rd in the World Championship? He was saying yesterday he felt like this is a big opportunity for KTM to break for his domination so far in 2026. Acosta, this is now or never. He has got this final lap but now to try and deliver a Q2 lap. Yeah, a bit of a head shake there, a pensive look from Pit Byler, KTM Motorsport Director, looking on at the moment. Then Acosta, 14th fastest.
Marc Marquez does lift himself up into 3rd place. That's the end of his session as he runs on at turn 1. And it's not like it's KTM that's struggling, because Bastianini is still up there in 9th place. Agura now takes 4th, so it's Ducati Aprilia inside the top 4. Bastianini's now been relegated down to 10th place, just ahead of Mir. Di Giannantonio back into 2nd place. It's changing with every sector.
The beast in by the skin of his teeth right now. Nothing at all. Less than 300s between Anea and Mir. Then there's only 200s between Mir and Zarco. 5,000th then between Zarco and Marini, those trio of Hondas, 11th, 12th and 13th respectively. Brad Binder well, he could be dishing out some late punishment here for fellow KTM rider Bastianini. The Binder, nothing really going for Acosta, although is there. Can he find something super special in this final sector?
Both have had a poor third sector. That third sector has been Pedro Acosta's kryptonite so far on this Friday afternoon, and the checkered flag is now out, so it is all on this final sector, and it's going to take a special final sector to keep Acosta in the top 10 here.
Yeah, now then, he has delivered some great moments down the years here in Jerez, but he needs one right now. The fans are egging him on outside of our commentary box positioning on the main grandstand, but it is not enough. Acosta takes the checkered flag, the factory KTM pairing at best as they take the checkered flag together. Acosta 15th, Binder in 16th. A big frustrated shake of the head from Acosta. Saw him out of shape a couple of times on the brakes going into turn 6. But Acosta then will be in Q1 tomorrow morning. Over 3/4 of a second he is behind Alex Marquez. Diogo Moreira down in 21st place. So as it stands, and Alex Marquez, well, he has just absolutely ripped up this Jerez circuit this afternoon. The only rider that's going to end day one in the 135s. Di Giannantonio's 36 flat is going to get him comfortably through to Q2. Bezzecchi, Marc, Agura, Bagnaia, Ralph Fernandez, Aldeguer, Martin and Bastianini. It looks like what they are. That's the top 10. Moreira not going to be making any kind of threat. So you have to give massive credit to Alex Marquez, who's been struggling on the GP26 so far this season, but his love affair with Jerez continues. Brilliant by Agura, who was as low as 19 this morning on the timesheets, and brilliant by both Bagnaia and Martin after big crashes at turn 1 and turn 13 respectively in the early part of that session. One bike at their disposal. Bagnaia and Martin do get themselves into Q2.
Yeah, the Honda challenge just ran out of steam in the end, didn't it, in those final few minutes. Mir 11th, Zarco 12th, Marini 13th. They were just nudged out in those final minutes, and in the end, largely the top 10 we would have expected, with the notable exception of Pedro Acosta. It is 5 Ducatis, the 4 Aprilias, save for Salvador, of course, the wild card, and 1 KTM through, but that 1 KTM is Enea Bastianini, not Pedro Acosta.
I think we just saw the onboard there. I think Marco Bezzecchi just gesturing to Alex Marquez. Slow down a bit, mate. Calm down. Give us a chance. Bezzecchi's 136.210. A pretty rapid lap time around Jerez, but he was still over half a second behind Alex Marquez, who has crushed it on day one here in Spain.
Yeah, we saw him up the inside of Alex Marquez into turn 5 too, and he just gave that sort of calm down hand gesture, which I don't think was calm down Alex at the moment. Just give us all a chance, because it was a 0.3 of a second advantage in him, because Di Giannantonio did cut the gap right at the end in second place, but it wasn't even close on day one. And yeah, if Alex Marquez felt a victory for the second year in a row here was unlikely yesterday, it just got a whole lot more likely.
Yeah, he really did downplay his expectations for this weekend. When I asked him, can he go back-to-back in Jerez in the pre-event press conference yesterday? I mean, you could understand why he was perhaps sort of trying to cool expectations. I mean, Alex's best result so far this season is a 4th place in the Austin Sprint. He's only had 1 top 6 finish so far on a Grand Prix Sunday. But it looks like maybe Marco Bezzecchi might have to face a bit of a challenge from some of the rapid Ducatis around him. Ducati 1-2 at a track where we know that this Circuito de Jerez Angel Nieto has been at Ducati's playground in the last few years. They've won the last 5. Although Ducati don't win here this weekend, it'll be 6 successive races without a win. It's their longest since the end of 2020 and the start of 2021. Gives an indication just how dominant Ducati have been in recent years. A rather large scrum around Pedro Acosta inside the factory KTM garage right now. And using a bit of ink on his pen there is crew chief Paul Trevathan, as he will try and
come up with some solutions to help Acosta be certainly a lot more competitive on Saturday than what he was on Friday, because Acosta missing out 15th place Q1. We will see the Spanish rider. Good job by Enea Bastianini. We know that he's had his issues on soft tyres on the KTM, but we crept in by the narrowest of margins. Fine margins as always in MotoGP. Joan Mir in 11th place and in Q1, but not even 300th of a second behind Bastianini at the end of that session. Second, covering the top 17 riders, from Alex Marquez down to Fabio Quartararo, our pole starter here in Spain 1 year ago.
You wouldn't describe it as plain sailing for Aprilia today, certainly not on the Jorge Martin side of the garage, but a double thumbs up for Marco Bezzecchi. Third place is far from a disaster for him, and we know what we've seen from so far this year. The 3 Grand Prix we've had in 2026, Aprilia gets stronger and stronger the longer into the weekend that we go. So keep an eye on them. All 4 of them, they've taken different routes, but all 4 Aprilias are through to Q2.
I think it's fair to say it was a steady Friday rather than a spectacular one as far as 93 Marc Marquez is concerned, but given all of his dramas in Austria, he was probably looking for a steady Friday here in Spain. When all said and done though, he's still right there, he's still right in the mix. 4th quickest was Marc at a 1:36.227. Jorge Martin, well, put himself under some pretty big pressure when he only had 1 bike at his disposal after the big front end washout at turn 13. But he made it in, and that's all that matters. The record books, the timesheets will show Jorge Martin did go straight into Q2 here in Jerez. Doesn't matter how you do it, as long as you do it. And he has got the job done. 9th quickest on day 1 here for the Martinito.
Unusual day at times, wasn't it, for Jorge Martin, but the job is done. And Pecco Bagnaia, just to be in Q2, I think, will give him at least some cause to sleep comfortably tonight, because it wasn't exactly a comfortable ride at many points of today's practice running for the 3-time Jerez winner. You can see there a little puff of the cheeks. He didn't enjoy his experience today, but at least the end result was 6th place. Bagnaia keeping his head and keeping himself in the top 10.
Started the session, a barrel rolling through the gravel trap at turn 1, a real hefty old crash after he lost the front going into the first corner. But he ends the session inside the top 6, and most importantly, into Q2. Once again, going Aprilia what they might be missing in 2027 and beyond. Agura, 5th fastest, which was a great job. He takes a little bit of time to get going, doesn't he, on the weekend? Davide Brivio telling Jack earlier on in the session, earlier on in that practice session, never really take too much notice of what he's up to in FP1, because he's a slow burner, builds himself up into the weekend. Well, that's proven to be the case once again here today. A 19th fastest this morning was I, with a 1:38.2. So he was only 2 seconds faster in this afternoon session compared to this morning. And look at that, it just gets better and better and better, doesn't it, for Aprilia? All 4 Aprilias, or 4 Aprilias straight into Q2 for the first time since Aragon 2024. No signs of their fairy tale season being stopped in its tracks anytime soon.
And at the moment, no sign of Alex Marquez's love affair with Jerez coming to an end either. After winning this Grand Prix last year, perhaps his chances of back-to-back victories have gone up a notch or 2. A 1:35.704 for Alex saw him top today's practice. Third of a second clear in the end of Fabio Di Giannantonio this morning, pace setter. Bezzecchi 3rd from Marc Marquez. Agura 5th. Ahead of Pecco Bagnaia, who recovered from that early crash to take 6th. Raul Fernandez 7th, ahead of Aldeguer Martin, who crashed for the 2nd session in a row, but still took 9th. And Enea Bastianini in the Salt KTM straight through to Q2. The Hondas missing out, 3 of them just outside the top 10. Mirzaka, Marini, Morbidelli 14th, yet another Q1 appearance for him. Pedro Acosta, the big shot, 15th on the faction KTM, just ahead of his teammate Brad Binder. The Yamaha's next up, Quartararo just ahead of Top Rank, Moreira 19th, ahead of Miller Rins, Savadori, and Yamaha's wildcard, Augusto Fernandez.
Well, the 2025 Grand Prix of Spain ended in a brilliant fashion for Alex Marquez. The 2026 edition has started pretty much in the same vein, as everybody is playing a game of catch-up to the 30-year-old Spaniard.
With a lot of early work on the medium combination, did he, Alex? The third run was when he found blistering pace. That lap 20 was something special. A 1:35.704, not even a tenth of a second away from Quartararo's all-time lap record. Surely that will go in Q2 tomorrow. Great job then by Alex and the Gresini Ducati squad.
Not a bad day either for Fabio Di Giannantonio, was it? Fastest this morning. Close-ish second in the end this afternoon. Di Giannantonio's red hot form continues, and he is far from out of the equation for a hat-trick of pole positions.
Third fastest today here in Jerez was the World Championship leader, Marco Bezzecchi. Can he continue his golden winning run here over 25 laps on Sunday? Well, it's been a pretty solid Friday for the World Championship leader. Did a long first stint, didn't he, on the medium front soft rear tyre, and then a low 136.2102 to be precise, put Bears comfortably into Q2.
And a decent day at the office for Marc Marquez. Ultimately not fastest overall, but that wasn't really his goal today, as he continues to close in on 100% fitness. And Marc Marquez definitely looks like he is in the mix to challenge for a place on the front row tomorrow. That 1:36.227 at the end. He lifted from out of the top 10 briefly, all the way up to 4th.
You're being close to 100% fitness, having Marc Marquez with 100th Grand Prix success here on Sunday. It's brother Alex that leads away in Sector 1. Close. Pedro Acosta fastest in Sector 1 despite being 15th overall on the time sheet.
Sector 2 was topped by the Aprilia of Marco Bezzecchi, but so little to choose through that sole corner.
Alex Marquez dominating Sector 3, over a 10th clear of anybody else, did you? Second fastest.
And he maintained his advantage in Sector 4. Gresini's first and second at the end of the lap.
Well, it's already been a weekend of celebrations as far as Alex Marquez is concerned. When he arrived here to kick off his prep work for the Grand Prix of Spain, he did so celebrating his 30th birthday. That was yesterday on Thursday, on practice Friday on track. Nobody has been able to get anywhere near the number 73. A great late birthday present for Alex as he leads the way on day one here in the Grand Prix of Spain, and he looks to go back-to-back in Jerez.